Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1, Lord Orochimaru, Long Time No See. Tick. The sound of dripping water echoed continuously in the dim underground laboratory. Shigaru Haruta, dressed in an Anbu uniform, carefully followed behind a female Anbu with purple hair as they made their way forward. The pitch-black corridor had seemed to lead straight to the depths of hell, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who laid eyes on it. Be careful. This place is suspected to be the laboratory of the rogue ninja, Orochimaru. The purple-haired girl glanced ahead, then lowered her voice to warn Haruta behind her. Moreover, we've been separated from the others. A battle could break out at any moment, so we must stay focused. I understand, Senpai Yujao. Haruta nodded, but his words made the kunoichi in front of him, Yuzuki Yujao, pause slightly. Didn't your Anbu evaluation rank you as excellent? How do you not know that you're supposed to use code names while on duty? And take this seriously. We're dealing with Orochimaru. Yes, I understand, Senpai. Yuzuki Yujao was clearly a bit dissatisfied with Haruta, especially since, as Anbu, they represented the Hokage and the honor of Hidden Leaf Village. Particularly in recent years, Hidden Leaf Village's situation had been anything but stable. 5 years ago, in the 47th year of Hidden Leaf Village, the Ninetales incident had cost the village its 4th Hokage. Then, in the 50th year, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, defected from Hidden Leaf Village. Just last year, Hidden Cloud's village nearly went to war with the village. At this moment, Hidden Leaf Village was in turmoil, like a ship caught in a violent storm. As Anbu, it was their duty to protect the village's honor. Especially now that they had finally gathered intelligence on Orochimaru. Something's happening. Stay alert. Just as Yuzuki Yujao was about to say more, Haruta suddenly spoke up, yanking her aside. Whoosh! 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 Several kunai whizzed through the air toward them, and in the distance, the faint sounds of battle began to echo throughout the laboratory. They were ambushed. Damn it! Yuzuki Yujao steadied herself, cursed under her breath, then swiftly drew the ninjato strapped to her back. She turned to Haruta and said, "Prepare for battle." Before she could finish speaking, the explosive tags attached to the kunai ignited. Flames and thick smoke instantly engulfed the area, and through the haze, several figures charged toward them. At that critical moment, Haruta suddenly formed hand seals. The ground beneath them trembled slightly. This chakra. Is it really that strong? Yuzuki Yujao was stunned. Though she was only 13 years old, the fact that she had joined Anbu proved her considerable talent. But she had read Haruta's report. This newly recruited Anbu was even younger than her. No wonder his evaluation was outstanding across the board. As she was thinking this, the ground suddenly cracked, and countless spikes of earth erupted upward, instantly ensnaring their attackers. Amidst the swirling smoke, Haruta suddenly leaped into the fray. Yuzuki Yujao's expression changed. Too reckless. Orochimaru's subordinates won't be easy to deal with. How can he be so rash? Despite her dissatisfaction with Haruta's attitude earlier, she was still concerned for him as a fellow Anbu. Anbu were directly under the Hokage's command, and they embodied the will of fire more than anyone else. Without that will, one wouldn't even qualify to join, let alone earn the Hokage's trust. Even though Anbu sometimes used extreme methods, they were still far more humane than the Root Division, which disregarded the lives of its own comrades. I have to help him. The blade in Yuzuki Yujao's hand gleamed with a cold light as she searched for an opportunity to assist Haruta. However, in the next moment, she realized something. Her initial assumption was completely wrong. Even through the dense smoke, she could still make out Haruta's figure. He was shorter than the others, making him easy to spot. Yet, despite being smaller, his combat prowess was completely unaffected. Through the haze, Yuzuki Yujao clearly saw him move like a specter, weaving in and out of their attackers while launching a relentless assault. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing rang throughout the area, mixed with the unmistakable sound of blades piercing flesh. His speed and mastery over jutsu left Yuzuki Ujao utterly speechless. Before long, the smoke began to clear. Haruta landed softly on the ground, standing calmly, while the enemy ninjas lay defeated around him. Staring at his back, Yuzuki Ujao was momentarily dazed. She hadn't even had a chance to act. Are you okay? Despite her frustration, she still asked out of concern. However, as Haruta turned to face her, he suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her behind him. She was about to speak, but then she froze. Because she heard slow, deliberate footsteps approaching. And with those footsteps came an invisible yet overwhelming pressure. Before long, a pale-skinned man in white robes, with snake-like orange eyes, emerged from the shadows. Yuzuki Ujao's face turned ashen beneath her mask. Orochimaru. Her grip on her sword tightened involuntarily. Even though their mission was to track down Orochimaru, he was still one of the legendary Sannin. Countless ninjas had grown up hearing tales of his strength. Facing him now, her fear was difficult to suppress. Senpai Ujao, don't worry. I'm here. At that moment, Haruta's calm voice reached her ears. Strangely, it brought her a sense of reassurance. I lost my composure. No, anyone would be nervous facing Orochimaru. Haruta shook his head slightly, then spoke seriously. Senpai Ujao, you should leave first and regroup with the others. Then, bring reinforcements here. I'll hold off Orochimaru as long as I can. No way. Before he could finish, Yuzuki Ujao interrupted. I can't let you take on something this dangerous alone. Senpai, now isn't the time to argue. Haruta's eyes remained locked on Orochimaru as he quickly whispered, Senpai, you specialize in kenjutsu, but against someone like Orochimaru, your sword won't be very effective. But I'm different. You saw my abilities just now. Please trust me. Yuzuki Ujao stared at Haruta. Hearing the approaching footsteps, she knew she had no time to hesitate. After a brief pause, she gritted her teeth and nodded. Don't you dare die. You have to wait for me to come back. She shot one last deep look at Haruta before turning and sprinting away. At that moment, Orochimaru stepped forward, stopping about 3 meters from Haruta. Clap, clap, clap. The slow sound of applause echoed through the laboratory. Both Haruta and the departing Yuzuki Ujao felt as if they were being watched by a venomous snake, its gaze chilling them to the bone. Such commendable bravery. Now then, how long do you think you can hold me off? Orochimaru's hoarse voice carried a mix of admiration and amusement. Hearing it, Yuzuki Ujao felt the pressure increase and instinctively quickened her pace. But Haruta remained eerily calm. Once he was certain Ujao was far enough away, he slowly removed his mask. His short black hair and handsome features gave off an unexpectedly likable impression. Facing Orochimaru's sinister presence, he bowed slightly and said, Lord Orochimaru, long time no see. Side mission completed, meet Orochimaru, mission rating, A, reward obtained, 1 free attribute point, special reward for facing Orochimaru and achieving a knee rank, unclaimed cursed seal, Chapter 2, Haruta so it's you. The kid from that orphanage who was taken into root? Orochimaru paused for a moment as he recognized Haruta's face, then a playful smile spread across his lips. If I remember correctly, your name is Shigaru Haruta, right? Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Lord Denzo sent me to see you. Haruta nodded. It was quite absurd for Orochimaru to expose his identity as a root member in front of Anbu operatives. But he had an even more outrageous identity. He was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he had been a laid-back office worker. One who avoided unnecessary trouble, enjoyed a drink after work, and mastered the art of slacking off while on the clock. He still remembered the night before he transmigrated. He had met a college girl at a bar who told him about her unfortunate circumstances. Her father was critically ill, her mother was unemployed, and her younger brother was still in school, while she herself struggled to pay tuition. Wanting to do a good deed, he had planned to understand her situation better. However, before anything could happen, he dozed off while waiting for her to finish showering. Only to wake up in this world. Fortunately, the timeline he had landed in meant he didn't have to worry about surviving the Third Shinobi War. But Hidden Leaf Village's iron fist of discipline soon taught him how harsh reality could be. As an orphan taken in by Yakushi Nano, he not only witnessed Obito, the most devoted grandson, send the fourth Hokage and his wife to their deaths, but also personally experienced Denzo's recruitment of orphans for Root. Originally, he had just wanted to sit back and watch the drama unfold. But when Yakushi Kabuto volunteered himself, Denzo's gaze unexpectedly fell upon Haruta as well. Although he wasn't assigned to infiltrate foreign villages, Root was never a place fit for humans. Denzo's training methods were as traditional as they were brutal. Instead of lectures, he preferred using fists to enhance physical awareness. A hands-on approach to achieving spiritual enlightenment. In such a harsh environment, and with his own uncertain future ahead, Haruta's mindset began to shift. If I don't kill this old bastard first, how the hell am I supposed to survive? For the sake of his own life, Haruta made a firm resolution: Denzo must die. And as fate would have it, it was at that moment that his transmigrator's cheat finally arrived. Since you're from Root, then. Orochimaru gave Haruta a bemused look but did not forget the most important matter at hand. Did you bring what I asked for? I wouldn't dare neglect Lord Denzo's mission. Haruta immediately retrieved a scroll and tossed it to Orochimaru. Even after defecting, Denzo never cut off his support for Orochimaru. Haruta was merely the delivery boy. Orochimaru caught the scroll with ease and began inspecting it carefully. Meanwhile, Haruta took the opportunity to quietly open his status panel. Shigaru Haruta, overall physical attributes, LV6, Chakra, LV6, abilities, Water Style, LV5, Earth Style, LV6, Taijutsu, LV5, Fuinjutsu, LV5, Unclaimed Cursed Seal. More, free attribute points, 5. Haruta's cheat didn't come with an eye assistant, and its mechanics were quite simple. In short, it materialized his objectives into system missions. Completing them yielded rewards. How he completed them didn't matter. And the rewards were completely random. Jutsu, money, even ninja tools. However, the most valuable reward was free attribute points, which he could distribute to enhance his stats. The only catch was that each level up required an increasing number of points. For example, upgrading an LV6 ability required 6 points. This mission wasn't particularly difficult, yet it had given him a significant reward. In addition to the free attribute points, he had obtained a unclaimed cursed seal. If I remember correctly, Orochimaru developed the cursed seal from his research on Jago, who could naturally absorb and integrate Senjutsu energy. Senjutsu was essentially Sage mode, and even though Orochimaru's version was flawed, the thought of it still excited Haruta. After all, his system didn't grant bloodline abilities like the Sharingan or other Kekkei Genkai. At first, he had found this quite puzzling. But after digging deeper, he had despaired. Simply put, his family lineage was utterly ordinary. His ancestors were neither noble nor powerful. In other words, he had no special bloodline potential. And since bloodlines weren't part of his system's reward pool, his only path forward was becoming a pure stats monster. For example, his overall physical attribute stat was a comprehensive measure of strength, speed, reaction time, mental fortitude, and more. Each 2-level increment roughly corresponded to a rank in shinobi strength. At LV6, he was already in the Jonin tier. And a well-rounded one at that, with no weak points. His chakra stat determined his total chakra reserves and was interlinked with his physical attributes, since chakra was generated through a balance of physical and spiritual energy. Jutsu like Earth Style and Wind Style simply indicated his proficiency in those nature transformations. But most importantly, his growth potential had no apparent limit. Of course, that was something to worry about later. Right now, he needed his cheat to help him break free from Denzo's grasp. Because following Denzo was a one-way ticket to death. Not bad. As Haruta examined his status panel, Orochimaru finished inspecting the scroll. He looked at Haruta with intrigue. But I'm quite curious about something. You're currently in Anbu. Was it because of Shizue Uchiha? And why did you choose such a dramatic way to visit my lab? Isn't that a little disrespectful? Even after leaving Hidden Leaf Village, Orochimaru still kept tabs on certain matters. Like the fact that Shizue Uchiha had joined Anbu. As for this current situation, it was Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru. Haruta spoke softly, and Orochimaru's expression shifted in understanding. Ah, if Jiraiya had noticed something, then their actions make perfect sense. As for myself, well, it's just as you said, Lord Orochimaru. I thought so. A trace of disdain appeared on Orochimaru's pale face as he lightly shook his head. Denzo would never risk sacrificing his clan-affiliated subordinates. But an orphan from a commoner background? You're the perfect choice for him. Having a root member embedded in Anbu to monitor Shizue Uchiha. Yes, that sounds exactly like him. Haruta pressed his lips together. In truth, he desperately wanted to leave Root. But saying that out loud was out of the question. Denzo is as ruthless as ever. And my former sensei remains just as hypocritical, Orochimaru sneered. Denzo is nothing more than Hiruzen's disposable glove. Do you really think Hiruzen isn't aware of his actions? My sensei has grown even more cowardly and weak. He won't even dirty his hands with a little darkness anymore. What's the point of telling me all this? If you're trying to manipulate me, could you at least be a little more subtle? Haruta couldn't help but internally complain. Orochimaru was skilled at sowing doubt, subtly feeding shinobi shocking revelations that could lead them to question everything. In another situation, Haruta might have indulged in some conspiracy talk with Orochimaru. After all, he had read plenty of novels in his past life. But right now, he was more worried about Yuzuki Yojao bringing reinforcements. If she returned and found him chit-chatting with Orochimaru, things would get messy. Alright, you may leave now. Orochimaru seemed to lose interest in conversation, waving him off. But a word of advice. You should leave some evidence on yourself. Otherwise, how will you explain this encounter? Need my help? Thank you for your kindness, Lord Orochimaru, but I can handle it myself. Haruta quickly shook his head. He definitely didn't want Orochimaru touching him. Who knew what kind of surprises he might leave behind? Orochimaru smirked and turned to leave. But just as he reached the exit, he glanced back and chuckled. You'd better hurry. Your teammates won't last much longer. Chapter 3, Senpai, this is the second time. You know. You're actually a pretty nice guy. Watching Orochimaru's figure disappear into the distance, Haruta couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. At the same time, he let out a long sigh of relief. The pressure that Orochimaru exerted was immense. Even for someone like Haruta, who had a system cheat, it was almost unbearable. But this was understandable. Despite how flashy his status panel looked, Haruta's strength, strictly speaking, was only at Jonin level. That said, looking at it from another perspective, Kabuto and I both joined Root at around the same age. 7. But unlike him, I never had to take on foreign infiltration missions. I only completed internal village assignments. And I still managed to level up this much? Thinking about it, Haruta couldn't help but feel that something was seriously off. Just how badly was Denzo exploiting child labor? Then again, in hindsight, he supposed he was lucky. Compared to Kabuto and those unfortunate kids forced onto the battlefield during the Third Shinobi War, what he went through was practically nothing. New mission acquired, rescue the Anbu operatives. Haruta wasn't surprised by the new mission. If anything, having a mission was a good thing. Without missions, how was he supposed to break free from Denzo? How was he supposed to stab his boss in the back and escape his current predicament? Besides, being a hidden leave village ninja meant having a stable government job in one of the 5 great shinobi villages. And the end goal of all things was job security. He had no intention of throwing away that position. But even a veteran slacker like him had ambitions. The key to career advancement was waiting for your boss to get promoted first. And if they couldn't get promoted, well, then you had to wait for them to ascend to heaven. As an experienced corporate survivor, Haruta knew how to navigate the workplace. While putting his mask back on, he glanced at his status panel again. With 5 free attribute points, he had plenty of options for upgrades. Any skill at LV5 or below could be enhanced. But right now, what interested him the most was his newly acquired, Unclaimed Cursed Seal. Unclaimed Cursed Seal, a product of sealing natural energy into a curse mark, can be bound to the user, preventing the chaotic effects of nature energy. Activating it enhances abilities based on level. Haruta fully understood the pros and cons of the Cursed Seal. While he was excited, he also needed to be cautious. The last thing he wanted was to end up like Jago or Sasuke, losing control of his mind. However, his system's version of the Cursed Seal seemed different. For once, his system, which had never given him any truly broken rewards, actually provided something useful. I just wonder how strong the low-level seal is. And why do all my rewards seem to be pushing me toward becoming a stat monster? Haruta couldn't help but complain. But then again, being a stat monster wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Technically speaking, wasn't the first Hokage himself just a stat monster? Bind the Cursed Seal and enhance it. Haruta silently issued the command. Almost instantly, he felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand. He quickly pulled off his glove and looked down. A black, 3-tomoe-shaped seal had appeared on the back of his hand. At the same time, his status panel updated. Cursed Seal bound. Current level, LV1, Cursed Seal upgraded to LV3, remaining free points, 2. Processing the influx of information in his mind, Haruta nodded in satisfaction. Then, focusing on his surroundings, he immediately assessed the situation. It was strange. His overall physical attributes, stat-enhanced everything, including his perception skills. So this is one of the benefits of being an all-rounder stat monster, huh? To be honest, if combat efficiency wasn't a priority, he would have dumped all his free points into this stat. Alright, time to move. This is also a good opportunity to test out the Cursed Seal's abilities. Meanwhile, Yuzuki Yajao's face was grim as she stood before several deranged yet incredibly strong enemy shinobi. Following Haruta's advice, She had temporarily withdrawn from the confrontation with Orochimaru to seek reinforcements. But she hadn't expected to run into enemies like these. As expected of Orochimaru. Even after leaving Hidden Leaf Village, he still has this many loyal followers. While fending off her attackers, Yojao analyzed the situation. Normally, a mission targeting Orochimaru wouldn't have fallen to a small team like hers. However, the mission was issued suddenly, and since they were the closest unit available, they had been deployed on short notice. Even though they had mentally prepared for the mission's difficulty and taken every precaution, they still ended up in this dire situation. Which frustrated her greatly. No. I need to move faster. That kid. Dodging a deadly blade, Yojao gritted her teeth. Especially when she thought about Haruta choosing to stay behind and face Orochimaru alone. Her determination hardened even further. As she fought off the fearless, mindless enemies surrounding her, she suddenly leapt into the air, spinning her ninjato mid-flight. This was her own, self-created kinjutsu technique. Though still in its early stages, it was more than sufficient for fighting to the death. Hidden Leaf Village Rue, Hazy Moon. Her blade blurred into a mirage as she slashed downward at her enemies. But those enemies merely screamed and charged forward without hesitation. There was madness in their eyes. Pure insanity. In just the blink of an eye, they were right in front of her. Ignoring her blade entirely, they swung their own weapons directly at her. These weren't ordinary shinobi. They were Orochimaru's experimental subjects. But their loyalty to him was absolute. Anyone who came to challenge Orochimaru was an enemy. Even if it meant dying in the process, they were willing to take their foes down with them. Damn it. Yojao realized their insanity, but there was no backing down now. Her resolve was just as unshakable. She had to win. She had to find the rest of her team. She had to save Haruta. The two sides drew closer. Their blades already slicing through each other's clothing. And just before their weapons clashed, their expressions suddenly changed. Because at that moment, the ground trembled. Earth-style wall. A massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, forcing both sides apart. Boom. The wall's durability exceeded all expectations. Neither Yojao's attacks nor the enemy's strikes could immediately break through. Dust and debris filled the air, and with the wall acting as a barrier, both sides were repelled backward. Yojao stumbled slightly as she landed. And before she could fully regain her balance, she felt someone catch her. Startled, she whipped her head around. Through the swirling smoke and dust, she saw a disheveled but resolute figure standing before her. And then, she heard a familiar voice, tinged with amusement. Senpai, this is the second time. You really should be more careful from now on. Chapter 4, The Cursed Seal. Seeing Yojao still slightly dazed, Haruta smiled before turning his gaze forward. Even though she wore a mask, he knew that this young senpai, only a year or two older than him, was actually quite pretty. Are you alright? Yojao had no idea that her junior was mentally derailing into completely unnecessary thoughts. Instead, she asked with concern. And what about Orochimaru? Orochimaru didn't want to waste too much time. Maybe he was worried about our reinforcements. Haruta spoke calmly. Their squad was only sent as the vanguard because they happened to be closest. Though, of course, that was also one of Denzo's plans. So I got lucky and managed to hold out against him. That's good, that's really good. Yojao let out a sigh of relief. Though it was a shame that Orochimaru got away, the fact that Haruta had survived against one of the legendary Sannin was already a miracle in itself. Are you injured? Don't worry, I'm fine. Haruta glanced down at himself. His wounds only looked bad. In reality, they weren't serious at all. After all, he had inflicted them on himself. Besides, his physical attributes were incredibly high, and his recovery rate was no joke. Boom. Just as they were talking, the earthen wall Haruta had previously erected finally shattered, sending debris and furious roars echoing through the underground laboratory. Yojao immediately tightened her grip on her ninjato. But before she could act, Haruta gently grabbed her hand. Senpai, let me handle this. You. No, you're injured, how can? Yojao instinctively wanted to refuse, but Haruta shook his head. I just joined the squad, and we haven't trained together much. I'm worried that a mistake might happen. Besides, I don't want to see you get hurt again. You. Haruta's words made Yojao's heart skip a beat. Does this guy even think about what he says before speaking? Fortunately, Haruta released her hand and strode toward the howling monsters ahead. These people were barely human anymore. But I'll still need your support, senpai. If things get rough, I'll count on you to back me up. Haruta's corporate survival skills were on full display. On one hand, he emphasized their lack of teamwork. On the other, he made sure Yojao wouldn't feel useless. This not only preserved her dignity, but also gave her a sense of involvement. Most importantly, Haruta was finally going to test out the full power of the cursed seal. This lab was probably one of Orochimaru's cursed seal research sites too, right? Looking at these monstrous enemies, each covered in black markings and exuding wild, chaotic nature energy, Haruta was convinced. Roar. One of the creatures let out a furious snarl and charged straight at him. Watch out. Yojo immediately called out in warning. But at that moment, Haruta moved. The mark on the back of his hand faintly glowed. In an instant, a powerful aura of natural chakra radiated from his body. Just as the cursed seal's description stated, Haruta wasn't affected by the chaotic nature energy. His mind remained completely clear. But the boost isn't as overwhelming as I expected. As a stat monster, Haruta had an extremely precise understanding of his own physical capabilities. He could immediately tell how much of an enhancement the cursed seal provided. It boosts me to around elite Jonin level. But if I want to go beyond that, I'll either need to level up the seal or increase my base stats. The cursed seal was essentially a weaker version of Sage Mode. Which was stronger? The cursed seal or actual Sage Mode? Haruta wasn't sure. After all, one was obtained through external means, while the other required self-mastery. But one thing he knew for sure. This natural energy could rival the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Roar. A monstrous shinobi lunged forward, his hands morphing into razor-sharp claws, slashing toward Haruta with terrifying force. However, Haruta, now in his enhanced state, reacted instantly. Thanks to the cursed seal, his perception was sharper than ever. With a quick sidestep, he effortlessly dodged the attack. At the same time, his kunai lashed out, stabbing toward the creature's throat. He's faster than before? Yojo had been watching the battlefield closely. She immediately noticed the difference in Haruta's movements. And in that moment, she finally understood. No wonder he survived against Orochimaru. Haruta's swift counterattack forced the monstrous shinobi to change tactics. But instead of pursuing, Haruta suddenly tilted his head slightly. Swish. Another enemy had appeared behind him, lunging in for an ambush. Only to miss entirely. As strands of hair fluttered through the air, Haruta calmly completed a one-handed hand seal. Earth-style, Atlium Jutsu. Infused with natural chakra, the ground beneath them softened and began to spiral. One of the enemy shinobi didn't even have time to react before he was sucked underground. Haruta quickly formed another seal. Earth-style, rising earth spears. The soft ground hardened instantly, forming razor-sharp spikes. The trapped shinobi, his entire body covered in cursed seal markings, couldn't escape in time. The spikes impaled him completely. At the same time, Haruta's kunai shot forward at an unnatural speed. With a sharp whistle, the blade pierced straight through another enemy's throat. As blood sprayed across Haruta's mask, the last remaining experimental subject lunged toward him in a final, desperate attack. Roar. With a monstrous howl, the final enemy threw a powerful punch directly at Haruta's head. But Haruta remained completely unfazed. The moment the fist connected with his skull. Crack. His entire body shattered into chunks of hardened earth. A earth clone? When? And that fast? Yojo was completely stunned. The sheer speed of the substitutions and attacks was far beyond her expectations. On one hand, she was relieved. It seemed like the situation was finally under control. But on the other hand, she was starting to feel useless. Did I even do anything? Meanwhile, underground, Haruta sensed something approaching. Outside the lab, a new wave of Anbu operatives had arrived. Their reinforcements had finally come. Good. It's time to wrap this up. With that thought, Haruta made his move. Boom. The ground exploded open as Haruta burst upward. At the same time, his hand seals were already complete. Water-style, Water Dragon Bullet. A roaring water dragon surged forward, crashing violently into the final enemy and smashing him into the ground. But the enemy wasn't ready to die yet. Even as Haruta charged in, the experimental subject threw several kunai at him in a last-ditch effort. However, Haruta, still in his cursed seal-enhanced state, effortlessly dodged each attack. And in the very next instant, his kunai pierced straight through the enemy's skull. At that moment, Haruta's vision flashed, and a notification appeared. Mission complete, rescue the Anbu operatives, Chapter 5, New Gains. It looks like we were a step too late. Orochimaru still managed to escape. In the Hokage's office in Hidden Leaf Village, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, held a pipe in his mouth as he read the report in his hands. He glanced at the assembled Anbu before him, his gaze lingering on Haruta, who stood at the back of the group. With a hint of resignation, he finally spoke. Although we suffered some losses, obtaining intel on Orochimaru is already a significant gain. Besides, we were unprepared, So this mission isn't considered a failure. You've all worked hard. Thank you, Lord Hokage. The gathered Anbu members immediately bowed slightly in response, while Haruta, standing among them, pursed his lips. So this counted as an achievement for the most successful failure case, huh? Haruta knew full well that the third Hokage probably never really intended to deal with Orochimaru in the first place. Otherwise, when Orochimaru defected from Hidden Leaf Village, why didn't this Hokage, who was still at the tail end of his prime, put an end to him? After all, in just a few years, this very man would give his nod of approval to someone who would go on to commit a true "I wiped out my entire clan" act. But whatever the third Hokage was thinking had little to do with Haruta. He stayed in Hidden Leaf Village partly because the civil servant benefits were attractive, and partly because he hadn't killed Denzo yet. Besides, staying in Hidden Leaf Village meant he had its protection. And even if he ever did something questionable, Hidden Leaf Village could take the blame for him. That was a pretty sweet deal. Alright, you may all go rest now. Just as Haruta was lost in his thoughts, Hiruzen suddenly spoke again. However, his eyes once more landed on Haruta, and he unexpectedly smiled. Haruta-kun, I'd like you to stay for a moment. Haruta, who had been about to slip away with the others, stiffened slightly upon hearing this. He had no idea what kind of trouble the third Hokage was about to throw his way, but he remained standing obediently. After all, if you wanted to get ahead in the workplace, you had to listen to the boss. Haruta-kun, according to the report, your performance in this mission was outstanding. Once the other Anbu members had left, Hiruzen finally spoke with a smile. By the way, how does working in Anbu compare to your time en route? Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. Whether en route or Anbu, I am always serving Hidden Leaf Village. Haruta immediately put on a righteous expression, though inwardly, he couldn't help but think. Anbu was way better than route. Not to mention, he had spent quite a few free points to level up his sealing jutsu to LV5. If he had used those points for physical attributes instead, he could have pushed his physique to LV7 by now. And then there was Denzo. That stubborn old snake who was as unbearable as a can of rotten herring. Always acting like he was about to order the massacre of someone's entire family. Aside from Haruta, were any of his subordinates even normal people? But no matter what he thought, facing the third Hokage, who was both Denzo's old buddy and someone willing to let Orochimaru off the hook, Haruta decided to keep his thoughts to himself. That's right, all for Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen, oblivious to Haruta's true thoughts, looked quite pleased with his response. Although our roles are different, my old friend really did train an excellent talent for me. Route's purpose, after all, is to nurture and prepare operatives for Anbu. Hearing this, Haruta didn't even know how to respond. Clearly, Orochimaru had been right. This third Hokage was well aware of why he had been thrown into Anbu. Which wasn't surprising. Hiruzen and Denzo had likely been engaged in behind-the-scenes power struggles for ages. You did exceptionally well in this mission. According to Anbu regulations, you will receive a fitting reward. Hiruzen continued with a smile. Additionally, since there were casualties this time, some squads will be reorganized. Your current squad will also be restructured. I will be assigning new members to your team. Haruta froze for a moment. Was this Denzo making his move? Using Orochimaru to take out a few Anbu members, forcing Haruta to hand over research materials, and even gaining some control over Anbu's personnel assignments? Not bad, old man. Not bad at all. Haruta was already considering whether, when the time came to kill that old snake, he should at least leave him a whole corpse. I will follow Lord Hokage's arrangements. Haruta nodded and agreed without hesitation. Good. Hiruzen still wore that ever-pleasant smile. Yujao works well with you, and since Fujikawa is injured, he will take time to recover. So, you should also rest for now. Relax a little. I'm looking forward to your future performance in Anbu. Truly a master and apprentice. As Haruta turned to leave the office, he couldn't help but scoff internally. These two spoke in circles. What they said on the surface was one thing, but the underlying meaning was something else entirely. Good thing Haruta was a seasoned player. He knew exactly which words to take seriously and which to conveniently misinterpret. But their relationship is too weird. Could it really be because of the Nine Tails incident? The third lost his wife, and so. Suddenly, Haruta shivered, an inexplicable image flashing through his mind. Denzo being forced to bow his head under Hiruzen's grip, stammering with hesitation. The sheer absurdity of the thought turned his face pale. God, that was disgusting. At least let the lights be off before such a horrifying mental image appears. You're finally out? Just as Haruta was feeling nauseated by his own imagination, a voice interrupted his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Yujao-senpai? Turning his head, Haruta saw the unmasked Yuzuki Yujao. He casually removed his own mask and smiled. Senpai, were you waiting for me? Yuzhou nodded before speaking seriously. You're still new to Anbu, so there are many things you're unfamiliar with. And during this mission, you saved me twice. Was she about to offer herself as repayment? Haruta raised an eyebrow in amusement. After all, he was quite confident in his dignified and handsome appearance. In any profession, good looks were always an asset. Otherwise, why was it that attractive people always ended up together? How about I treat you to ramen, senpai? Despite his outrageous inner thoughts, Haruta spoke with a perfectly normal suggestion. Huh? Yuzhou was momentarily taken aback. How had the conversation suddenly turned into Haruta treating her instead? Before she could respond, Haruta grinned and continued. As a junior, it's only natural for me to treat my senpai. Besides, if all goes well, we'll likely be teammates from now on. I hope senpai will take care of me in the future. This. Yuzhou hesitated, but Haruta didn't give her a chance to refuse. He reached out, took her hand, and smiled. Alright, senpai, let's go. I heard Akiraku Ramen is a great place. Can you believe I've never tried it all these years? Besides, I also wanted to thank you. Thank me? Yuzhou looked puzzled, but Haruta simply smiled and led her away without explaining. Meanwhile, in his vision, a system notification appeared. Side mission completed, rescue Anbu teammate, mission rating, B, reward obtained, Hidden Leaf Village style Kenjutsu, Yuzuki Yuzhou, merged with existing Taijutsu LV5, Chapter 6, Senpai, are you questioning Lord Hokage? Hidden Leaf Village Rikenjutsu, at its core, was still a branch of Taijutsu. Haruta's system had an interesting feature. Whenever he mastered or received a reward related to a certain skill category, he could instantly integrate it and perform at the highest level he had reached within that category. Just like with his water style and earth style techniques, once his level increased, any new jutsu he learned would automatically be as powerful as his current tier allowed. In theory, this ability made him absurdly strong. But the problem was, free points were hard to come by. They were entirely tied to mission difficulty, meaning his progress depended solely on his own efforts. If he wasn't careful, he could end up dead in an instant. He was the very definition of starting from nothing and building up, with every rise and fall relying entirely on himself. Still, the skills I got this time are pretty interesting. His mission reward had come through Yuzuki Yuzhou, meaning he had also acquired some of her abilities. Crescent Moon Dance, Hazy Night, and Hidden Leaf Village Continuous Slash. The first two were understandable, but the last one left him a bit confused. Wasn't that the name of some move from a gacha game? Oh well, it didn't really matter. What was important was that these new abilities would significantly boost his combat power. And if Saratobe Hiruzen actually followed through on the rewards he had promised, wouldn't that be an even bigger power-up? As they walked through the streets of Hidden Leaf Village, Yuzhou, now dressed in casual clothes, noticed Haruta seemed distracted. She looked at him with some concern and asked softly, "What's on your mind? You seem a bit out of it." "It's nothing," Haruta quickly shook his head and sighed. "Just thinking about our injured and fallen teammates." His words made Yuzhou pause. After a moment of contemplation, she responded seriously, "This is the fate of the Anbu. We accepted this reality the moment we joined. We are the ones who stand at the very front, protecting Hidden Leaf Village." "I understand, senpai." Haruta nodded immediately. He had no intention of getting dragged into some emotional conversation. So, he quickly echoed her words with righteous enthusiasm. "We walk in the shadows and serve the light. That is the duty of the Anbu. Serve the light. That is the Anbu." Yuzhou was visibly moved by his words. Such a simple phrase, yet it perfectly encapsulated the essence of their existence. For a moment, she found herself reflecting. This boy had only just joined Anbu, yet he seemed to understand its purpose better than she did. She and her senior, Gecko Hayate, had been part of Anbu for 2 years now. So why did it feel like this new recruit already surpassed her in dedication? Yuzhou fell silent, lost in thought. Thankfully, Haruta wasn't the type to let a conversation die. As they chatted, they quickly found common ground, and the atmosphere became much livelier. Haruta also used this opportunity to learn more about his senpai. Her love for flower viewing, her passion for kenjutsu, and even her opinions on their fellow shinobi. Yuzhou spoke seriously, while Haruta listened with great interest. "If I get the chance, I'd love to learn some sword techniques from you, senpai. I hope you'll be willing to teach me." "Of course, no problem. And just call me Yuzhou. But in the field, use code names." As they continued talking and laughing, Yuzhou was especially delighted to learn that Haruta shared her interest in swordsmanship. Before long, they arrived at Akiraku Ramen. Since it was already past peak hours, the place wasn't very crowded. But Haruta was surprised to see a small blonde-haired boy standing under the eaves nearby. The kid clutched his empty stomach while glancing longingly toward the ramen stand. That little brat. Yaojao frowned slightly when she saw him. Clearly, she didn't know much about Naruto. Like many in the village, she harbored a subconscious sense of disdain toward him. What's up with that kid? Haruta, knowing exactly what was going on, intentionally blinked innocently as he asked the question. Haven't you heard the rumors? Now it was Yaojao's turn to look at him in confusion. Lowering her voice, she explained, according to the stories, that kid is the embodiment of the nine-tailed fox. The one responsible for the disaster 5 years ago. 5 years ago, the Nine-Tails attacked Hidden Leaf Village, bringing devastation. The fourth Hokage and his wife perished, and many shinobi and civilians lost their lives. Truly, Obito had an interesting way of repaying kindness with kindness. But if he really is the Nine-Tails incarnate, then why was he allowed to stay in Hidden Leaf Village? Haruta blinked again, feigning curiosity. Yaojao hesitated for a moment before answering with firm conviction, that's because Lord Hokage is merciful. He didn't want to waste time dealing with this brat. Is that so? Haruta tilted his head in confusion. Then he asked with apparent sincerity, but even if Lord Hokage is merciful, shouldn't he still prioritize the safety of the villagers? What if this threat suddenly loses control one day? Yaojao was stunned into silence. For a moment, she had no idea how to respond. She wanted to say that the Anbu, the elite shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village, and the third Hokage were all there to handle it. But the words died in her throat. Because she had witnessed the destruction caused by the Nine-Tails firsthand. She had attended the fourth Hokage's funeral. She knew exactly how terrifying the beast was. So, why had the Hokage chosen to let him stay? Seeing Yaojao's reaction, Haruta understood immediately. Her rank in Anbu wasn't high enough to know the truth about Jinchuriki. In fact, his rank wasn't either. Denzo had never given him access to any classified information regarding Jinchuriki. But Haruta had the advantage of being a reincarnator. And as an experienced workplace veteran, he knew. If even he wasn't privy to this information, then what was there to worry about? He wasn't some lunatic from the Uchiha clan, after all. He was a loyal, dedicated, and humble public servant of Hidden Leaf Village. If anything, Denzo would probably be thrilled if he got close to Naruto. So, senpai, don't doubt Lord Hokage's wisdom. Haruta casually patted Yaojao's shoulder and grinned. Rumors are just rumors. As Anbu, our duty is to trust in the Hokage. You wouldn't suspect Lord Hokage of endangering Hidden Leaf Village, would you? Of course not. Also, just call me Yaojao. Yaojao seemed uncertain. Whether it was because of Haruta's overly familiar attitude or because his words had given her something to think about. She realized she had no real rebuttal. Because if she argued against him, wouldn't that mean she was questioning the Hokage? And that was absolutely the wrong stance for an Anbu member to take. Still, years of ingrained rumors made her feel uneasy. But Haruta didn't care about any of that. He had already grabbed Yaojao's hand and was heading straight for Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was still oblivious to their approach. He was too busy counting the measly coins in his tiny frog wallet. And then, suddenly, huh? That's barely enough for one bowl of ramen. A young boy's voice rang out beside him. Chapter 7, Naruto's level of poverty honestly shocked Haruta. If he remembered correctly, Naruto was supposed to receive a stipend from the village, wasn't he? So why did he seem this broke? Huh? Hearing a voice behind him, Naruto shuddered and turned around, looking at Haruta and Yaojao with a bit of confusion. Then, as if realizing something, he instinctively took 2 steps back. Who are you guys? We were on our way to Akiraku for some ramen and happened to see you. Haruta shrugged nonchalantly, rubbing his chin as he glanced at Naruto's frog wallet. We were thinking of getting to know you, maybe even letting you treat us. But then, Naruto's eye twitched as he looked at his pitifully empty frog wallet. Even if he emptied it out, it wouldn't be enough to cover a meal for all 3 of them. But he didn't dare say that out loud. He had already suffered enough heavy-handed lessons from the villagers. So, with a miserable expression, he lowered his head. Sorry. I spent my money on other things, so I don't have any left. Seeing Naruto like this, Yaojao felt momentarily lost. She had spent most of her time training in Anbu. Although she went home occasionally, she had never interacted with Naruto. All she knew were the rumors. And honestly, even if she had encountered him before, she probably wouldn't have approached him. Her heart was still full of hatred toward the Nine-Tails. But this kid didn't seem at all like the rumors described. I see. Haruta wasn't surprised by Naruto's response. Even though he sometimes wondered if Naruto had been hit by a Koto Umatsukami, he had to admit. Naruto was truly the son of the ninja world. Man, you're really dirt poor. What did you even spend all your money on? Naruto remained silent. He never understood why the entire village seemed to hate him so much. Just being able to buy things was already a luxury for him. So whenever he got the chance, he would buy a bunch of stuff all at once. Which, of course, left him completely broke. But he didn't dare say anything. He was afraid of another beating. However, to his shock, the older boy in front of him suddenly spoke up. Forget it. Since you're an orphan too, I'll treat you today. But you better pay me back later. Huh? Naruto stared at Haruta in disbelief. You're treating me? Yeah. So, are you coming or not? Haruta shrugged and started walking toward the ramen stand, not even waiting for Naruto's response. If you're not, that's fine. I'll save some money. I'm coming. Before Haruta could even finish his sentence, Naruto shouted and immediately ran after him. He was overjoyed. It wasn't often in Hidden Leaf Village that he met someone who didn't hate him. Let alone someone willing to buy him food. Inside a kairaku ramen, the three of them sat at the counter, having already placed their orders. Tuki greeted them warmly, while his daughter, Ayam, curiously observed the trio. For one, they weren't familiar faces. And second, she was surprised. Aside from her father, who else in the village would treat Naruto to a meal? As they waited for their ramen, Naruto, unable to contain his curiosity, started chatting. Big bro, big sis, are you guys ninjas? We? Haruta glanced at himself, then at the silent Yujao. Since neither of them was wearing a headband, he casually shook his head. Nope. We're not ninjas. Yujao nearly choked on her own breath. As Anbu, they usually wore masks instead of headbands. And since they had just come from the Hokage's office, they hadn't been wearing them. But how did that make them not ninjas? Oh, that's too bad. Naruto pouted but quickly perked up, clenching his fists with determination. One day, I'm definitely gonna be a ninja. And not just any ninja. I'm gonna be Hokage. But... Haruta smirked, ready to throw a bucket of cold water on Naruto's enthusiasm. Before we talk about becoming Hokage, shouldn't you at least have enough money to eat? Think about it. Ninja training costs money. You need money for weapons, for food, for nutrition. And right now, you can't even pay for your own ramen. Damn it. Naruto's face scrunched up in frustration. But he was stubborn. I'll make enough money. One day, I'll treat you to ramen every day. How about you start by paying me back for this meal first? Haruta smirked again, crushing the little blonde's spirit once more. Seeing Naruto looking completely defeated, Yujao finally decided to step in. Alright, stop teasing him. Once he enters the academy, things will be fine. Then, she turned to Naruto, curious. Why do you want to be a ninja so badly? And why aim for Hokage? I'm not just saying it. Naruto pouted, rubbing his growling stomach. I don't know why. But it feels like most of the village doesn't like me. I don't want to be ignored anymore. I want people to notice me. I want them to acknowledge me. Grandpa Hokage told me that if I become Hokage, everyone will accept me. So I have to become Hokage. Yujao was stunned. She hadn't expected that answer. He just wants to be acknowledged? For the first time, she wondered. Had everyone misunderstood this kid? Meanwhile, Haruta pressed his lips together. Then why, when you got to the academy, did you start following those little brats and pulling pranks all the time? Sure, it got you attention. But was that really the best way to earn recognition? Just then, Haruta sensed something and looked up sharply. Yujao noticed it too. They both turned to see a silver-haired man with a mask approaching. And in the distance, another person was watching from the shadows. Kakashi-senpai? Yujao immediately recognized him. And Kakashi, after glancing at Naruto, simply shrugged and said, So, this is where you guys were. Hope I'm not interrupting anything. I know this is a bit sudden, but you should probably meet your new teammate now, don't you think? New teammate. Yujao looked toward the hidden figure in the corner. Haruta, without hesitation, stood up. Alright then, let's go, senpai. Naruto, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. Wait. Teammate. Hold on. You guys are ninjas? But you just said. Kid, consider this your first lesson. Haruta smirked as he ruffled Naruto's hair. Ninjas aren't playing some kid's game. You need to observe carefully. And most importantly, never blindly trust what people say. But. No buts. Haruta cut him off. You lost this one, kid. And as punishment, you're eating all 3 bowls of ramen by yourself. Huh? Naruto blinked in confusion. Then, realization dawned on him. Wait. How is that even a punishment? That's a reward. But before he could say anything, He saw Haruta giving him a knowing smile. Naruto's eyes stung a little. For the first time, it felt like someone acknowledged him. Crap. I forgot to ask their names. Meanwhile, Kakashi watched silently, then turned to leave. He had a complicated feeling about Naruto, but one thought lingered in his mind. That kid. He's not bad. Just then, Taki suddenly ran out. Wait, Kakashi-san. What is it, Taki? That'll be 3 extra large bowls of ramen. Your total comes to. Kakashi's lone visible eye twitched. Maybe I judged Haruta a little too soon. Chapter 8, You're going too far. On the riverbank within Hidden Leaf Village, a young man with short black hair and the signature red Sharingan eyes smiled as he introduced himself. Hello, I am the newly assigned member to this squad. My name is Shizue Uchiha. Please take care of me. Haruta wasn't the least bit surprised to see him. After his meeting with the third Hokage, he was already certain that his boss, Denzo, had reached some kind of agreement with his old friend. After all, he had already been sent to Anbu. If Denzo couldn't achieve his goals now, wouldn't that mean Haruta had been sent here for nothing? And knowing Denzo, a man who took pride in being ruthless, someone who wouldn't even lose in a fight against a rabid dog, he would never allow that to happen. Shizue-senpai, I wasn't expecting you. Yojao looked genuinely surprised. Shizue was only slightly older than her, but he had entered Anbu as a recognized genius. Unlike most Uchiha, he wasn't arrogant or condescending, which had earned him a good reputation within Anbu. So why was someone like him suddenly assigned to their squad? Yojao had assumed their new squad member would be someone like Gecko Hayate or another shinobi with a similar background. It's just a matter of assignment needs. Shizue smiled as he explained, Lord Hokage said this team was performing exceptionally well but had suffered losses due to recent missions. He thought I would work well with you two, so I was selected. His words were humble. So much so that even Haruta, a seasoned schemer, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Because if his memory served him correctly, this Uchiha hero wasn't exactly the brightest. He had a habit of being weak when he should be strong and being strong when he should be weak. Like when he gave up and committed suicide instead of fighting back. Even ghosts couldn't drag him back from that decision. But for now, he actually seemed pretty decent. Shizue-senpai, my name is Shigaru Haruta. Please guide me from now on. Despite his inner thoughts, Haruta kept up a friendly smile and nodded. Regardless of what kind of person Shizue was, Haruta's mission for Root was already progressing smoothly. He could just do a half-hearted job and still make it seem like he was grateful for Denzo's guidance. Besides, Shizue had a Mangekyo Sharingan. If things ever got messy, at least there would be someone around to cover their escape. After a few minutes of casual conversation, the three of them were becoming more familiar with each other. Yojao, despite her somewhat cold demeanor, was actually warm at heart. And Shizue? Well, he was the kind of Uchiha the second Hokage would have loved. Humble, polite, and easygoing. But then, Shizue suddenly hesitated before speaking up, his voice curious but soft. Yojao, Haruta. Earlier, I saw you both talking to that kid. You mean Naruto? Haruta blinked, while Yojao looked a bit awkward. Even though they had only interacted with Naruto briefly, she had started feeling like maybe he wasn't as bad as the rumors claimed. Yes. Shizue nodded. He recalled what the third Hokage had told him and the whispers throughout the village. So, he felt it was necessary to warn his teammates. You both must have heard the rumors. That kid. He's seen as a bad omen. Oh, here we go again. Haruta and Yojao exchanged a glance. Haruta's eyes were full of amusement, while Yojao's face was full of embarrassment. Their expressions didn't go unnoticed by Shizue, who suddenly felt confused. Did he say something wrong? Shizue-senpai, can I ask you a question? Of course. Go ahead. Senpai. Haruta gave him a serious look. You're going too far. Are you questioning Lord Hokage's judgment? Shizue Uchiha's expression changed instantly. Hidden Leaf Village, Root's underground base. Deep underground, dark and oppressive air filled the space. Even though the base was built with towering halls, elegant corridors, and massive training grounds, the atmosphere remained cold and suffocating. Denzo loved this kind of setting. To him, Root should exist in Hidden Leaf Village as shadow, deeply embedded in the darkness. And its duty? To eliminate any threats to Hidden Leaf Village. By any means necessary. Of course, whether any of this was actually true didn't matter. As long as he believed it, that was all that mattered. That brat should have already handed the intel over to Orochimaru. And he should have met up with Shizue Uchiha by now. Inside his office, Denzo flipped through a scroll as he muttered to himself. Humphrey. Kid, you better not disappoint me. I paid a steep price for this. To Denzo, The idea of an Uchiha joining Anbu was utterly ridiculous. Even though he had once trained alongside Kagami Uchiha, he still found the whole concept absurd. And Shizui, as Kagami's descendant, was no exception. Denzo should be making his move soon. That eye of Kakashi's. Denzo absent-mindedly touched his blind eye, deep in thought. Technically, he could just take out Kagami's preserved eye and use it instead. He had saved it for this very reason. But Kakashi's ability to use Obito Uchiha's Sharingan meant that either the eye itself was special or Kakashi was special. Either way, Denzo wanted that Sharingan back. And at the same time, he wanted to test A's combat ability. The last time A tried to assassinate the third Hokage, he was defeated in a single move by Kakashi. Was wood style actually weaker than the Sharingan? That was something Denzo absolutely refused to accept. This time, A must produce results. Denzo's gaze fell back onto the scrolls in front of him. Aside from being the leader of Root, he was also one of the Hokage's advisors. Which meant he had access to countless intelligence reports. And from those reports, he carefully planned how to make his village know, how to make himself benefit. Denzo's intelligence reports: Land of Rain, still in chaos. Hanzo, that cowardly bastard, screwed me over. Because of him, I had to rebuild Root, and now he's just hiding like a turtle? Land of Earth, Onoki still wants to expand southward? Looks like tensions with Hidden Sand Village are escalating. Maybe I should fan the flames and make them fight harder. Kabuto's reports on Land of Wind, so Hidden Mist Village is harassing Hidden Sand Village? Raza is going insane. How will he handle attacks from both Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Stones Village? I should look into this. If I can, I'll eliminate that woman. After all, she does have Scorch style. Land of Lightning, those bastards from Hidden Clouds Village are still as ambitious as ever. Looks like they have their eyes on the secret arts of Susanami. What a bunch of rabid dogs. Denzo viewed every village the same way. As enemies to be crushed. Unfortunately, his old friend, Hiruzen Sarutobi, didn't share his mindset. Which meant that for now, Denzo had to remain a troublemaker in the shadows. He would forge alliances, assassinate enemies, and do whatever was necessary for Hidden Leaf Village. And, of course, to secure his own rise to power. One day, I will conquer the ninja world. Hiruzen. You're far too soft. As he muttered this, a familiar voice suddenly echoed beside him. Is that so? Maybe. But I also think, Denzo, you're going too far. Chapter 9, That's My Man. Hiruzen, what are you doing here? Denzo had to admit. He was genuinely startled. If someone had managed to sneak into Root undetected, the consequences would be unthinkable. But upon realizing it was his old friend, he quickly regained his composure. Truth be told, he had never liked Hiruzen all that much. Sure, they had been comrades for decades. Sure, Hiruzen had pardoned him for his assassination attempt. But even now, Denzo still wasn't Hokage. Wasn't that entirely Hiruzen's fault? Of course, he would never say that out loud. Instead, he was simply curious. What was his old friend doing here? And besides, Denzo added coldly, while my words may have been a little harsh, haven't your actions shown your own weakness time and time again? Is that what this is about? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. He also noticed that Denzo wasn't even calling him Hokage. But he didn't dwell on it. He was used to it after all these years. You sent that boy into Anbu. I didn't interfere. For the sake of unity, I chose to overlook it. After all, Root has always served as a training ground for Anbu. Are you pretending not to know? Or do you really not want to think too deeply about it? Denzo almost blurted out those words, but rationality held him back. It wasn't worth the argument. But Hiruzen paused slightly before continuing. We had an agreement. You were not to interfere with Naruto. So why are you going back on your word and having that boy interact with him? Don't you think you've gone too far? What? Denzo's mind buzzed for a moment. For a split second, he didn't understand what Hiruzen was talking about. But then, it clicked. Shigaru Haruta. That brat must have made contact with Naruto. But I never gave him such an order. In fact, he shouldn't even know the truth about Naruto's identity. Denzo opened his mouth, wanting to explain. But then, he quickly realized. There was no need to explain. Because deep down, he did want the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki en route. As far as he was concerned, something as dangerous as a Jinchuriki should be kept under Root's control. The Night of the Nine-Tails had cost Hidden Leaf Village its fourth Hokage and countless elite shinobi. The village had been thrown into chaos, its stability shaken. If the fourth Hokage hadn't sealed the beast away, Hidden Leaf Village would have been in an even worse state. Yet his old friend had refused to hand over Naruto to Root. After much discussion, They had ultimately borrowed the approach used by other hidden villages. And as a direct result, Naruto had suffered a miserable childhood. The idea was simple: if a Jinchuriki grows up accustomed to suffering, they will remain emotionally stable, reducing the risk of the tailed beast taking control. But suffering alone wasn't enough. If the Jinchuriki lost their mind, that would be a disaster as well. So, at critical moments, Hiruzen would step in, offering warmth, guidance, and reassurance. All in an attempt to balance the equation. To nurture loyalty while managing the risk. Denzo had always disagreed. But he had never been given an opportunity to act. And now, completely by accident, Haruta had created one for him. It didn't matter why Haruta had spoken to Naruto. This was a golden opportunity. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki needs proper control. You've been monitoring him through Anbu, but I don't believe Anbu is as qualified as Root. Denzo made up his mind. He would take the blame if necessary. Of course. Hiruzen frowned, but he wasn't surprised. So he still hasn't given up on this. But he was furious at Denzo's choice of words. Qualified? You mean Root? The same Root that's best at assassination and kidnapping? Still, he tried to reason with him. You know who Naruto is. He has already suffered enough. Don't you think you're being cruel? Humphrey. You're still too soft, Hiruzen. Denzo cut him off immediately. Of course I know who he is. But don't forget. This was Minato's decision. Minato gave too much for this village. And I've always believed this arrangement is unfair to the child. Hiruzen sighed. But Denzo had no patience for this kind of talk. You're too soft. His voice was harsh and cold. Have you forgotten the horrors of war? Have you forgotten how important a properly trained Jinchuriki is to the village? Compared to the orphans killed by war, compared to the children who never had a home, Naruto is lucky to be living in Hidden Leaf Village at all. Enough. Hiruzen snapped. As much as he hated to admit it. Denzo's logic wasn't wrong. The ninja world was cruel. During the Third Shinobi War, countless young shinobi had been sent to die on the battlefield. Compared to them, Naruto's current life wasn't nearly as bad. But Hiruzen refused to bend. This matter is not up for discussion. Naruto has already suffered enough. He will never be placed under Root's control. His gaze turned icy. Let it go, Denzo. Humphrey. Denzo let out a low grunt. Truthfully, taking responsibility for this had been risky. After all, he had once tried to assassinate Hiruzen and had been caught red-handed. Provoking him too much could be dangerous. But for the sake of his dreams, he endured. His ambitions were simple. 1. To become Hokage. He had been one step too slow back then, and his dream had remained unfulfilled ever since. And 2. To unify the ninja world. In his vision, the world needed only one voice. And that voice should be Hidden Leaf Village's voice. More specifically, his voice. Besides, he knew his old friend well. Hiruzen could be stubborn, but he would sometimes make concessions for the sake of unity. And sure enough. But Hiruzen finally spoke again. Perhaps you're right about one thing. Root does have certain advantages. I'll have to think carefully about it. Humphrey. I see. Denzo scowled, but inside, he was satisfied. Hiruzen was hesitating. Which meant he could continue laying the groundwork. Now, he just needed to figure out what had happened between Haruta and Naruto. If there were no problems, then this could be the perfect opening. That brat is still marked with my curse seal. No matter what, he'll never escape from Root. As Denzo was lost in thought, Hiruzen calmly nodded. As long as you understand. He knew exactly what Denzo was thinking. But now that Haruta had joined Anbu, Denzo could no longer act as he pleased. Root was a training ground for Anbu, and Hiruzen still had the power to correct extreme thinking. At this moment, both men had the exact same thought: that kid. He belongs to me. Chapter 10, Yin Release. So. The peaceful days are over again, huh? Early in the morning, inside the Anbu headquarters, Haruta yawned as he walked inside. Their recovery period had lasted longer than expected, giving Haruta plenty of time to slack off and enjoy himself. He couldn't help but sigh. If only things had been this relaxed back when he was in Root. At least I wouldn't have spent every day thinking about how to kill Denzo, right? After casually greeting a few people around him, Haruta's thoughts drifted to his dear boss. The very man responsible for his miserable childhood. And just thinking about him pissed Haruta off. Especially since the old bastard had forced him to write a report while he was still enjoying his sweet revenge. AKA doing nothing. And the content of that report? He had to detail everything about his mission, including his interactions with Shizue Uchiha. So basically, you just want intel on Shizue and Naruto, huh? Of course, it wasn't just the report. Haruta knew damn well that Denzo had probably already sent people to investigate the situation. Hell, the old fox had definitely spoken with the third Hokage about it too. After all, there was no way Hiruzen would let Denzo establish any sort of connection with Naruto. Hey. I bet that old geezer even took the blame on purpose. Haruta smirked to himself. He had a clean background, so he had nothing to worry about. More importantly, he knew exactly what Denzo's goal was. The old man wanted to be Hokage. But you needed fame and recognition for that. Haruta had made up his mind. From now on, he would make sure that Denzo's name echoed throughout the entire ninja world. Whether it was world-renowned or world-despised. Well, he wouldn't comment on that. After all, his system only had one rule: complete the mission. It didn't care how he did it. So why should I care either? As he made his way deeper into the Anbu base, Haruta soon spotted Yojao and Shisui, who were already waiting for him. They had clearly arrived much earlier than he had. Seeing him approach, they greeted him. "You're late." "Good morning, Haruta-kun." Yojao's tone was cool but warm, while Shisui, well, he looked a little awkward. Their first meeting hadn't exactly gone well. Haruta's one-liner, "Are you questioning Lord Hokage?" had scared the hell out of Shisui. After all, Shisui had always wanted to prove his loyalty and help his clan reintegrate into Hidden Leaf Village. But after listening to Haruta and Yojao's explanation, Shisui had been left with a painful realization. He had actually questioned the Hokage's decision. Damn it. What have I done? No matter how bad the rumors were, Naruto had always remained in Hidden Leaf Village. Because that was Hiruzen's choice. So in a way, he had indirectly doubted the Hokage? I'm such an idiot. I think my timing is perfect, Haruta grinned. I bet even Lord Hokage hasn't started work yet. Then, his gaze landed on Shisui. "Good morning, Shisui-senpai." Of course, Haruta could see how uncomfortable Shisui was. But seeing him now only put Haruta in an even better mood. Because Shisui had unexpectedly given him a massive windfall. Denzo had forced him to write a report, and just as Haruta had expected, his system had turned it into an actual mission. And naturally, missions came with rewards. So despite wanting to slack off, Haruta had gritted his teeth and written the best report he could. And once he submitted it, his system notification appeared. Mission completed, write a report, mission rating, A, reward obtained, yen release, free point +1, just for writing a damn report, I got a free point? That's already amazing. But what really shocked him was the yen release reward. Yin and yang release were innate fundamental forces. Essentially the spiritual and physical aspects of chakra. Every shinobi possessed them, but manifesting and controlling them was incredibly difficult. The Akimaki, Nara, and Yamanaka clans weren't considered Kekkei Genkai clans, yet they still held significant power in the ninja world. Why? Because they mastered secret techniques that harnessed yin and yang release. Haruta knew his physical stats were already high, meaning his yin and yang potential should be strong as well. But until now, he had never been able to actively use them. And then, just by writing about Shisui, he had somehow unlocked yin release. Does that mean, if my future missions involve Akimaki, Kai from Root, or even Tsunade, I might unlock yang release too? The ninja world was full of fresh crops waiting to be harvested. As long as he was involved in some way, he had a chance at earning rewards. The realization fired him up with motivation. But my yin release. Why does it feel so similar to Madara's version? Shishui's yin release, Ganjutsu variant, was more illusion-based. Meanwhile, Madara's yin release, Thunder style, was focused on enhancing raw power. And the version Haruta received? It seemed to boost his stats directly. Not that he was complaining. After all, his system wasn't just about increasing numbers. It also provided him with knowledge and training methods. So if he studied deeply enough, he might eventually be able to fully control yin release. And when that time came, maybe, just maybe, I can try fusion. In the world of Naruto, power came from bloodlines. From connections to the Otsutsuki clan. Haruta had none of that. So he had to find another way. Alright, let it go already. Yojao sighed, watching Haruta grin at Shisui. She reached out and pulled him aside, frowning slightly. The whole village thinks that way. Shisui-senpai just had a delayed reaction, that's all. Yojao-senpai, do I really seem like the type to hold grudges? Haruta pretended to be offended. In his heart, he believed he was a very generous person. Sure, he never forgot about Denzo's kindness, and sure, he constantly thought about betraying his boss. But didn't that just mean he kept Denzo close to his heart? It's fine, Shisui spoke up, wanting to smooth things over. This was my fault. I lacked awareness. It's only right that I was called out for it. But when he saw Haruta raise an eyebrow, Shisui suddenly realized. Wait. Did I just confirm that Haruta was right to criticize me? Panicked, he quickly changed the subject. Let's get ready. We need to report to the Hokage. I heard this mission is going to be difficult. Difficult? Haruta's eyes lit up. A harder mission meant better rewards. Sure, he valued his life, but this time, he had Shizue Uchiha on his team. Doesn't that mean my survival rate just skyrocketed? His excitement for the mission instantly doubled. Chapter 11, 2 missions you've arrived. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Haruta and his 2 teammates with a warm expression. How have things been? Have you been adjusting well to each other? Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. We get along well. Shizue Uchiha bowed slightly as he spoke, though his tone was somewhat unnatural. After all, despite seeing each other over the past few days, most of their time had been spent on Haruta and Yujao practicing kenjutsu together. Apart from that, everyone mostly did their own thing. There wasn't much real team coordination. Not to mention the fact that he had actually doubted the Hokage's decision at first. And now, he was standing here, telling a polite little lie. It made him feel uneasy. That's good. Hiruzen, of course, knew about the situation within their squad, but he chose not to expose it. Building bonds takes time. He wasn't in a rush. Whether for Shizue or for Haruta. Hiruzen wanted to resolve the Uchiha issue. Although the Ninetales incident had made him suspicious of them, he wasn't like Denzo, who jumped to extreme conclusions. He knew that not all Uchiha were united, and perhaps one day, Shizue could be the key to handling the internal conflicts. As for Haruta, his entry into Anbu wasn't purely based on merit. Denzo had planted him there with a mission. However, during their last operation, Haruta had voluntarily stood his ground against Orochimaru to protect his teammates. That left a strong impression on Hiruzen. Not to mention the Naruto situation. Hiruzen didn't want Naruto to fall into Denzo's hands. If he could keep Haruta from becoming too influenced by Denzo, he would. I have a mission for you 3. It's a dangerous one, so I hope you'll be prepared. Yes, Lord Hokage. Haruta and his 2 teammates responded in unison. Hiruzen stood up, spread a map out on his desk, and said, this time, I need you to travel to the Land of Wind. The Land of Wind? Haruta's expression instantly soured. That was nothing but a barren wasteland. It was rude to say, but the place was just sand and rock, with its hidden village constantly being short on funds. Even their Kazekage had to take mercenary jobs to keep the village afloat. Haruta really had no fondness for that place. That said, if he remembered correctly, Kabuto was currently undercover there, right? Serves him right. I'm sure you all know that Hidden Sand Village is our ally, Hiruzen continued. However, our so-called ally is currently engaging in some rather reckless behavior. Hiruzen pointed at the map and spoke in a serious tone. According to reliable intelligence, Hidden Mist Village shinobi have been appearing within the Land of Wind, consistently harassing Hidden Sand Village. At the same time, Hidden Stones Village seems to be mobilizing southward. These 2 villages may soon clash directly, and that could affect Hidden Leaf Village. If Hidden Mist Village got more involved, the situation would become even more volatile. For Hidden Leaf Village's sake, I need you 3 to gather intel and assess the actual situation. A brewing conflict in the world of shinobi, conflicts and wars between the 5 great villages were never isolated events. Now, with Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Mist Village, and Hidden Stones Village all making moves in the Land of Wind, Hidden Leaf Village, located at the heart of the continent, couldn't afford to ignore the situation. If things escalated beyond control, as Hidden Sand Village's ally, Hidden Leaf Village could be dragged into the conflict. And right now, Hidden Leaf Village was at a critical juncture, internally weakened and stretched thin. Proper preparations had to be made in advance. We understand. Haruta and his teammates nodded in acknowledgement. Regardless of the deeper implications, any threat to Hidden Leaf Village was not to be taken lightly. Also, be extremely cautious around Hidden Sand Village's people. Hiruzen added another reminder. Even though we are officially allies, they do not fully trust us and do not share much intelligence with us. And let's not forget. They only became our allies after losing the war. Clearly, Hidden Leaf Village did not fully trust Hidden Sand Village either. Otherwise, this mission would have been handled diplomatically instead of through Anbu. We'll be careful. The 3 of them nodded again. It was clear this mission would not be easy. Then go make your preparations. Hiruzen sat back down, sighing. I originally planned for Kakashi to go with you, but unfortunately, we've found traces of Orochimaru again. So he's been reassigned to handle that matter. I apologize for not being able to send reinforcements, but I trust you 3 will handle things well. Look after yourselves. I'll be waiting for your return. Hiruzen's words were calm and steady, but they still deeply moved Shizue and Yujao. Even Haruta, as cynical as he was, had to admit. And Bu under the third Hokage is completely different from Root. In Root, the mission orders were simple: if you fail, don't come back alive. But here? Protect yourselves. I'll be waiting for you to return. Sure, it could just be empty words, but it made them feel trusted. Something Denzo could never provide. No wonder he became Hokage. Haruta muttered to himself as he followed Shizue out of the office. Shortly after, they split up to make their preparations, agreeing to regroup that evening for departure. New mission acquired: investigate Hidden Sand Village's secrets. As Haruta walked home, he glanced at his mission panel and began analyzing the situation. Hidden Mist Village's raids. Hidden Stones Village moving south. Something about this felt strangely familiar. Then, it hit him. Wait a damn minute. Isn't this the incident where the fourth Kazekage, Raza, sold out some woman named Bakura to Hidden Mist Village? Bakura of the Scorch style. Haruta remembered her clearly. In a way, she was similar to Madara Uchiha, embodying the concept of high offense, low defense. The only difference was, she was stabbed to death by a bunch of kunai. Whereas Madara? Well, he had a nice long chat with Black Zetsu before getting stabbed in the back. So that's what's happening. This mission just got a lot easier. Haruta nodded to himself. However, one thing annoyed him. His system hadn't awarded any completion rewards yet. Meaning he'd have to personally see the mission through. Just then, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes shifted toward the shadows nearby. Very sharp. Seems like you haven't gotten complacent since leaving Root. A figure stepped out from the darkness. Seeing this man, Haruta raised an eyebrow slightly. It was Abure Murayama. One of Denzo's most loyal subordinates. He was also one of the people who had helped recruit Haruta into Root alongside Denzo and Orochimaru. Lord Denzo is aware of your mission to the Land of Wind, Murayama said coolly. He has a separate task for you. He took out a scroll and handed it over. The details are inside. Lord Denzo awaits your report. I understand. Haruta took the scroll. Then, a strange thought crossed his mind, and he hesitated before asking, am I handling this alone? Can I request backup? The Land of Wind isn't our territory. If I had someone like assisting me. Humphrey. Don't you already have your Anbu teammates? Murayama scoffed. And the others have their own assignments. Do not disappoint Lord Denzo. With that, he turned and left without another word. Haruta watched him go, deep in thought. Kakashi is investigating Orochimaru. Alpha is on another mission. Could it be? Shaking his head, he quickly hurried home. Chapter 12, Bakura of the Scorch style. A few days later, deep in the deserts of the Land of Wind. Haruta, Yujao, and Shizue moved steadily through the vast sea of sand. The Land of Wind had a climate that fully lived up to its name. Sunny skies, strong winds, and a mercilessly scorching sun. It was just that its definition of sunny and breezy was a bit extreme. For example, Haruta had seen quite a few people enjoying sunbathing on his way here. Well, at least they could still be called people before they turned into skeletons. Is this really a place fit for human life? Haruta honestly couldn't understand what kind of lunatic would voluntarily settle in such a place. Back in Hidden Leaf Village, at least he could see wild boars, dumb deer, and other animals bearing their fangs. But here? He felt like he should be the one bearing his fangs at the animals. This climate is indeed quite extreme. Even Shizue was struggling with the heat. However, to protect himself from the sun and sand, he was forced to wrap a headscarf around his head, a necessity in this region. But for the sake of the mission, we have to endure. Yes, I know. Haruta nodded. This guy talks about missions more than I do, and I literally depend on them for survival. But Haruta, you seem to be recovering well. Yujao suddenly turned toward Haruta, observing him for a moment before continuing. When we first set out, you seemed a bit out of it. But now, even in this harsh environment, you seem to be back to normal. Looks like I don't need to worry anymore. Oh? So Senpai has been paying attention to me this whole time? I'm honored. Haruta smirked and raised an eyebrow, teasing her slightly. But he also knew. She wasn't wrong. His mood had been terrible the past few days. After all, his boss had just assigned him a completely absurd mission. Eliminate Bakura? With what, my bare hands? Putting aside the various nonsense puffs he had, Haruta wasn't even sure if he could actually beat her in a fight. Sure, he was a stats-based powerhouse, and his overall strength was at the Jonin level. If he allocated enough free points, he might even reach Elite Jonin. But Bakura? She was no ordinary opponent. She might already be an Elite Jonin or even stronger. And more importantly, she was supposed to be on her way to Hidden Mist Village to die. Finding her was a problem in itself. After thinking about it for a while, Haruta had an unsettling realization. Wait a minute. Is Denzo trying to use this mission as an excuse to get rid of Shisui? After all, Abure Murayama had specifically said, "You still have your Anbu teammates, don't you?" As expected, following Denzo means you could get sold out at any moment. A simple recon mission. Now a suicide mission? A simple intel gathering mission had suddenly turned into an assassination mission. And not just any assassination. One that would almost certainly get him killed. Denzo really was the embodiment of send others to die while I sit back and scheme. Now that Haruta thought about it, Denzo's orders directly contradicted Hiruzen's. Hiruzen wanted stability, while Denzo thrived on chaos. Even if it was unintentional, Haruta was convinced. Denzo just wanted an excuse to seize more power. Good thing I already decided how to handle this. His only goal was to complete the mission. The method didn't matter. That gave him a lot of creative freedom. Shouldn't teammates look out for each other? Yujao, slightly flustered, quickly changed the topic. We should focus on the mission. There are a lot of patrol units here. Hidden Mist Village's attacks on Hidden Sand Village seem to be quite serious. Indeed. Shisui nodded, gazing into the distance before letting out a sigh. And to be honest, this mission won't be easy. Standard patrols won't have much intelligence. And Hidden Sand Village itself. He trailed off. But both Haruta and Yujao understood his meaning. Hidden Sand Village was currently in turmoil, both internally and externally. Security was at an all-time high. Even trying to sneak into the village was nearly impossible. Without sufficient intel, this mission would become increasingly difficult to progress. Both Shisui and Yujao were beginning to feel frustrated. No need to worry too much, however. Haruta suddenly rubbed his chin and asked curiously, Hidden Sand Village might be off limits. But why don't we try looking for an opportunity from Hidden Mist Village instead? Hidden Mist Village? Both Shisui and Yujao were momentarily confused. Haruta then flashed a bright smile. That's right. Hidden Mist Village. They've been relentlessly harassing Hidden Sand Village. They wouldn't be sending just any random shinobi for this. And Hidden Sand Village, in response, would have to deploy strong ninja to counter them. If we just happen to stumble upon them. Shisui and Yujao finally understood. Their gazes toward Haruta subtly changed. If they accidentally discovered a confrontation between strong Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Mist Village shinobi, they could simply let them fight it out and reap the benefits afterward. Whether by helping the weaker side or cleaning up the battlefield once both sides were exhausted. They would be able to gather crucial intel from either group. This plan was a bit underhanded. But if we get exposed, won't it affect Hidden Leaf Village? Yujao frowned. Haruta, however, had already thought of a solution. We'll disguise ourselves as Hidden Stones Village shinobi. They're already in conflict with Hidden Sand Village. And don't forget, Hidden Sand Village has faked attacks under other villages' identities before. Understood. Haruta's plan makes sense. Let's do it. Shisui, having experienced real war, had no reservations about this tactic. When it came to enemies, the moral line became quite flexible. And considering Hidden Sand Village had pulled similar stunts against Hidden Leaf Village before, this was simply returning the favor. Then, let's. Just as Shisui was about to continue, he abruptly stopped. His gaze lifted toward the distant sky. At the same time, both Haruta and Yujao also looked up. A signal flare had just risen into the air. The three of them exchanged glances. Haruta blinked. New mission acquired, gather useful intelligence from Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Mist Village shinobi. Another mission? That makes 3 now. Haruta was slightly surprised. But more missions meant more rewards. So this was a good thing. Smirking, he turned to his teammates. Looks like our luck isn't too bad. The moment he finished speaking, the 3 of them vanished into the sand, swiftly moving toward the flare's location. In the middle of this vast desert, anyone brazen enough to fire a signal flare out in the open was likely a Hidden Sand Village shinobi. This was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. As they approached, the sounds of explosions, detonating tags, and clashing jutsu grew louder. We're in the combat zone now. Stay sharp. Shisui's voice was low as he slipped his mask back on. Haruta and Yujao followed suit. Before advancing, Haruta turned to Yujao and grinned. Don't worry, senpai. With me here, you'll be just fine. You again. Yujao, recalling their encounter with Orochimaru, was torn between annoyance and amusement. Before she could reply, Shisui's serious voice interrupted. We have a problem. His gaze locked onto the battlefield ahead. That woman. It looks like Bakura of the Scourge style. Chapter 13, The Combination of Sage Art and Yin Release Bakura? Hearing that name, Haruta's expression immediately changed. Was his luck really that good? According to Denzo's plan, Bakura was his target. But he never expected to run into her here. Then again, it made sense. At this point in time, Bakura was leading the charge against Hidden Mist Village while also fending off Onoki's forces from the north. This had earned her massive fame, making Hidden Mist Village despise her to the core. In the end, they hated her so much that they were willing to negotiate a ceasefire with Hidden Sand Village just to kill her. But how far along is that process now? Haruta rubbed his chin. He wasn't sure if Bakura had already been glorified as Hidden Sand Village's war hero. Or if they were just about to betray her, selling her to Hidden Mist Village in preparation for the battle against Hidden Stones Village. As seen in Naruto Shippuden episode 505, to be honest, Hidden Leaf Village didn't have much intel on Hidden Sand Village's internal affairs. Even Hiruzen probably hadn't expected them to be so ruthless as to sell off one of their own. If this had been Hidden Leaf Village. Damn it, a pair of scheming bastards. Haruta cursed internally before turning to Shizue. Senpai, we've got a big one. Shizue frowned, staring into the distance, deep in thought. His expression showed hesitation. He was concerned about Bakura's strength and the possibility of Hidden Sand Village reinforcements. Not to mention, their opponents far outnumbered them. But at the same time, this was an opportunity too good to pass up. After a long pause, Shizue finally made his decision. Prepare for action. We'll end this as quickly as possible. If things go south, we retreat immediately. There might be reinforcements nearby. Yes. Haruta and Yujao both nodded in unison. Their squad had never explicitly designated a leader, but based on experience, skill, and backing, Shizue was the natural choice. After all, he was a genius of the Uchiha clan. Of course, he had only recently joined the squad. And on his first day, Haruta had already played him. Coupled with Shizue's personality, no one ever brought up leadership. But at moments like this, someone had to make the call and take responsibility. At least if things go wrong, we'll have someone to take the blame. As they stealthily approached, Haruta raised his gaze toward Bakura, standing tall in the battlefield. She was single-handedly decimating Hidden Mist Village shinobi with her scorch style, evaporating what little moisture remained in the air, leaving the Mist Ninja stumbling in desperation. It was clear why Hidden Mist Village wanted her dead so badly. Her scorch style was a direct counter to their entire fighting style. And on top of that, Bakura was an absolute powerhouse. Even with Shizue here, we'd better have some extra insurance. Haruta muttered to himself, then glanced at his remaining free points. 3 points in total. After a moment of thought, he dumped all of them into Ian Release. Free points, 0, Ian Release, LV3, instantly, a flood of knowledge surged into Haruta's mind. Techniques, principles, and applications similar to Madara Uchiha's Ian Release became crystal clear to him. He now understood exactly how to use this power more effectively. But just as he was processing this, the battlefield was already shifting. Bakura and her Hidden Sand Village squad had nearly wiped out the remaining Mist Shinobi. Their formation was beginning to spread out, and Shizue's eyes turned into Sharingan. Move in. The moment he spoke, Shizue charged forward, rushing straight toward Bakura while forming hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball roared through the air, flying straight toward Bakura's squad. The Hidden Sand Village shinobi were caught off guard. What? Who's there? They had just finished dealing with one wave of enemies. Many were injured and exhausted. They never expected another enemy force to strike immediately. Don't panic. Prepare for battle. I'm here. Bakura's calm, authoritative voice immediately steadied her troops. At the same time, multiple glowing orange orbs manifested around her. The searing heat distorted the air itself. Shizue's fireball was instantly neutralized by one of her scorch-style spheres. But by then, Shizue had already closed the distance. Their battle was about to begin. Let's move, senpai. Haruta secured his mask and nodded to Yujao before activating his cursed seal and launching forward. The Land of Wind's environment was limiting his water style. But there was no point in holding back. As the power of the cursed seal surged through his body, Haruta's speed skyrocketed. Like a blur, he appeared in front of a Hidden Sand Village ninja. What? The ninja's eyes widened in shock. He simply couldn't react fast enough to Haruta's speed. Haruta showed no mercy. A kunai flashed in his hand. Ignoring the look of horror on his opponent's face, he slashed downward. Blood splattered across the sand. The Hidden Sand Village ninja clutched his throat, collapsing onto his knees as blood gushed through his fingers. His body began to spasm uncontrollably. But Haruta was already moving toward his next target. Die. The remaining Hidden Sand Village shinobi were enraged. One of them lunged at Haruta, dual-wielding kunai. You've got guts. But you're still too slow. Haruta, still in cursed seal form, sidestepped gracefully, dodging the kunai with ease. Then, in one fluid motion, he drove his elbow into the enemy's ribs. The ninja stumbled backward in pain. But before he could recover, he hurled his kunai at Haruta. The kunai whistled through the air. Haruta's own kunai flicked out. Clang! Clang! With two crisp metallic clashes, the enemy's kunai dropped to the ground. Then, in an instant, Haruta's kunai flew toward the ninja's chest. The sharp edge sank deep into his target. Haruta barely spared him a glance before leaping backward. Wind style, air bullet. Wind style, wind gutter. Wind style, gale slice. The moment he moved, multiple wind style jutsu bombarded his position, stirring up a violent sandstorm. Apparently, his aggressive fighting style had drawn a lot of attention. But he wasn't worried. Yuzhou had already entered the battle, and Shisui was keeping Pakura occupied. This gave him the perfect opportunity to experiment. Yin release doesn't enhance taijutsu, but it works wonders on ninjutsu. And if I combine it with Sage Chakra while in cursed seal state. Landing firmly on the ground, Haruta formed a seal. Not because he needed to. His earth style was already LV6, meaning he could perform jutsu instantly. But he still had to make it look convincing. Watching the approaching hidden sand village ninja, Haruta suddenly grinned. Sage art plus Yin release plus earth style. There are some people in the ninja world that you should never mess with. For example, people like me. Sage art, Yin release. Earthstone dragon. The soft desert ground trembled violently. Then, with a deafening roar, a massive 50-meter-long dragon erupted from the sand. Its thunderous bellow shook the battlefield. Even Haruta was momentarily stunned. Wait. Is this an earth dragon or a wood dragon? Chapter 14, What exactly happened here? It wasn't strange for Haruta to have such thoughts. Because the earth dragon he had just summoned was absurdly massive. Nearly 50 meters long. It's almost the size of a tailed beast or even a lower-level Susanoo. Susanoo's height and power scale with the evolution of the Sharingan. The early-stage Susanoo was barely a dozen meters tall. And wood style? That was on another level entirely. Senju Hashirama had used it to defeat Madara Uchiha himself. What the hell is this? The hidden sand village shinobi who had been about to attack Haruta froze in fear. They could barely contain their panic, their voices trembling. A structure this massive. Is this really Earth style? Since when did Earth style reach this level of power? Damn it. Not far away, Pakura's expression darkened. Their squad had just finished dealing with a wave of mist ninja. They hadn't even gotten a chance to catch their breath, and now another enemy force had appeared. And this time, the enemy seemed even more dangerous. The speed of that one opponent was unbelievable. His combat ability was beyond expectation. If she let her guard down for even a moment, she might lose. And that shinobi in the distance. The one who summoned the massive earth dragon. She had never seen anything like it. Who the hell are these people? You. Who are you? Pakura gritted her teeth, her voice low. Hidden Stones Village? Hidden Leaf Village? Or maybe. So, they never trusted us to begin with. Shisui almost laughed out of frustration. Originally, he had felt a little guilty about attacking an ally village. Sure, Hidden Sand Village had done far worse in the past, and this entire mission was ordered by the Hokage himself. But still, it didn't sit right with him. But now, he didn't feel guilty at all. Screw it. Let's just capture her. Haruta is really strong. Well, that makes sense. He did fight Orochimaru and survive. Shisui silently reassured himself. Yuzhou, still locked in combat, had similar thoughts. Orochimaru had always been a legend in Hidden Leaf Village. If Haruta had managed to fight him and escape alive, then maybe his absurd abilities weren't so shocking after all. Don't fall for his tricks. Attack. The Hidden Sand Village ninja were shaken, but they didn't back down. This was their home turf. If they could hold out long enough, reinforcements would arrive. They just had to stall for time. Still resisting? Haruta raised an eyebrow. But the Hidden Sand Village shinobi didn't respond. Instead, they spread out, attempting to surround him from multiple angles. Clearly, they didn't want to be wiped out all at once by the Earth Dragon. Some began forming hand seals, while others drew kunai tied with explosive tags. Their actions made their intent clear. They weren't giving up. Fine, then. Haruta didn't hold back. He commanded the Earth Dragon, which let out a thunderous roar before charging at one of the Hidden Sand Village shinobi. Damn it. Wind style, wind blade. The targeted shinobi attempted to counterattack. But the Earth Dragon didn't give him the chance. Boom. The ground trembled violently as the massive dragon smashed into him. In an instant. There wasn't even a corpse left behind. Good impact force, excellent destructive power. The size advantage is clear. Haruta quickly analyzed the jutsu's performance. But there are obvious drawbacks. High chakra consumption, low durability, and no regeneration. The Earth Dragon's attack had completely annihilated the enemy. But in the process, the dragon itself had shattered into pieces. Its durability was nowhere near that of a wood dragon. Not to mention, wood dragons could absorb chakra and self-repair to keep fighting. In comparison, Haruta's sage art, yin release was clearly lacking in sustain. But he wasn't too bothered. He understood his own limits. And this was just one technique. He had other combinations to test. Also, the chakra cost is too high. I need to focus my free points on physical stats and chakra reserves next. Die. As Haruta was lost in thought, the remaining hidden sand village shinobi launched a full-scale assault. A barrage of wind-style jutsu and explosive kunai rained down toward him. Haruta lifted his head slightly, then raised one hand. Earth-style rampart. Instantly, massive earth walls erupted from the ground, forming a solid barrier around him. The enemy's attacks struck the walls with tremendous force. Boom. 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 Explosions and shockwaves cracked the stone, sending dust and debris flying. But with the cursed seal's reinforcement, Haruta's earth-style rampart wasn't so easily broken. He even had time to inspect the walls, wondering if he should pull a Kakashi and carve some faces into them. Anyway, it's about time to wrap this up. Forming hand seals again, Haruta activated his jutsu. Outside the earth-style rampart, the shattered earth dragon suddenly stirred. Then, it let out another earth-shaking roar. What? That thing is still alive? Damn it. Seeing the earth dragon begin to move again, the hidden sand village ninja felt their blood run cold. Then, a voice rang out from above. They looked up. At some point, Haruta had leaped onto the highest point of the earth wall, looking down at them with a smirk. Yani, goodbye. At his command, the earth dragon let out a final, deafening roar before diving down toward the hidden sand village ninja. The ground shook violently once more. What is this? No one knew how much time had passed. The hidden sand village reinforcements had finally arrived. But as they surveyed the battlefield, their minds went blank. The entire area was in ruins. And massive craters still remained, yet to be covered by the shifting sands. Each ninja had the same thought in their mind. What the hell happened here? Who was even fighting here? One of the hidden sand village shinobi muttered under his breath. He was genuinely terrified by the devastation before him. Yeah. I'd like to know that too. A voice suddenly spoke from behind them. Immediately, the hidden sand village shinobi tensed, preparing for battle. They turned around, only to see a young man with short, fiery red hair, wearing a black cloak with red clouds. Why you? Who are you? For some reason, just looking at this young man sent chills down their spines. Even speaking to him felt terrifying. The young man simply shook his head indifferently. Humphrey. So you've all forgotten me. Well, that's fine. His tone was calm, almost lazy. I only came back to collect some things. Didn't expect to stumble upon something this interesting. Then, with a slight smirk, he continued. Oh right. My name is Sasauri. You used to call me Sasauri of the Red Sand. Chapter 15, Just Send Her Away, the Land of Wind. Silver moonlight cast a dim glow over the vast desert. In an abandoned village amidst the endless sands, Haruta, Yujao, and Shizue were resting after their mission. Beside them, Bakura lay unconscious, still unmoving. Senpai, wasn't that a bit too much? Haruta glanced at the still unconscious Bakura and shook his head at Shizue. She hasn't even woken up yet. How are we supposed to interrogate her for intel? Shizue opened his mouth to respond but found himself at a loss for words. Even Yujao, who had been tending to Bakura, lifted her head and gave Haruta a strange look. The ambush on Bakura's unit had gone surprisingly smoothly. After all, they had just finished a battle when Haruta's team struck from the shadows. And the one who played the biggest role? Haruta. The massive earth dragon he summoned had been completely overwhelming. Its sheer destructive force was nothing short of terrifying. In mere moments, it had wiped out most of the hidden sand village shinobi. With the battlefield thrown into chaos, Haruta and Yujao were able to quickly back up Shizue. And together, they took down Bakura, who had already been staggered by the earth dragon's impact. Of course, Shizue had been the main attacker, and Bakura's current unconscious state was mostly due to his Ganjutsu. But when they recalled the fight, the one who had landed the most brutal hits was none other than Haruta himself. Apologies. I might have gone a bit too far. Shizue, being the honest guy he was, awkwardly admitted after a moment of hesitation. Yujao, however, wasn't buying it. Come on, enough with that. What kind of training did you even go through? Oh, my training? It was very Very strict. Haruta smirked, deliberately emphasizing his words. Strict? That was an understatement. It was outright brutal. But in the end, he had to admit. As much of a bastard as Denzo was, the insane training had helped him get to where he was now. Well, yeah. Makes sense. Otherwise, you wouldn't be this strong. Yuzhou pursed her lips, then suddenly asked. Where exactly did you train? You're about the same age as us, but I don't remember seeing you at the academy. Haruta blinked, realizing he couldn't exactly answer that question. Cough, cough. Thankfully, Bakura suddenly stirred, breaking the tension. Haruta let out a small sigh of relief. Though the cursed seal's restrictions no longer affected him, it still prevented him from directly revealing details about Denzo. He could mention names, but not classified information. And since he was planning to betray Denzo anyway, it was best to keep quiet for now. She's awake. Let's get to work. Yeah. Shisui and Yuzhou nodded, shifting their focus back to Bakura. The sooner they dealt with her, the sooner they could complete their mission. Bakura's head throbbed with pain, her body aching and weak. But as a hardened shinobi, she quickly recalled what had happened. Her eyes snapped open, instantly alert. She scanned her surroundings. An old, dilapidated building. And her captors were still here. She was restrained. Her fingers had been dislocated. Even slight movement sent searing pain through her nerves. They didn't kill me. So that means. Bakura was no fool. She forced down the pain, her expression darkening. They wanted information. Even if she didn't know exactly what they were after, the fact that they specifically targeted her meant this was serious. And most importantly, the Genjutsu that knocked her out was far from ordinary. You're awake? A calm voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned her head. A shinobi in a mask was approaching. Bakura recognized the mask instantly. It was the same one worn by the man who summoned that monstrous earth dragon. Who are you? What do you want? Bakura's cold gaze locked onto him. She already had her suspicions. But she still asked anyway. Our objective is simple. We need information about Hidden Sand Village's defenses and troop movements. The one speaking, of course, was Haruta. Truthfully, Shisui could have handled the interrogation alone. His Genjutsu was more than enough. But Haruta had his own plans. And Shisui, without hesitation, agreed to let him handle it. With Hidden Stones Village pressing from the north and Hidden Mist Village launching assaults, your situation is only going to get worse. If things escalate, it won't just be Hidden Sand Village that suffers. Are you idiots? Bakura scoffed, mocking them with a smirk. I don't know anything about troop deployments or strategy. I'm a soldier, not a tactician. Even if I did know something, why would I tell you? Despite her defiance, her gaze subtly flickered toward Shisui, as if gauging the situation. But there was no fear in her eyes. Looks like she's not cooperating. Shisui stepped forward, glancing at Haruta. Want me to take over? Shinobi like her have iron wills. Regular interrogation methods won't work. I know. Haruta smiled, shaking his head. But, Captain, have you ever considered something? Shisui frowned slightly. Wasn't Haruta the one conducting the interrogation? Why was he suddenly asking him questions? Even Yuzhou was curious. What do you mean? I've been thinking about this for a while. If I were the Kusagakure, how would I handle this situation? Haruta glanced at Bakura, who was glaring at him. But he ignored her, continuing in a low voice. At first, I couldn't figure out a good solution. But after seeing her, I finally found an answer. Shisui was still confused, but Yuzhou played along. And what answer is that? Haruta extended a finger, pointing at Bakura. Simple. Just send her to Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 16, and who do you think you are? Still no news? None, Kusagakure-sama. Inside the Kusagakure's office, the air was tense. Raza sat behind his desk, his brows furrowed as he listened to Yoshimaru's report. His mood was sour. The pressure from Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Mist Village was mounting, forcing him to make a decision for the survival of Hidden Sand Village. Since Hidden Mist Village was too far away, while Hidden Stones Village was an immediate threat, the choice was obvious. He had decided to negotiate with Hidden Mist Village and focus his forces on fighting Hidden Stones Village. But the price Hidden Mist Village demanded was steep. And one of those demands was Bakura. Yet now, she had vanished. After departing on a mission, Bakura had disappeared without a trace. The battlefield evidence suggested she had gone through an intense fight. But what made things worse was that several reinforcement squads had also gone missing. Hidden Sand Village had already lost too many shinobi. Training ninja cost money. And now, valuable combat power was slipping away. Increase the search efforts. Keep looking. After a long silence, Raza finally spoke in a low tone. He suspected that Pakura had already fallen into Hidden Mist Village's hands. But if she hadn't, then the situation was even more dangerous. They had to find her. Even if it was only her corpse, she still had value. Understood, Kusagakure-sama. Yoshimaru nodded, then hesitated before asking. Should we have Elder Ebizo join the search? With the assistance of the Enbu, the operation would go smoother. Ebizo. Raza frowned but quickly nodded. Fine. Having the Enbu assist will be more efficient. I only have one order. Find her. Dead or alive. Am I clear? Yes, Kusagakure-sama. Seriously? That's your attempt at sowing discord? I expected something more impressive. Back in the abandoned village, Pakura scoffed, her face full of mockery. She had just heard Haruta's suggestion. And found it utterly ridiculous. Send me to Hidden Mist Village? Unless the village has gone insane, that would never happen. Pakura's faith in Hidden Sand Village was absolute. A few cheap words wouldn't be enough to shake her. Think whatever you want. Haruta shrugged, unconcerned. Of course, a few words alone wouldn't convince her. But he wasn't in a hurry. After all, he knew exactly how deep her hatred would run. Once she was betrayed. If it weren't for her disciple's intervention, Pakura might have never stopped hating Hidden Sand Village. What exactly do you mean? Shizue frowned and finally asked. For most of this mission, we've been thinking from a shinobi's perspective. But what if we thought from a village's perspective instead? Haruta stroked his chin, speaking with an air of calculated analysis. Think about it. How well can Hidden Mist Village's forces actually operate in the Land of Wind? Not well at all. Yujao immediately answered. The Land of Wind was an endless desert, where even water was a precious resource. Meanwhile, Hidden Mist Village's ninja were almost all water-style users. The Land of Water was surrounded by ocean, with dense mist year-round, making it perfect for their training. They even developed silent killing techniques because of the mist. But in the barren, dry desert, their combat power was significantly weakened. You're saying? Shizue's expression shifted as he began to understand. Hidden Mist Village is at a severe disadvantage here. And they also lack reinforcements, don't they? Exactly. Haruta nodded. Yujao, however, frowned. Then why is Hidden Mist Village even doing this? Are they insane? Well. Yeah, Haruta resisted the urge to laugh. Given that Tobito Uchiha was likely the one pulling the strings behind Hidden Mist Village, the entire plan suddenly made perfect sense. But, of course. He couldn't say that. I don't know. We haven't directly fought Hidden Mist Village yet. Haruta shook his head, then glanced at Pakura. But because of their weaknesses, I believe the fourth Kusagakure will focus most of his energy on Hidden Stones Village. That's his true opponent. As for Hidden Mist Village, he'll probably find another way to get rid of them. Haruta was just reciting the story's events. But as he spoke, his frustration with Tenzo grew. His mission was clearly designed to lure Shizue into danger. And drag him down with him. And how does this relate to her? Shizue had followed Haruta's reasoning. But was still confused about Pakura's role in all this. After a moment of thought, he played along. If it didn't work, he'd just use Genjutsu. Do you two remember what happened last year? With Hidden Clouds Village? Haruta grinned, his words dripping with bad intentions. Both Shizue and Yujao stiffened. It was one of Hidden Leaf Village's greatest humiliations. Falsely accused by Hidden Clouds Village. Threatened with war. Forced to sacrifice a member of the Hyuga clan to appease their demands. They would never forget. Wait. Shizue and Yujao suddenly had a realization. Yujao was the first to voice it. You're saying that she... Exactly. Haruta nodded, his eyes once again locking on to Pakura. We've been thinking like shinobi. But what if we think from the village's perspective instead? If you want Hidden Mist Village to withdraw, the best option is negotiation. And in negotiation, you need a bargaining chip. So what would satisfy Hidden Mist Village the most? A target of their hatred. Someone who's slaughtered their shinobi, whose hands are stained with their blood, whose Kekkei Genkai they could experiment on. As Haruta finished speaking, Shizue and Yujao slowly turned to look at Pakura. Nonsense. Pakura's mocking smirk vanished. Her face hardened, her voice cold and emotionless. Hidden Sand Village is not Hidden Leaf Village. Your pathetic attempts to sow discord are pointless. If that's the best you can do, I'm disappointed. You're right. Haruta smirked, but his voice was laced with ridicule. Hidden Sand Village isn't Hidden Leaf Village. Because Hidden Sand Village isn't even on Hidden Leaf Village's level. But even Hidden Leaf Village knew that after the war, they had to focus on rebuilding. Do you really think your village doesn't understand that? In the end, every village does what's best for itself. At the lowest possible cost. Even the Hyuga clan was sacrificed for that reason. Haruta's gaze locked onto Pakura's, his voice calm yet cutting. "And if sacrificing you brings Hidden Sand Village greater benefits, then who do you think you are?" Chapter 17, New Rewards, Summoning Kabuto Yakushi. Haruta's words left everyone in stunned silence. No one could refute what he said. In fact, the more they thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Because what Haruta said made complete sense. From a ninja's perspective, things were entirely different from a village's perspective. A ninja only needed to focus on fighting, whereas a village had to consider far more factors. Leaving Yojao behind to watch over things, Haruta and Shizue stepped outside after Pakura fell into silent disbelief. Were you lying to her?" Shizue hesitated for a while before finally asking curiously. "No, I told you, that was just my speculation." Haruta shrugged nonchalantly. "But I think it's very likely that things will develop this way. Hidden Sand Village can't afford to drag this out for too long. War isn't just about manpower. It's also about financial resources. I've heard that the fourth Kazekage had to personally pan for gold. Do you know what that means, senpai?" "It means the daimyo has cut financial support to Hidden Sand Village?" Shizue, despite being Uchiha and sometimes a bit slow on certain matters, still understood some things. "Exactly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a dire situation." Haruta nodded as he gazed at the silver moonlight illuminating the land. He then turned back with a smile. The harsh environment of the Land of Wind forces them to import large amounts of supplies, which costs money. Training ninja costs money. War costs even more money. So, they will likely do as you predicted. End one conflict to focus entirely on Hidden Stone's village, ensuring the third Sushi Kage doesn't act recklessly. At that moment, Shizue fully understood. But as he looked at Haruta, his gaze shifted slightly. How the hell did this guy think of all this? Back in Hidden Leaf Village, he had been completely shut down by Haruta's reasoning. Though he hadn't taken it personally, he had definitely felt uncomfortable at the time. But now, looking back, wasn't it true that Haruta had already grasped what others, including even the elders of the Uchiha clan, had misunderstood about the Hokage's intentions? "Haruta-kun, where exactly were you trained before?" Shizue, impressed but also incredibly curious, couldn't help but ask. However, he quickly realized something. "Wait. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer." "Then I won't." Haruta nodded decisively. Shizue, having been in the Anbu for a while, knew better than to press further. "Alright. So, what's our next move?" Shizue didn't dwell on it. Being in Anbu had taught him that there were some questions better left unasked. He quickly shifted the topic. "Your guess is very likely correct, but we don't have enough solid evidence yet, so no rush. Pakura probably doesn't know much either. To be safe, senpai, you should interrogate her yourself." Haruta stroked his chin. While Shizue was technically the team leader, he wasn't exactly the most reliable. But that was perfect. Haruta wanted him to just give orders. If things went south, he could take the fall while Haruta handled everything else. As for Pakura, Haruta already had a plan. It wasn't fully formed yet, but she was definitely important. "Senpai, it's best to keep Pakura alive. She might be even more useful later." Shizue nodded seriously. "If things play out as you predict, then she absolutely must live. She could be the key to peace." Haruta pursed his lips. Now he understood why Shizue had foolishly told Denzo about his Mengekyo Sharingan. This guy really was missing a few brain cells. But Haruta didn't bother explaining further. With a casual wave, he turned and walked outside. "Then I'll leave it to you, senpai. I'm going to scout the area and see if I can find a water source. Be careful, and thanks for the effort." Shizue nodded. He fully trusted Haruta now. After giving a brief reminder, he turned and went back inside. Haruta, meanwhile, wandered through the ruined village. Likely one of the many slaughtered by Sasori. At the same time, he pulled up his system interface. Mission completed, gather useful intelligence from Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Mist Village Ninja, mission rating, C. Looking at the screen, Haruta was confused. He had sensed the system notification earlier but hadn't checked it until now. And now that he did, this was a big one. Hadn't he just guessed the intel rather than actually gathering it? This is really the epitome of it doesn't matter how you complete the mission, just that you do. Haruta smirked. Since his intel was 100% accurate, it technically counted as mission completion. That being the case, he felt even more confident about his upcoming plans. If he pulled this off, Lord Denzo's name would be legendary in Hidden Sand Village. Reward acquired, 1 free attribute point, due to causing unpredictable consequences, special reward acquired, Scorch Style Experience and Insight, Scorch Style Experience and Insight. Haruta frowned slightly. But after examining the details, he immediately understood what the reward was. He couldn't inherit a KK Genkai, but there were two types in the ninja world. One type was genetic. Innate KK Genkais passed down through families. Examples included the Uchiha's Sharingan, the Hyuga's Byakugan, the Kaguya clan's Shikatsu Myaku, and the Senju's absurd physical constitution. These came from Otsutsuki ancestry or mutated chakra fruits. The other type was a KK Genkai achieved through chakra fusion, which could be artificially developed. Haruta had long considered this path. It was his only viable option. And now, he had received a crucial advantage. This reward gave him Pakura's personal experience and insight when using Scorch style, which would significantly aid him in mastering it himself. This is an incredible reward. Haruta's eyes gleamed. With this, he could drastically cut down on training time and improve his fusion efficiency. After all, this was a proven formula. He just had to follow the blueprint. Still, I'll need more help moving forward. Although excited, Haruta knew what he had to do next. Refocusing, he took out a scroll and recorded some information inside. Forming a series of hand seals, the scroll soon vanished before his eyes. Then, he gazed into the distance. "Hurry up. I'm waiting for you," Haruta muttered. The technique he had just used was something he had obtained by chance during a mission for Root. One where he had wiped out an entire family. As for the other person who knew how to use this technique, it was none other than a future Dream Master, one of the ninja world's ultimate masterminds, a prime example of a villain-turned-sympathetic character, and someone who had screwed over Haruta as a child. Kabuto Yakushi. Although they had a history. Like, say, Kabuto completely screwing him over en route, which led to Haruta beating him senseless at the training grounds on a regular basis. They had grown up together in the orphanage. And Kabuto, feeling a bit guilty, had maintained a relatively okay relationship with him. More importantly, Haruta recognized Kabuto's potential. That's why he had given him this communication technique. Not only could it be used to send updates about Nano Yakushi's situation in Hidden Leaf Village, but it also helped strengthen their bond. And now, this technique might just prove even more useful than before. Chapter 18, Director, She's Not in Hidden Leaf Village. The moonlight shimmered amidst the whistling sandstorm. In the vast, boundless desert, a small hidden sand village squad moved silently under the cover of night toward the ruins of a desolate village. Damn, this place is really barren. Despite maintaining strict vigilance, one of the hidden sand village patrollers couldn't help but complain in a hushed voice. Enough with the chatter. Focus on the mission, the squad leader snapped. Besides, we're searching for Lady Pakura. Do you have any idea how much she's done for us? Got it, Captain. I know, it's just. The hidden sand village ninja didn't dare contradict his superior, but his gaze instinctively drifted to the bespectacled boy in their group. The boy looked to be only 11 or 12, thin and frail, with a scholarly demeanor. His appearance irked the complaining ninja. But why are we listening to this kid and running all the way out here? This is ridiculous. Apologies, the boy said, scratching the back of his head with an embarrassed smile. I just had a hunch that this place was worth checking out, so I suggested it. And if we do find a trace of Lady Pakura, won't that look great on our records? Enough, all of you, shut up. The captain shook his head and shot a glance at the bespectacled boy before continuing. This place may be remote, but it's an ideal hiding spot. All we need to do is find clues. After that, we leave the rest to the Anbu. Understood? Yes, sir. The squad members responded in unison. But just as their voices fell, the ground beneath them suddenly churned. The desert sand turned into quicksand in an instant. Several hidden sand village ninja were swallowed before they could even react. Shit. Ambush. The captain immediately drew his sword, but at that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. A chilling aura prickled at his skin. In a flash, he tried to form hand seals. But a cold glint flashed before his eyes. In the next moment, a sharp, icy sensation ran across his neck. So fast. That was his final thought before darkness consumed him. As his consciousness faded, he caught sight of jagged spikes erupting from the ground. His squad members, except for the bespectacled boy, were impaled. You're going by Shuichi now, huh, Kabuto? From the shadows, Haruta stepped forward, glancing at the corpses on the ground before smirking at the lone survivor. So if I kill you now, can I just write it off as an accident? Come on, Haruta, don't joke like that. Kabuto pursed his lips and let out a dry chuckle, shaking his head helplessly. His childhood friend really hadn't changed at all. Back in their training days, Haruta had always gone all out on him. There were times when Kabuto seriously wondered if he'd end up beaten to death in the training grounds. Of course, he hadn't just been a punching bag. He had defended himself. But Haruta's growth had been alarmingly fast. And now, He seemed even stronger. Taking out this many people in just a blink of an eye? Still, Kabuto had endured years of infiltration and training. He quickly calmed himself. Why are you in Hidden Sand Village? Kabuto started but quickly waved it off. Forget it, I shouldn't ask. You must have your own mission. What do you need from me? Actually, I was hoping you could help me with something, Haruta replied casually, deactivating his cursed seal. His years en route had ingrained in him the habit of eliminating enemies as efficiently as possible. And I assume you won't refuse me, right? Kabuto fell silent. For a moment, he considered pointing out that what Haruta had just done was highly against protocol. But then he glanced at the bodies around him, recalled his time en route, adjusted his glasses, and sighed. Fine. Tell me what you need. I can't make any guarantees, but I'll do my best. I need you to investigate something. Haruta nodded and got straight to the point. Specifically, Hidden Sand Village's internal policies. Especially regarding Pakura. Pakura. Kabuto's expression shifted immediately. His face went pale upon hearing that name. Damn it. Did you guys kill her? We just captured her. She's not dead. Haruta spread his hands in a relaxed gesture and explained. We plan to interrogate her for useful intel. But honestly, I suspect Hidden Sand Village wants to get rid of her, so I need more information. With that, he laid out his previous speculations in full detail. Kabuto listened intently. By the time Haruta finished, Kabuto's expression had grown grim. If all of this was true, then this was a massive piece of intelligence. But what shocked him even more was that Haruta had pieced it all together on his own. Just how much had this guy grown? I need to think this over. Kabuto was well aware of the weight of this matter. And then, a realization struck him. If he pulled this off, he might finally earn a reward. Maybe he could go back to Hidden Leaf Village. Maybe he could see her again. But his current cover as a Geinin meant this was an almost impossible task. Damn it. My disguise is only as a Geinin. A Geinin? That's going to be tough, Haruta muttered, furrowing his brow. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice. If I create a major distraction, will that give you an opening? Only if the Kazekage leaves his office. But that's unlikely. Kabuto answered instinctively, then shook his head. Let me think about it. You shouldn't act recklessly or expose yourself. Hidden Sand Village's Anbu is already moving. You guys aren't exactly in a safe position either. He sighed, then his gaze became resolute. Also, I don't just want to help. I want to be involved. This might be my chance. A real chance. A chance to return to Hidden Leaf Village and see the director again. Not just through the second-hand updates you sent me, but in person. Kabuto suddenly bowed deeply toward Haruta. A direct plea. It was an action strictly against Roots conditioning. But for this, for her, he was willing to risk everything. Haruta watched in silence. An idea flashed through his mind. This might be his opportunity, too. At this point, Kabuto still had faith in Denzo. Or at least in Hidden Leaf Village's leadership. That faith would be shattered later. But what if he was the one to break Kabuto's illusions first? Looking at Kabuto, Haruta reached out and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Then, in a low voice, he said. There's something you need to know. The director. She left Hidden Leaf Village a long time ago. Huh? Kabuto froze. The next moment, his expression changed dramatically. You. What are you saying? I'm not en route anymore. I'm with Anbu now. Haruta shook his head and spoke calmly. I still have restrictions. I wasn't allowed back at the orphanage. But I had some freedom. Enough to look into things. And what I found was, she's not there. The updates I've been sending you? They were probably fake. That's impossible. Kabuto's mind went blank. He had never imagined he would hear something like this. The director was gone. The information he had received might have been fabricated. Then, where was she? And what the hell had happened? Do you remember why Denzo came to the orphanage? Haruta pressed on, his voice low. Kabuto's face darkened as realization struck. You mean, the director, she? There's a good chance, Haruta sighed, feigning helplessness. She was too kind. She probably tried to trade herself for our freedom. But things didn't go as she hoped. And Denzo. He trailed off, watching as Kabuto stood there, stunned. Then he clapped a hand on his shoulder. Of course, this is just my speculation. But we both came from the orphanage. You deserve to know the truth. And like you said, if this mission succeeds, you might just make it back. Then you can find out for yourself, can't you? Chapter 19, Sasauri. Sasauri. Where the hell is it? Amidst the howling winds of the Land of Wind, Sasauri walked steadily into the depths of the desert. Days ago, After noticing signs of a fierce battle, he had been searching non-stop. His return to the Land of Wind had a simple purpose: to find suitable materials to craft more puppets. And when he heard that the battle might have involved Bakura and some unknown yet powerful ninja, his interest was immediately piqued. After all, only excellent materials could create the perfect puppets. But despite searching for days, he had found nothing. He had even killed several search squads along the way, yet no reliable intel had surfaced. This was starting to frustrate him. "I'll search a little longer. The organization doesn't have any missions for me right now, but I can't stay here too long." Hidden Sand Village's Anbu seems to be on the move as well. Saisari wasn't afraid of Anbu. He just found it annoying to have a bunch of fleas constantly trailing behind him. "Looks like I need to craft a new puppet to conceal my identity a bit." Just as he was considering this, he suddenly noticed a squad moving through the desert ahead. "Looks like you didn't get any useful intel, senpai." Walking across the sandy terrain, Haruta glanced at Shishui's darkened expression, then turned to look at Bakura, who appeared increasingly exhausted. He chuckled. 2 days had passed. Shishui had used plenty of Genjutsu techniques on Bakura. But the result? Bakura truly knew nothing. Of course, everyone had more or less expected this outcome. If Hidden Sand Village was planning to sell her out, there was no way they would have told her in advance. Still, failing to extract any useful intelligence was somewhat disappointing. It was within expectations. "You already pointed it out before." Youjao tilted her head, glancing at Bakura before turning to Haruta. "Also, next time you run into trouble, let us know. Stop trying to handle everything by yourself. We're teammates." Yes, I get it. Thanks for your concern, senpai." Haruta grinned and nodded. Strictly speaking, their current retreat was partly his doing. After all, he had to help Kabuto. Kabuto had tricked his own squad into walking straight into Haruta's ambush, and he himself still needed to remain in Hidden Sand Village for now. Meanwhile, Haruta had to report certain matters back, meaning they couldn't stay in this location any longer. Besides, Haruta had his own plans. It was time for him to act. What exactly Kabuto planned to do next was unclear, but one thing was certain. His espionage skills were top tier. Haruta, however, also had a plan. One that involved giving his little brother a helping hand. Like, say, making things harder for Shishui. Haruta's gaze instinctively flicked to Shishui, who was keeping a close watch on Bakura to prevent her escape. He had spent a lot of time thinking about how to best utilize Kabuto's talents, especially in figuring out a way to lure the Kusagakure out of his office. After much consideration, the best option seemed to be none other than Shishui himself, who, by this time, had likely already awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. With that power, Shishui could serve as a catalyst to force the Kusagakure's hand. Of course, just having the Mangekyo wouldn't be enough to guarantee the Kusagakure's involvement. That was where Bakura came in. She would be a bargaining chip. Haruta's original idea was to plant a trap on Bakura, then have Shishui take action, forcing the Kusagakure into negotiations. Raza was likely already in talks with Hidden Mist Village, and Bakura was his bargaining chip. There was a high probability he would come for her. And for the sake of maintaining Bakura's reputation, Raza would probably come in secret. That would give Haruta the perfect opportunity to pin everything on Denzo while also planting seeds of doubt in Bakura's mind. But now, he wanted more. If Kabuto stole the intelligence he needed, wouldn't that directly accelerate Bakura's suspicions? And wouldn't this be the perfect opportunity for Lord Denzo's reputation to spread across Hidden Sand Village? "I really am Denzo's most loyal follower." Haruta nodded to himself. After a brief moment of thought, he turned to Shishui. "Captain, there's something I want to discuss with you." Shishui was momentarily surprised but quickly nodded. "All right. Let's talk up ahead." He started walking forward, while Youjao took his place watching over Bakura. Once they had walked a fair distance, far enough that Bakura wouldn't overhear, Shishui finally asked, "So, what's on your mind, Haruta?" "Yeah, I've been thinking about something." Haruta nodded. He had already formed a plan, but he needed to carefully choose his words. After all, if he was going to make things difficult for Shishui, he needed to make sure Shishui volunteered for it himself. "Senpai, I've been wondering. How can we maximize benefits for the village?" "Maximize benefits for the village?" Shishui's interest was piqued immediately. "Let's hear it." "It's actually quite simple." Haruta smirked. He knew exactly how Shishui and the rest of the Uchiha faction thought. He didn't bother hiding anything. "I have my suspicions, but no concrete proof. However, that doesn't change one thing. Whether or not the village actually wants Hidden Sand Village to survive this crisis." "Haruta-kun, what do you mean by that?" Shishui's brows furrowed. If Hidden Sand Village collapsed, that would be bad for Hidden Leaf Village. But now Haruta was making it sound like the opposite. I mean that Hidden Sand Village can't be allowed to collapse. That would hurt Hidden Leaf Village. Haruta sighed. God, he really is naive. But at the same time, Hidden Sand Village needs to pay a price. And if they struggle against Hidden Stones Village, isn't that better for us? A strong Hidden Sand Village dares to challenge Hidden Leaf Village. A crippled Hidden Sand Village? They become our ideal ally. Don't you think? Shisui struggled to process the logic. It was a bit convoluted. But the more he thought about it, it did make some sense. The Third War had started because Hidden Sand Village provoked Hidden Leaf Village. And when they lost, they became Hidden Leaf Village's ally. Even then, the Hokage had never truly trusted them. So wasn't it better to keep them weak, ensuring they never got the chance to rebel again? Tell me more. Shisui's eyes lit up. Finally, his little brain is catching up. It's not difficult, but it'll require some effort from you, senpai. Haruta began carefully. Shisui, however, didn't hesitate. If it's for the village, I'm willing to do it. Perfect? Beneath his mask, Haruta grinned. If you're willing, then everything is set. First, we need to. Huh? Just as he was about to continue, his gaze suddenly snapped toward the distance. Not just him. Shisui also turned to look. A lone figure appeared amidst the raging sandstorm. The violent winds blurred his outline, but he walked unhurriedly toward them. More importantly, Haruta could feel it. This guy had an incredibly dangerous chakra. Who was that? Shisui frowned. As the figure drew closer, Haruta's expression shifted. A black cloak with red clouds. Short, crimson hair billowing in the wind. Eyes sharp and unsettling, like a predator stalking its prey. This guy. Is it Saga? Haruta murmured internally. But then, suddenly, an idea struck him. His eyes shone with excitement. Wait a minute. Saga. Chapter 20, Damn bastard, you deserve to die. In some ways, Sasori's significance to Hidden Sand Village was comparable to that of the fourth Hokage, Minato no Mikaze, to Hidden Leaf Village. To put it bluntly, given his power and status back then, becoming Kazekage wouldn't have been difficult for him at all. The third Kazekage might have been labeled the strongest Kazekage, but his fate was beyond tragic. His demise wasn't just miserable. It was a textbook example of being utterly exploited even after death. But this only proved that if Sasori had truly wanted to become Kazekage, the so-called strongest Kazekage would have been nothing more than a joke to him. Haruta never expected that coming to this tiny land of wind for a mission would lead to him encountering so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Sasori was incredibly dangerous, but upon seeing him, an idea suddenly flashed through Haruta's mind. With someone of his influence, wouldn't it be a waste not to take advantage of this situation? Oh? Sasori strolled forward at a leisurely pace. After scanning Haruta and his team, he suddenly chuckled. Well, I didn't expect to run into you all here. I've actually been looking for you for a few days now. Who are you? Shisui frowned. He didn't know Sasori, but he could sense just how dangerous this man was. You don't seem to be from Hidden Sand Village, either. Why are you looking for us? No, I'm not from Hidden Sand Village anymore, Sasori nodded, pulling out a scroll unhurriedly before smiling. As for why I'm looking for you, well, I happened to come across the traces of your battle. And I need some materials. You all seem like great candidates, so... Materials? Great candidates? Shisui didn't quite understand what Sasori meant. But Haruta did. This lunatic. Haruta cursed inwardly. So this guy had come to Hidden Sand Village to restock on materials, and now he had his sights set on them. And Pikura? He had always known that in the ninja world, there were those mentally sharp and those who were mentally unwell. The Uchiha were a prime example of the latter. But compared to them, Sasori wasn't far behind. Alright, enough chit-chat. Sasori casually unrolled the scroll. With a burst of white smoke, a human puppet appeared before Haruta and Shisui. I suppose it doesn't matter if you don't tell me where you're from. I can always check after you're dead. A puppeteer? Shisui raised an eyebrow. As Uchiha with the Sharingan. Especially one with the Mengekyo. He could see the chakra threads controlling the puppet. He wasn't too concerned. But then, he saw the floating black iron sand around the puppet. His expression immediately changed. Black iron sand? Wait. Is that the third Kazekage? The third Kazekage had been missing for years, neither dead nor alive. His disappearance had even sparked a war. But now, the so-called strongest Kazekage had been turned into a puppet? And suddenly, Shisui understood what Sasori meant by materials. What kind of psycho? You're insane. Haruta shot a strange look at Shisui. An Uchiha calling someone else insane? That was quite something. You can say whatever you want. But now. Sasaori tilted his head, unfazed. Then. His hands moved. It's time for you to appreciate my art. The moment Sasaori finished speaking, the floating iron sand around the third Kusagakure transformed into a storm of fine needles, raining down on Haruta and Shizue like a torrential downpour. Unfortunately for Sasaori, both Haruta and Shizue were too fast. The iron needles completely missed their targets. But Shizue's expression darkened. He's still able to use his KK Genkai after death? Just who is this puppeteer? Unlike Shizue, Haruta remained calm. As he weaved between the incoming iron needles, his hands formed seals at high speed. Earth-style wall. The sandy ground collapsed inward, and a massive earthen wall erupted from the ground. Clang. 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 The iron needles embedded themselves into the wall. Haruta wasted no time. He formed another seal. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. A massive dragon head took shape on the earthen wall, its mouth opening wide. With a roar, a barrage of hardened mud projectiles blasted towards Sasaori and the third Kusagakure puppet. This kind of Earth-style. Sasaori narrowed his eyes. A true expert didn't judge by flashy techniques, but by fundamentals. For example, when Orochimaru defected, the third Hokage had countered him with a single explosive tag. Sasaori wasn't slow to react. With a flick of his fingers, the third Kusagakure puppet manipulated the iron sand, forming a dense iron shield to block Haruta's attack. Magnet-style, iron sand wall. Even though both he and the third Kusagakure were puppets, Sasaori had no intention of letting his art sustain unnecessary damage. Now's my chance. As Sasaori focused on Haruta's attack, Shizue seized the moment and rushed in. He knew the best way to deal with a puppeteer. Close combat. If he could reach Sasaori's real body, the fight would be over. But naive. Sasaori barely even turned his head. With a slight motion of his fingers, countless black iron spears surged toward Shizue. Shizue's pupil shrank. Forced to retreat, he clicked his tongue. This magnetic-based KK Genkai is ridiculously hard to counter. Meanwhile, at the back, Bakura, still under Yaojao's watch, was completely stunned. They weren't far from the battle. And as a hidden sand village ninja, she immediately recognized the black iron sand. No way. She had never imagined that the missing third Kusagakure had been found. Only to be turned into a puppet? And the one controlling him. Could it be? But how? Why would he do this? Bakura clenched her fists. This was not something she wanted to believe. Nor was it something she could accept. You know that guy? Yaojao noticed Bakura's reaction and demanded, tell me everything you know about him, or no need to threaten me. It won't work. Bakura shook her head and sighed. Don't get me wrong. If anything, I want you to kill him. But unfortunately, I don't have any intel on him either. Bakura hated Sasaori. If she had the chance, she would gladly see him dead. But Sasaori had left Hidden Sand Village a long time ago. Even she had no idea what he had become. And even if she did, would it really make a difference? Sasaori wasn't just some rogue ninja. He was Hidden Sand Village's strongest prodigy. And he had single-handedly assassinated the strongest Kusagakure. Now, armed with the Kusagakure's power, how were they supposed to win? Boom. The ground shook violently. Yaojao and Bakura struggled to stay on their feet. Then, Bakura's eyes widened in disbelief. No. Impossible. At the same time, a signal flare shot into the sky, bursting into a dazzling display of light. Bakura's face turned deathly pale. It was her signal flare. And she knew what it meant. Her hands trembled in rage. You. Damn bastard. You deserve to die. Chapter 21, The Chaotic Hidden Sand Village. Amidst the battlefield, Haruta and Shizue were locked in a fierce battle against Sasaori. It had to be said. When Sasaori wielded the third Kusagakure as his puppet, his offensive and defensive capabilities were seamlessly integrated. The combination of highly concentrated iron sand and his masterful puppet control made it nearly impossible for an average ninja to find an opening. However, both Haruta and Shizue had noticed something. Sasaori seemed to be toying with them, treating them like mice caught in a cat's game. Are we being looked down on? Haruta raised an eyebrow, but he didn't mind. In fact, this was a good thing. Besides, neither he nor Shizue had gone all out yet. Haruta hadn't used his cursed seal or yin release powers, and Shizue hadn't activated his Mengekyo Sharingan. At this stage, they were merely testing the waters. But Haruta had no intention of continuing to play around. The moment he saw Sasaori, an idea had already formed in his mind. Originally, he had planned to let Shizue struggle a bit, but now, he had an even better target. Time to step it up. Otherwise, he might escape. With that thought, Haruta instantly activated his cursed seal state. The natural chakra within the cursed seal required no effort on his part to gather. Just like Orochimaru's cursed seals, it could replenish itself. While its duration was still an issue, since this technique was only at level 3, the power boost it provided made it Haruta's go-to move against powerful enemies. Earth-style, rock lodging collapse. Forming hand seals, Haruta slammed his palm onto the sand beneath him. Instantly, the ground trembled violently. Sasaori's expression changed, but before he could react, the sand beneath his feet began to collapse. A massive section of the desert caved in at an alarming speed, forming a deep pit. And Sasaori was caught right in the center of it. Now, wasting no time, Haruta pulled out a signal flare he had confiscated from Pakura and ignited it, sending it soaring into the sky. A brilliant burst of color exploded in the air. Meanwhile, Sasaori, now trapped in the pit, looked up, his expression growing darker. You! Sasaori's gaze was cold as he stared at Haruta. Brat, are you looking for death? Haruta, this. Shisui had also arrived by now. He somewhat understood Haruta's intentions, but he couldn't help but feel this was too reckless. Isn't this a bit too risky? Instead of answering directly, Haruta simply smiled at Shisui and said, "Do you remember what I told you earlier?" Shisui was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. Haruta patted him on the shoulder. "Leave it to me. Don't worry." Then, Haruta turned his gaze towards Sasaori, who was already using the third Kazekage puppet to levitate. Haruta grinned. "It seems there's a misunderstanding between us, sir. I was just thinking. Your expertise in puppetry is truly remarkable, especially being able to create puppets that retain the Kekkei Genkai of their former selves. With such mastery, I can only think of one person in Hidden Sand Village who could compare. Lady Cho. So, I thought. You'd be very interested in meeting her." Haruta's words made Sasaori's expression even more grim. At this moment, he truly wanted to strangle the brat in front of him. There was no doubt in Sasaori's mind. This kid was doing this on purpose. He knew exactly what would happen once the Hidden Sand Village ninjas arrived. Things would spiral out of control. "Do you really think you can keep me here?" Sasaori was livid. His voice was cold as he looked at Haruta and Shisui. "You should be more worried about how you're going to deal with the incoming sand ninja." Haruta ignored Sasaori and turned to Shisui. "We need to go all out. We can't let him escape. Got it?" Shisui nodded. At this point, there was no turning back. Haruta had forced the situation by launching the signal flare. Once the sand ninjas arrived, retreat would no longer be an option. Even if they were strong, facing a horde of enemy shinobi could easily mean death. Their only chance was to force the murderer of the third Kazekage to stay and let Hidden Sand Village and Sasaori tear each other apart. With this realization, Shishui's Sharingan began to spin. At the same time, the yin release power within Haruta's body started to surge. Elsewhere in the Land of Wind moved faster. Across various locations in the Land of Wind, countless teams of sand shinobi were rapidly converging toward the same point. Hidden Sand Village was already on high alert. Threatened externally by Hidden Stones Village and internally infiltrated by Hidden Mist Village's assassins. And, most importantly, their village's hero. The one who had dealt a devastating blow to the mist. Pakura had gone missing. This was something no Hidden Sand Village ninja could accept. They had been desperately searching for clues, but after days of waiting, they had found nothing. It was unbearable. Now, at long last, they had spotted a signal flare. There was no way they would ignore it. However, as they got closer, they started to realize something was wrong. The nearer they got to the flare's location, the stranger the desert became. Ear-piercing roars echoed through the air, eerie wails filled the battlefield, and the ground trembled unnaturally. The entire landscape seemed to be in the midst of a cataclysmic battle. What the hell is happening? With growing unease, they pushed forward. When they finally arrived at the battlefield, they were utterly stunned. What is this? Above them, countless dark figures moved rapidly through the sky. An entire swarm of puppets. The sheer number of them blotted out the sun. Among them, one particular puppet stood out, its entire body surrounded by a swirling mass of black iron sand. That iron sand rained down from above, piercing the ground and forming structures that resembled massive barriers. The density of the iron sand turned into lethal spikes that relentlessly attacked everything in sight. On the ground, a colossal green figure lurked among the puppets and sandstorms, barely visible. The battlefield was littered with the shattered remains of countless destroyed puppets. But what truly sent shivers down their spines was something else. A massive stone dragon, over 50 meters long, roaring and rampaging across the battlefield. The desert trembled. The earth howled. Everything they saw left the incoming sand ninjas completely dumbfounded. Quick! Send an emergency distress signal. Finally, one of the sand shinobi snapped back to reality, shouting at his comrades. Send it immediately. And make sure it reaches the village. We might have just found the third Kusagakure. Yes. Though momentarily stunned, the sand ninjas quickly regained their senses. There was no need to debate what the swarm of puppets meant, nor did they need to guess at the power of that massive stone dragon. The sheer presence of the black iron sand alone told them everything. They were facing something beyond their control. The third Kusagakure. Their long-missing leader, hailed as the strongest Kusagakure, was here. No matter what, this information had to be sent back to the village immediately. Not just them. Other sand squads across the region reacted swiftly as well. At that moment, countless signal flares and messenger hawks soared into the sky. The already blazing sun of the desert was now painted with even more dazzling colors. Chapter 22, Lord Saisari, Lord Denzo sends his regards. Any news yet? Apologies, Lord Kusagakure, but... Not yet. Hidden Sand Village, Kusagakure's office. Raza sat in his office, his face dark with frustration as he looked at the assembled shinobi before him. His mood was worse than ever. Days had passed, yet there was still no sign of Bakura. Neither alive nor dead. To make matters worse, the mist was relentlessly insistent, refusing to give up on their pursuit of her. On top of that, Hidden Stone's village's movements were growing more aggressive. If this continued, the situation would only deteriorate further. This is just. Raza was exhausted, barely stopping himself from blurting out the word useless. Suppressing his irritation, he exhaled sharply before speaking in a measured tone. Continue the search with maximum effort. But we also need to pull some of our forces northward. We can't afford to spread our manpower too thin. Understood. The Hidden Sand Village shinobi responded, though their expressions were filled with frustration and unwillingness. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. The power struggles between ninja villages were ruthless. Every ounce of profit had to be fought for, down to the last grain. Lord Kusagakure. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the office, followed by urgent knocking. Enter. Raza frowned at the interruption, finding the lack of decorum irritating, but now was not the time to dwell on such things. The door swung open, and a panting ninja rushed inside. Bowing quickly, he wasted no time in delivering his report. Lord Kusagakure, urgent news. Is it about Bakura? No. But it might be something even more alarming and urgent. Raza's face darkened in disappointment. Right now, Bakura's whereabouts were his top priority. Still, he restrained his impatience and gestured for the shinobi to continue. Speak. Reports indicate a large-scale battle occurring in the central desert. Among those involved. The messenger hesitated for a moment before forcing himself to continue. One individual seems to possess puppet mastery on par with Elder Chio. And most importantly, everyone noticed it. The third Kusagakure's black iron sand. The moment the words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room shifted violently. Every single ninja in the office turned pale. The next second, they all bolted out the door. No further words were needed. On the battlefield, damn it. Saisari shot a glance at the rapidly approaching sand ninjas, then turned his gaze back to the two troublemakers before him. His expression was growing uglier by the second. He had severely underestimated these two brats. The moment the first signal flare was fired, he had wanted to leave. But these two had blocked his escape at every turn. Both were unnervingly fast, their attacks relentless and unpredictable. And one of them, the one currently standing atop a massive stone dragon, was the main culprit behind this whole mess. That brat had set off the first signal flare, escalated the situation, and, together with his companion, made it almost impossible for Saisari to retreat. If he didn't attack them to keep them at bay, they would bombard him with an endless barrage of fire and earth jutsu, constantly interfering. But if he engaged them in combat, he would be stuck here longer. And the sand reinforcements were only getting closer. At this rate. You little pest. Die. Furious, Saisari swiftly commanded a swarm of puppets to rush at Haruta. Click, click, click. The hovering puppets trembled for a brief moment before launching forward in a wave. Some wielded swords, others hurled ninja tools from a distance. It was an all-out saturation attack. Should have used more fire style. Seeing the overwhelming swarm of black figures approaching, Haruta couldn't help but curse internally. Fire style wasn't always lethal, but it was excellent for disruption and area control. Unfortunately, he hadn't invested many points into it. Most of his upgrades had gone into his overall physical abilities. Though he had considered focusing purely on his body's strength, he knew that ninja battles weren't like samurai duels. Even someone like Might Guy still relied on strong chakra reserves. Without investing in chakra and jutsu, his current combat level wouldn't be nearly as high. But in close combat, I have nothing to fear. Controlling the massive stone dragon, Haruta made it coil around him like a protective barrier. Clang! 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 A cacophony of impacts rang out as countless weapons clashed against the stone surface. The moment the assault subsided, Haruta shot out from the dragon's body, snatching up a ninja sword as he moved. Hidden Leaf Village style, hazy moonlight. With an afterimage effect, Haruta's blade flashed. Several puppets were instantly shattered. Then, just as more puppets landed, he suddenly raised one hand in a seal. Boom! From the stone dragon's body, countless razor-sharp spikes erupted. In the blink of an eye, an uncountable number of puppets were impaled and destroyed. But Haruta didn't stop. While keeping an eye on Sasaori to prevent his escape, he also monitored the advancing sand forces. At the same time, his sword continued slashing through the approaching puppets. One after another. The battlefield was soon littered with their broken remains. This isn't sustainable, though. After cutting down another puppet, Haruta paused to assess his condition. He frowned. His cursed seal level 3 and yin release techniques weren't suited for prolonged battles. His stamina was holding up, but his chakra reserves were running low. Even though he had been conservative with his chakra usage, he still couldn't keep up. In that case, Haruta turned his gaze toward the sand shinobi, who were now only about 100 meters from the battlefield. They were beginning to spread out, clearly attempting to encircle the three combatants. This was Haruta's opportunity. You've been watching for long enough. Time to get involved. With one final strike, he cleaved another puppet in half. Then, without hesitation, he controlled the stone dragon. Roar! With an earth-shaking bellow, the massive stone dragon surged forward. Straight toward the sand ninja. What? The sand shinobi weren't prepared. By the time they realized the threat, the dragon was already upon them. Dodge! Terrified shouts rang out, but it was too late. The colossal dragon slammed into them with full force. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky. A dense cloud of dust and debris billowed outward, filling the air with gray haze. Sharp stone fragments, shattered from the dragon's body, flew in all directions like deadly shrapnel. Some ninjas were knocked unconscious by the impact, others, who had initially avoided direct harm, were struck by the flying debris, becoming unfortunate casualties. Screams and pained cries filled the battlefield. Haruta was still monitoring the sand ninjas when his eyes suddenly narrowed. He sensed several powerful chakra signatures rapidly approaching. Squinting, he looked toward the distance. And a grin spread across his face. Die. At that moment, Sasaori launched his counterattack. The third Kusagakure puppet, along with a swarm of other puppets, charged toward Haruta. The sheer pressure of the assault was suffocating. But this time, Haruta didn't dodge. Instead, he quickly formed a series of hand seals. Sage Art, Yin Release. Earth Spear Forest. In an instant, massive earthen spikes erupted from the ground. The entire sand dune was transformed into a deadly stone forest. Countless puppets were impaled in an instant. Even Sasaori's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly commanded the third Kusagakure to defend him. At that moment, Haruta suddenly dashed to Sasaori's side. Seeing that Sasaori was now encased in iron sand for protection, Haruta merely smiled. Lord Sasaori, I'll leave the rest to you. Your grandfather, Elder Ebizo, has arrived. Sasaori's expression turned even darker. You know who I am? As a subordinate of Lord Denzo, of course I do. Haruta chuckled. Looks like your escape is impossible now. Consider this our farewell. Also, Lord Denzo sends his regards. With that, Haruta turned and ran. Just as the sand ambu closed in. Chapter 23, Lord Ebizo, Lord Denzo sends his regards. Impossible. This is impossible. In an abandoned village within a land of wind, Bakura stared blankly at the document in her hands, completely frozen in shock. Beside her, Haruta, Yujao, and Shizui, who was still dripping eye drops into his Sharingan, paid her no mind. The battle a day ago had been anything but easy. Sasaori's puppets were not only numerous and deadly but also highly dangerous. To make matters worse, that bastard could fly using his puppets. While Sasaori only had to focus on using his puppets in battle, Haruta and the others had to juggle multiple concerns. The most critical objective was preventing Sasaori from escaping, which had drained them of both energy and chakra. Fortunately, everything had gone relatively smoothly. And honestly, we should be thanking Sasaori right now. Haruta glanced around at the abandoned house they were in. As expected, this village had most likely been wiped out by Sasaori during one of his supply runs. And because of his identity, and the fact that he was carrying around his third Kusagakure collectible, Kabuto had been able to act. If all went as expected, Hidden Sand Village was probably conducting a massive manhunt for Saga right now. How are you feeling? As Haruta silently thanked Saga for his contributions to their cause, Yujao sat down beside him. I never expected this mission to be such a mess. And I definitely didn't expect to run into something like this. She glanced at Pakura, who was still staring at the document in a daze. Then, turning back to Haruta, she added, "You really are amazing." "I've always been amazing, senpai." Haruta shrugged with a grin. "If I weren't, how else would I protect you? I wasn't just talking about your combat skills." Yujao pressed her lips together for a moment before quickly changing the subject. "I meant the fact that you managed to predict Hidden Sand Village's moves so accurately." "He's right, Haruta. You really are impressive." Shisui, still tending to his eyes, spoke up as well. He hadn't questioned how Haruta had obtained the documents. At the very least, he knew Haruta wouldn't dare fabricate something this important. Besides, given Haruta's background, it wasn't far-fetched that he had certain connections. But to be able to deduce Hidden Sand Village's situation with such accuracy, even without specific intelligence, that was something only a rare few could do. "Alright, enough about me. Let's focus on wrapping things up." Haruta shook his head, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "We've gathered all the intel we need. It's time to plan our exit." They had thoroughly disrupted Hidden Sand Village. And one way or another, they had completed their mission. This was also why Shisui trusted Haruta's intel. Because it was meant to be reported. In their line of work, forging intelligence could get you killed. "Of course." Shisui nodded. However, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "And what about your other plan? Also, what do you intend to do with Pakura?" By plan, he was referring to Haruta's efforts to weaken Hidden Sand Village. Shisui was eager to see the Uchiha's reputation grow. "You'll see soon enough, senpai. As for Pakura, we're sending her back." Haruta sighed. "The plan is basically complete. How are you only realizing that now?" He wasn't about to explain everything in detail. Instead, he gave Shisui and Yujao a meaningful look before speaking again. "But before that, there's something I need you two to do." "Go on." Neither Shisui nor Yujao hesitated. Haruta had already earned their full trust. However, after hearing what Haruta said next, both of them froze. Near the river country border, why haven't they arrived yet? Ebizo stood in a desert oasis, frowning as he waited. The previous battle was still fresh in his mind. He had seen the third Kazekage's puppet. And he had seen him. "Is it really you, Saga?" Ebizo remained silent, contemplating how he would break this news to his sister. More importantly, he was considering ways to minimize the political fallout. But then, the previous night, a man calling himself Shuji had requested an audience. The stranger had not only provided this meeting location but had also handed him a kunai. One bearing an unmistakable Hidden Leaf Village military marking. Ordinarily, this wouldn't be anything significant. Many villages could forge such symbols. But under the current circumstances, Ebizo couldn't afford to take any chances. Especially since Shuji had used the shadow clone jutsu. Just how deep is Hidden Leaf Village's involvement in this mess? Ebizo felt deeply unsettled. But given the political stakes, he had chosen to err on the side of caution. And so, he had set out that very night, arriving at this designated meeting point. Yet the weight was starting to wear on his patience. Just as he was beginning to suspect he had been tricked, he spotted two figures approaching. "That's..." Ebizo's brows furrowed. One of them wore a mask. Likely an Anbu operative. The other... Pakura? Pakura had been captured by Hidden Leaf Village? Ebizo's expression darkened. But at the same time, he felt some relief. At least she was alive. "Lord Ebizo, greetings." The masked figure, Haruta, spoke calmly as he stopped in front of him. "You're from Hidden Leaf Village?" Ebizo scrutinized the young man before him. His voice was grave as he continued, "You've got some nerve causing trouble in Hidden Sand Village. Should I be impressed by your audacity? Or should I kill you? That depends entirely on you, Lord Ebizo." Haruta's tone remained indifferent. He briefly glanced at the silent Bakuro before speaking again. "After all, there are Anbu hidden all around us. With a single command, you could have me surrounded. But... are you sure that's what you want? Do you really think Hidden Leaf Village would claim responsibility for what you've done?" Ebizo scoffed. "An Anbu agent causing chaos in the Land of Wind? If his identity were exposed, it would be as good as a death sentence. Unless he managed to make it back to Hidden Leaf Village, his own village wouldn't acknowledge his actions. Of course Hidden Leaf Village won't. But I don't just represent Hidden Leaf Village." Haruta shook his head. If he was daring to meet Ebizo face to face, it wasn't just because he was confident in his own abilities. He had other leverage. "And you should know we're professionals. We've already gathered all the necessary intel." Haruta's eyes gleamed. "If you make a move against me, Some very sensitive information will be leaked. After all, I'm here on behalf of a very important person. To discuss a partnership with you. What information? Ebizo's expression darkened. But he could tell this wasn't an empty bluff. Haruta smiled. Then, with a solemn expression, he softly said, Lord Ebizo. Lord Denzo sends his regards. Damn it. Denzo. Chapter 24, Denzo, you bastard. Shimura Denzo. One of the people Ebizo hated the most. After all, rivals were natural enemies. The two had been engaged in a shadow war within the ninja world for years. And that bastard Denzo had dragged Hidden Sand Village into crisis more times than Ebizo cared to count. Now, the young man before him was one of Denzo's subordinates. That meant Ebizo had to tread carefully. After a moment of hesitation, he raised his hand and gestured. Immediately, the hidden sand and boo withdrew into the darkness. Some things were best discussed without an audience. Even if those present were his most trusted subordinates. So that's who you are. One of Denzo's men. Once the Anbu had fully retreated, Ebizo let out a cold chuckle. What, that coward doesn't even have the guts to come here himself anymore. After the disaster in the Land of Rain, Denzo barely had the nerve to show his face anywhere. Haruta inwardly scoffed but maintained his calm demeanor. Lord Denzo didn't want to interrupt your fishing, so he sent a younger man like me to handle such trivial matters. Humphrey. Ebizo snorted. He had developed a fondness for fishing in his later years. But for even Denzo to know about it? What the hell was going on with Hidden Sand Village? Had Hidden Leaf Village infiltrated them so thoroughly that they were like a sieve? Fine. Speak. What kind of cooperation does that bastard want? No need to be so impatient, Lord Ebizo. And don't belittle yourself. Hidden Sand Village wouldn't last without you and Lady Chio. Haruta spoke evenly, though what came next was crucial. Balancing his system objectives while also fulfilling his mission for Hidden Leaf Village and Denzo was no small challenge. But as the saying goes, as long as your mindset doesn't collapse, there's always a way forward. And under Denzo's scapegoat Shadow Hokage philosophy, Haruta had devised quite a few ideas. Your village is locked in direct conflict with Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Stones Village. At first, we feared you might take extreme measures. But after arriving in Hidden Sand Village, we confirmed something. Oh? Ebizo's heart clenched slightly. Forgetting his earlier comment about not wanting to waste time, he forced himself to remain calm. And what did you confirm? That Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Mist Village are negotiating. Your bargaining chip is this woman, Haruta said, gesturing toward Pakura, whose face remained ice cold. Seeing the dramatic change in Ebizo's expression, Haruta immediately continued. No need to deny it. We've already obtained your reports. I suspect this intelligence has already made its way back to Hidden Leaf Village. And Hidden Mist Village has likely begun its own investigation as well. What exactly do you want? Ebizo's expression darkened. For a moment, he wanted to grab Haruta by the throat and strangle him. Was this something you should be saying in front of Pakura? Are you even here to negotiate? But he quickly composed himself. Because he realized. This information was meant for Pakura to hear. That was what truly served Hidden Leaf Village's interests. And besides, Lord Ebizo. We recently had an encounter with a formidable enemy. Haruta remained unfazed, his tone steady. This individual possesses puppet mastery on par with Lady Chio. He also created a puppet that retains the full power of its former self. One crafted from the third Kusagakure. Most importantly, that man is deeply connected to both you and Lady Chio. After all, it's Saisari. Isn't it? Ebizo clenched his fists. He had already suspected that Haruta had been involved in that battle. And now, the brat was outright admitting it. Not only that. He clearly knew far more than he should. Oh, and one more thing. I almost forgot to mention it. Haruta's tone was casual, as if recalling something unimportant. This intelligence will also be delivered to Hidden Leaf Village soon. For a moment, Ebizo nearly lost it. Enough with the nonsense. What the hell does Denzo want? What does Hidden Leaf Village want? Ebizo had zero faith in Denzo's morals or integrity. Or rather, in their line of work, morality and integrity didn't exist. Only profit and self-interest. He could already picture what would happen. Hidden Leaf Village would leak that Hidden Sand Village planned to sell out Pakura. Pakura, who already knew the truth, would remain silent. Hidden Sand Village's shinobi would be outraged. Then, another leak. Saisari was behind the third Kusagakure's disappearance. The village would descend into chaos. And once the dust settled, Ebizo and Chio would be scapegoated. Not just them. Their entire faction would be purged. At this point, Ebizo no longer considered killing Haruta. It wasn't about whether he could kill him. Killing him wouldn't solve anything. If anything, it might provoke Denzo into retaliating. And that was the last thing he needed right now. Hidden Leaf Village wants a stable hidden sand village. Not one prone to reckless decisions. Haruta smiled. He knew he had him. As for Lord Denzo, he wants to work with you. Lord 4th Kusagakure is too impulsive. The Third Great Ninja War was proof enough, wasn't it? You. Ebizo's face twisted. Even Pakura's expression changed. Was Hidden Leaf Village openly interfering in Hidden Sand Village's internal affairs? Did they really think Hidden Sand Village was weak enough to be controlled like this? Of course, this is merely a suggestion, meant to lay the foundation for better cooperation. Haruta cut in smoothly before they could explode. Hidden Leaf Village has no intention of meddling in another village's internal matters. But as allies, we should trust one another. Cooperation should be mutually beneficial, not built on constant suspicion, leading to unnecessary conflicts. Then, his tone darkened slightly. And Lord Denzo hopes to see a better Hidden Sand Village. After all, no one likes a leader who betrays their loyal subordinates. Or one who shifts all the blame for triggering the Third Great Ninja War onto Saisari and his family. Haruta suddenly felt a strange sense of déjà vu. A realization struck him. Wait a minute. This is literally what Denzo himself would do. Of course, cooperation must be mutually beneficial. Lord Denzo is prepared to offer compensation. Haruta continued, watching their reactions closely. Having been a corporate shark in his past life, he was very familiar with how to make deals feel appealing. We will share intelligence on Saisari. He has joined a rather powerful organization. Additionally, Lord Denzo is willing to deepen our alliance. He will offer a share of the river country's mission contracts, as well as financial compensation. What do you think, Lord Ebizo? Ebizo remained silent, his face unreadable. He had no idea how to respond. If he agreed, he would be betraying his Kusagakure. If he refused, Hidden Leaf Village would leak everything. And he and Shio would be doomed. Not to mention, Hidden Leaf Village was forcing Hidden Sand Village to remain allies by stripping them of northern resources. Denzo, you bastard. You deserve to die. Ebizo raged internally. Now he understood why Pakura had to be here. She wasn't just a prisoner. She was a witness. If he attacked Haruta, she might switch sides and defect to Hidden Leaf Village. The compensation is too low. It's not enough. Ebizo stalled for time. And I need to think carefully before making a decision. A shame we couldn't reach an agreement. But I'm sure Lord Denzo will understand. Haruta gave a mocking nod, as if he had predicted this outcome. But inwardly, he exhaled in relief. He had secured his objectives. Now all that remained was returning to Hidden Leaf Village. And covering his tracks. One last question. Ebizo finally spoke again. Why is Denzo doing this? Haruta smiled. Lord Denzo has always had one goal. Becoming Hokage. Haven't you ever dreamed of becoming Kusagakure? Ebizo nearly lost it. You little shit. I'm over 60. You think I still fantasize about that crap? I'm practically at death's door. Chapter 25, Returning to the Village, an astounding reward. What a hassle. Hidden Leaf Village, root headquarters. Denzo stared at the scroll in his hand, his mind preoccupied with other thoughts. Lately, his ears had been burning. He suspected that someone, somewhere, was cursing him. But after a moment's reflection, he realized that was only natural. Given the sheer number of enemies he had made, he could probably circle the entire Hidden Leaf with them. And to make matters worse, his recent troubles had been piling up. That fool, Denzo had sent it to track Kakashi and seize his Sharingan at the right moment. Yet against all odds, had failed. Even worse. He had helped a poisoned Kakashi escape danger, openly defying orders. Denzo couldn't tolerate such blatant disobedience. And then had dared to utter nonsense like, I'm not just a member of Root. I'm a Hidden Leaf Village ninja. I shouldn't harm my comrades. Did he no longer see Denzo as his leader? Looks like I can forget about Kakashi's Sharingan. Denzo scowled. At this point, he was better off implanting Kagami Uchiha's Sharingan instead and tightening his control over both Ganjutsu and the curse mark would be necessary. Wood style was a technique he absolutely would not abandon. He couldn't allow it to develop free will. And beyond that, there was the matter of Haruta. That brat has returned. He is currently reporting to Hiruzen. I wonder how things went this time. Denzo was uncertain about the exact details of Haruta's mission. But based on the reports from his spies in Hidden Sand Village, things over there had become quite chaotic. What happened? Did Pakura die? And what about Shizue Uchiha? Denzo had confidence in his Root operatives. He knew Haruta had the capability to accomplish his objectives. Pakura's survival wasn't a major concern. But Shizue, that Uchiha brat had to be dealt with. Lord Denzo, urgent intelligence. Denzo snapped out of his thoughts as a Burimuriyama approached, respectfully presenting a scroll. Denzo took it absent-mindedly, barely paying attention. Until he saw the insignia on the scroll. It was from Kabuto, his spy embedded in Hidden Sand Village. What had he uncovered? As Denzo unfurled the scroll and skimmed its contents, his expression darkened. That brat returned? Who gave him permission to leave Hidden Sand Village? A root agent abandoning his covert post before the mission was over. That was treason. But just as Denzo was contemplating how to punish Kabuto, his eyes drifted to the latter part of the report. And in an instant, Denzo froze completely. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat dumbfounded, staring at the mission report before him. His gaze slowly shifted toward the three young shinobi standing before him. For a long moment, he was utterly speechless. These three kids completed this mission? After what felt like an eternity, Hiruzen finally exhaled and spoke. You performed exceptionally well on this mission. But I do have a few questions. He hesitated. Frankly, it felt ridiculous to even be asking. Haruta and his team had just returned, exhausted from their journey back from the Land of Wind. And they had already provided a full debriefing. Yet here he was, asking again, as if he hadn't understood. That alone spoke volumes about how absurd this entire mission was. After calming himself, he focused on Haruta. Haruta, I understand you took command during this operation. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Yes, Lord Hokage. Haruta nodded without hesitation. He had expected this interrogation. On the way back, he had already planned how to deceive both the Hokage and Denzo. How did you predict Hidden Sand Village's intentions so accurately? Hiruzen asked directly. Additionally, our reports indicate that you personally escorted Pakura back. I'd like a clearer explanation of what transpired. At this, Shisui and Yujao both turned to glance at Haruta. There was a hint of resentment in their gazes. Haruta had handled the final phase alone, leaving them behind at the border of the river country. Sure, the oasis where he had met Ebizo wasn't far away, and they were tasked with providing backup. But who wouldn't feel a little left out? Captain Shisui has already explained most of the reasoning. Haruta acknowledged their frustration with an apologetic smile before continuing. I simply analyzed Pakura's abilities, Hidden Mist Village's logistics, and the history of their feud. Of course, I also factored in a Hyuga incident from a year ago. Cough cough. I get it. Before Haruta could finish, Hiruzen violently coughed and cut him off. The logic was sound. In hindsight, the pattern was obvious. As long as you knew what to look for, the conclusion wasn't difficult to reach. But could I please stop mentioning the Hyuga incident? Regarding my meeting with Ebizo, I made sure Pakura remained conscious the entire time. I openly expressed Hidden Leaf Village's stance and intentions. Haruta explained. Humphrey. You were the one who sent the Hyugan on that mission, Lord Hokage. And now you don't even want to hear about it? Haruta thought to himself. No wonder nobody saved you in the end. Still, he didn't dwell on it and continued. Lord Hokage, I have never trusted Hidden Sand Village as an ally. My superiors share this belief. If they were willing to sell out Pakura, we couldn't allow that to happen. And as luck would have it, we encountered Saisari. So I simply informed Ebizo that Hidden Leaf Village now possessed that intelligence. If I didn't return safely, then the information about Saisari would be leaked across the Land of Wind. And because you had already fought Saisari, he feared your strength. Meanwhile, Shisui and Yujao remained hidden, ensuring your escape. Before Haruta could finish, Hiruzen had already pieced it together. And once he had said it aloud, he sighed deeply. This boy. He's even more capable than I imagined. Not only did he view things from Hidden Leaf Village's perspective, but he also had the tactical insight to back it up. He was decisive, bold, and remarkably cunning. Even though he was a civilian-born ninja, there was no doubt. Haruta was a true genius. For a brief moment, Hiruzen saw a shadow of the late Minato no Mikaze. I need to act quickly. At first, he had merely intended to recruit Haruta because of Naruto. But now, this boy was too talented to remain under Denzo. Once he joined Anbu, he would become Hiruzen's man. You've done well. Hiruzen smiled. Your mission was a complete success. Considering your performance on this mission. And the last one. I will ensure you receive a greater reward. For now, rest. You've done Hidden Leaf Village proud, heroes. Yes, Lord Hokage. Shisui and Yujao's eyes lit up with excitement. Being called heroes outside of wartime was exceptionally rare. And yet, they had just been personally recognized by the Hokage himself. It was an unparalleled honor. Haruta, however, remained indifferent. Until a familiar notification appeared in his mind. Side quest completed, investigate Hidden Sand Village's secrets, mission rank, S, reward, +8 free points, bonus reward for overachieving in a high-risk mission, title, Ninja World Scholar, Chapter 26, On the path to becoming Azura? Land of Rain. The downpour continued relentlessly. Saisari, looking utterly displeased, trudged toward a small village. He hadn't expected to be played like that. He didn't fear the hidden sand village shinobi individually. But facing an overwhelming siege was another matter entirely. With no other choice, he had abandoned his material collection and retreated to the Land of Rain. You look a little worse for wear, Saisari. A voice rang out suddenly. Saisari looked up to see their organization's leader, Pain, standing on a rooftop, staring down at him. Ran into some trouble, but don't worry. I wasn't followed. Saisari responded indifferently. He had no intention of explaining further, but the humiliation of being outplayed still gnawed at him. Finally, unable to hold it in, he asked, Pain, have you heard of a man named Denzo? Denzo. Pain's eyes narrowed slightly. And elsewhere, hidden within a towering structure, Nagato's expression darkened. Did you encounter him? No, but I ran into one of his subordinates. A truly insidious one. Saisari's voice carried undisguised fury. He was accompanied by another ninja who could summon a strange chakra giant. It was incredibly difficult to deal with, and in the end, they got away. But they caused me a lot of trouble. Pain remained expressionless but fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. I know of him. We will deal with him in time. He won't escape. With that, Pain's figure vanished. Saisari stared at the spot where he had disappeared, sensing a rare intensity in Pain's words. He really seems to hate Denzo. But Saisari wasn't interested in probing further. He had lost far too many puppets in that battle. He needed time to rebuild and recover. Meanwhile, in Hidden Mist Village, Obito sat in the shadows, skimming through a mission report. A chakra giant. Similar to a tailed beast? He tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. Back in Hidden Leaf Village, Haruta hadn't expected his rewards to be this generous. 8 free points. That was no small amount. It was enough to significantly boost his physical stats. And still have some left over. But more importantly, he had received something very special. Ninja World Scholar? Haruta rarely received unique rewards. And this one, judging from its description, seemed to have dropped from Hiruzen Sarutobe himself. After examining it carefully, Haruta's eyes lit up. Simply put, it was a one-time use reward. Modeled after Hiruzen's abilities, it had undergone some modifications by the system. By using it, Haruta could instantly master any jutsu. So long as he understood its theoretical foundations. And most importantly, it can raise a technique to my current maximum ability level. LV6. This was huge. That's a potential savings of 21 free points. The only limitation was that it would be capped at his current potential. Still, LV6 was elite Jonin level. And with his absurd physical stats, his cursed seal, and his other boosts, his combat ability would far exceed ordinary Jonin. Leaving the Hokage's office, I still can't believe it. We're heroes now? Yujao was still in a daze. She felt like she hadn't done enough to deserve the title. Yeah. It's a little surreal. Even Shishui was struggling to wrap his head around it. But Haruta wasn't surprised. He figured their sense of responsibility was making them overthink things again. If you could coast through life while getting paid. Wouldn't that be great? But for people obsessed with duty, that kind of thinking didn't sit well. Still, Haruta knew how to handle it. Alright, stop overanalyzing. We're back now. Let's get together tonight and celebrate our first successful mission. A celebration? Shishui tilted his head before breaking into a smile. That's actually a great idea. He had genuinely started to trust Haruta. This mission had proven a lot to him. After all, he had used his Mangekyo Sharingan. A power he had kept completely secret. No one knew he had it yet. But in the face of overwhelming danger, he had been forced to reveal it. What surprised him, however, was that Haruta never brought it up. Not in the reports. Not in the debriefing. Not even in front of the Hokage. Shishui assumed it was because Haruta didn't recognize the Mangekyo Sharingan. Regardless, it had deepened his trust in him. Of course, he still needed to consult with the Uchiha elders. No problem. Yujao, seeing Haruta wasn't overthinking things, decided to let it go as well. She even volunteered, I'll cover the cost tonight. I didn't contribute much in the last battle, so let me handle the celebration. A free meal. Haruta wasn't about to say no. As a former root operative, he sometimes wondered if Denzo had been withholding his mission rewards. His wallet was always suspiciously empty. By comparison, Yujao, being a regular Anbu, seemed to be doing much better financially. Damn it. Denzo, you greedy bastard. Did you just lump this mission's reward in with the last one? Cursing internally, Haruta maintained a friendly smile and bid farewell to his teammates. He had other matters to deal with. Like handling Denzo. And Kabuto. If his guess was right, Kabuto should be waiting outside the village by now. And the intelligence he had delivered to Denzo would be far more detailed than the one Haruta had given Hiruzen. As Haruta walked, he spotted Kakashi approaching the Hokage's office. His expression unusually grim. Haruta considered greeting him, until he remembered he still hadn't paid Kakashi back for their last ramen meal. Never mind. Next time. Shrugging, Haruta shifted his focus back to his system. With 1 point left from before, he now had a total of 9 free points. Time to put them to good use. System, upgrade my physical attributes. Overall physical ability upgraded to LV7. As soon as he spent his points, he immediately felt a change in his body. Whoa. Even at LV6, his physical abilities had been borderline insane. His stamina, chakra recovery, speed, strength, and sensory perception were already leagues above most shinobi. But now, at LV7, everything had received another massive boost. Especially his perception, chakra control, and something else. Wait. I can sense something inside me? Clenching his fists, Haruta felt a mysterious power stirring within him. A moment later, his system interface flashed with a new message. Your body has surpassed its natural limits. A hidden restriction has been lifted, unlocking a new ability, Yang Release, LV1. Haruta froze for a moment. Then a bizarre thought crossed his mind. Breaking through my body's limits. Enhancing all my abilities. Unlocking Yang Release. Am I on the path to becoming Azura? But before he could process it fully, he noticed someone watching him from the shadows. Aburi Murayama. One of Denzo's men. TCH. Here we go. Chapter 27, Full Enhancement. I'm becoming the next Azura. Hidden Leaf Village, Root Headquarters. Lord Denzo, that's the situation. Please forgive me. But if we hadn't done it this way, we might not have made it back alive. Haruta stood before Denzo, maintaining a respectful posture. He stole a glance at Aburi Murayama standing nearby, as well as the Root shinobi training outside. For now, it seemed wiser to stay on Denzo's good side. Denzo, meanwhile, was deep in thought. His expression was calm, but his eyes reflected the same disbelief that had been in Hiruzen Sarutobi's just hours ago. Perhaps even more so. Denzo was shocked. He had never expected to hear such a report. Much like Kabuto's intel, Haruta's actions had completely turned Hidden Sand Village upside down. And worst of all, he had done it in Denzo's name. Yet, Denzo couldn't even be mad. From Hidden Leaf Village's perspective, this was a flawless victory. Haruta had sabotaged Hidden Sand Village's negotiations with Hidden Mist Village, effectively crushing Raza's leverage against Hidden Stones Village. A weakened Hidden Sand Village was exactly what benefited Hidden Leaf Village. And Denzo despised Raza. He still held a grudge from the Third Great Ninja War. By allying with Ebizo, Haruta had potentially secured a powerful internal connection within Hidden Sand Village. Even though Ebizo hadn't agreed yet, that was expected. Haruta didn't have the authority to finalize such a deal, and Ebizo was far too cautious to accept right away. But the fact that the foundation had been laid was already a massive success. At this point, Denzo even questioned. Could I have done it better myself? Finally, after a long silence, Denzo spoke. No. You did well. Extremely well. Haruta raised an eyebrow. This was rare praise. Your progress pleases me. Your strategy was sound. As for your mission, she's worth more alive. We'll consider it a success. Consider it a success? I nearly got myself killed, and it's only considered a success? Haruta was ready to curse. Until suddenly, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Mission completed. Neutralize Bakura. Mission rank S. Reward +5 free points. Bonus reward for completing a high difficulty mission. Denzo's Wind Style. Haruta blinked. Then, instantly, his face adopted a perfectly respectful expression. Thank you, Lord Denzo. The special reward wasn't particularly exciting. After all, Haruta had never really invested in Wind Style. But 5 free points? That was huge. Haruta quickly reevaluated his priorities. It seemed that the harder the mission, the better the rating. And the more free points he received. Up until now, his mindset had been, why would I risk my life working for Denzo when my monthly stipend is barely worth it? But now, maybe it was time to start putting in some effort. Denzo's voice interrupted his thoughts. As for Kabuto, I'll let it slide this time. He contributed to this mission as well. Haruta nodded but remained silent. But remember, Root follows its own rules. Don't forget that. Understood, Lord Denzo. Denzo's expression darkened slightly. The situation with A was still giving him a headache. Finally, he waved his hand dismissively. You're dismissed. Kabuto should be back by now. Go meet him. I'm assigning you to handle the next phase of negotiations with Hidden Sand Village. Haruta's lips twitched. He had expected this. Denzo's disastrous defeat in the Land of Rain had cost him his elite root operatives. He had barely escaped Nagato's wrath alive. Right now, Denzo wouldn't dare leave Hidden Leaf Village again. Not until he had rebuilt his forces. It wasn't until he finally became the 5.5th Hokage that he found the courage to move freely. And even then, the late king's grand vision was left unfulfilled, and he perished in the stable like a mere beast. Haruta smirked as he walked out of Root headquarters. He found a shaded spot outside and sat down to wait for Kabuto, while also examining his rewards. Another 5 free points. I'm rolling in it. It wasn't often that he got 2 or 3 points per mission. But 5 or 6 points at once? That was unheard of. He had to think carefully about his next upgrades. Let's push Yang Release to LV2. The rest will go into Chakra reserves. Yang Release had already proven itself invaluable. And much like his other stats, it seemed to have inherited his monstrous growth rate. Yin Release boosts Ninjutsu. Yang Release boosts Taijutsu. This system is really leaning into my physical prowess. While he had considered upgrading everything evenly, he simply didn't have enough points for that. If he had to prioritize, then. Without a strong body, I can't properly wield these powers anyway. Haruta, overall physical ability, LV7 Chakra reserves, LV7 abilities, Cursed Seal LV3 Yin Release LV3 Yang Release LV2, additional abilities omitted, remaining free points, 0. Haruta clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. I'm officially at Elite Jonin level now. While his ninjutsu wasn't top tier, his physical stats alone were overwhelming. And once combined with his various multipliers, his actual combat strength far exceeded his rank. As for Denzo's wind style. So I can instantly master Denzo's wind style techniques at Jonin level? Haruta chuckled. It functions similarly to Ninja World Scholar, but with a narrower focus. Still. Not bad. Scorch style requires wind style as a component anyway. If I improve my fire style next, I might be able to unlock it. The trip to the Land of Wind had exposed a weakness in his combat style. Under certain conditions, his offensive options were too limited. Especially when it came to water style. It was nearly useless in the desert. With wind style, he now had a counterbalance. His overall combat versatility would increase significantly. Once my abilities are fully optimized, I'll focus entirely on my physical development. I want to see just how far I can push this body. Haruta's potential had no upper limit. That was a system-defined rule. But what he wanted to know was, how far could he take it? What made Azura Otsutsuki so powerful? It wasn't just his chakra. It was his overwhelmingly durable body and Yang Release abilities. Compared to Indra's Sharingan, Azura's strength suited Haruta's growth path far better. Even without inheriting Azura's chakra, he could still achieve something similar. Through sheer physical evolution. Move over, Naruto. I'm becoming the next Azura. Haruta grinned, clenching his fists. At that moment, he spotted someone approaching. Kabuto, now dressed in Hidden Leaf Village's standard uniform. Time to get to work. Chapter 28, A Ruthless Plan. Attacking Root? A grilled fish restaurant in Hidden Leaf Village. Welcome back. Haruta smiled as he handed over a freshly grilled salt-roasted sea bream. He knew that Kabuto loved this dish. Back in the orphanage, Nano Yakushi had made it for him personally. Thanks. Kabuto glanced at the fish but hesitated. Perhaps recalling the beating he had endured en route, he merely gave a wry smile. Then, with a sigh, he muttered, not that it matters. I doubt I'll ever be able to return to the orphanage anyway. Haruta nodded. Root operatives were forbidden from contacting their former loved ones. Denzo had already warned him not to be foolish. Haruta had, of course, ignored that warning. But he also knew it was pointless. Nano was already gone. She had been sent to infiltrate Hidden Stone's village. Let's talk about Hidden Sand Village. Haruta's tone shifted as he quickly formed a hand seal. A soundproof barrier appeared around them. Kabuto's eyes flickered in understanding. He subtly lowered his head to hide his mouth before speaking. Do you think the director is still alive? That question. I can't answer. Haruta watched Kabuto closely, pleased by his caution. This kid really knows how to play the game. No wonder Orochimaru liked him so much. But I do think she might be your next mission target. What do you mean? Kabuto frowned. He trusted that Haruta wouldn't joke about something like this. But he still didn't understand. Would Denzo really let them reunite? Haruta chuckled. Kabuto was still too naive. It was time to teach him a lesson. Haruta had already ensured that Denzo was now hated by both Sasori and Hidden Sand Village. Denzo would inevitably take the fall. So why not make things worse for him? It's simple. You and the director are both in danger. Haruta lowered his voice. You've made it clear that you want to leave Root once your mission is complete. But think about it. Do you really think Root will just let you go? Kabuto's body stiffened. And what about the director? Haruta continued. She still believes in Denzo, doesn't she? That's already a ticking time bomb. Haruta's words hit Kabuto like a hammer. He wanted to believe in Denzo. He wanted to believe in Hidden Leaf Village as leadership. But deep down, he knew. Do you remember how Denzo forced the director into Root in the first place? Kabuto's lips tightened. He had once overheard Denzo and Nano talking. He had personally witnessed how Denzo manipulated her. That memory alone was enough to shatter his last bit of faith. And do you know why I think you'll be sent to the same place as her? Haruta tapped the table. A subtle signal for Kabuto to control his expression. Then, he spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. Back when I was en route, I overheard something interesting. The director asked Denzo for photos of us. Kabuto's face paled. Think about it. If I were Denzo, and I had a disobedient subordinate like you. And if the director shared your mindset. The best way to deal with both of you would be to eliminate you. Kabuto's hands clenched into fists. Haruta continued, but how do you kill you both without getting your own hands dirty? It's easy. Give the director fake photos. After all, when we entered Root, we were just children. It's been years. By now, even if you met her again, she wouldn't recognize you. Kabuto's face turned ashen. Or Denzo could give her the real photos. Then order her to assassinate the targets in the pictures. And when it's over. He tells her the truth. Kabuto's breath hitched. He didn't even need Haruta to finish the sentence. She wouldn't be able to live with herself. She'd take her own life. Kabuto felt like the ground beneath him had vanished. He could already see it happening. And he knew. The director would never survive that kind of betrayal. Haruta sighed. Not everyone can be Itachi Uchiha or Obito Uchiha. One killed his own teacher. The other massacred his entire clan. Normal people? They break. Even Kabuto himself wasn't immune. When he eventually killed Nano and realized she didn't remember him, he lost it. So you see. You've already doomed a lot of people. Yourself. The director. And me. Haruta leaned back, letting his words sink in. Then, he added, of course, this is all just speculation. We'll find out soon enough. Like when you get reassigned to another mission. Kabuto was silent. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He wanted to believe in Denzo. He wanted to believe in Hidden Leaf Village. But Haruta's logic was airtight. And Kabuto trusted him. After all, they had grown up together in the orphanage. And Haruta's capabilities had been undeniable in the Land of Wind. He had to take this seriously. Finally, after a long pause, Kabuto whispered, what do you want, Haruta? Haruta blinked. Then, he smirked. Me? He stroked his chin, then grinned. I want multiple wives and an easy life. After all, didn't the Buddha say? Without indulgence, life has no joy. What the hell? Is that really what the Buddha said? Kabuto stiffened. He was about to retort when Haruta's expression turned serious again. But if I want a peaceful life. There are certain things I need to take care of first. Haruta's gaze sharpened. Root is a bottomless abyss. As long as we remain powerless, we will always be mere tools. If we want to climb out, if we want to stop being used, we need to start moving up. Kabuto's breath caught. Why should we let Denzo keep us under his thumb? Why should he be the one controlling our lives? Haruta's voice lowered. And tell me, why can't we be the ones sitting at the top? He had played the lazy, indifferent role for long enough. But the truth was, he wasn't content. He wasn't willing to remain a pawn. He had grown up watching Sun Wukong. If someone tried to chain him down, he'd break free. Of course, Haruta knew this wasn't something he should be saying to Kabuto. But he also knew. If he didn't leave him something to think about, Kabuto would never fully trust him. Aren't you afraid I'll tell Denzo? Kabuto finally asked. Haruta laughed. Not at all. He pointed at himself. Then at Kabuto. I just completed a major mission for Denzo. And he knows how I treated you when I first joined Root. If you accuse me, who do you think he'll believe? Kabuto's eye twitched. Damn it, he's right. Even if Denzo suspected Haruta, I'd already be dead. Just then, a masked Anbu ran up to them. Orders from the Hokage. Arm yourselves and report to Root immediately. Haruta froze. Wait. Are we attacking Root? Chapter 29, Denzo is about to explode. Senpai, what's going on? Although Haruta looked completely baffled, he couldn't disobey the third Hokage's orders. After gathering with the others, he couldn't help but whisper to Yujao beside him. He already had some suspicions in his mind. Judging by the timing, this was most likely about the Project A incident. Regardless, it was still necessary to gather more information. According to Kakashi-senpai's report, there's a suspected wood-style user en route who tried to kill him. Yujao had no reason to guard against Haruta. In truth, she didn't know much about Root or Denzo. She had originally planned to head home after being dismissed to prepare for tonight's gathering. But she happened to run into Kakashi, noticed his injuries, and wanted to take him for treatment. That led to them both meeting with the third Hokage, who then assigned them a mission. The Hokage wants Denzo-sama to meet with him and also sent people to find you since you've trained there before and know the area well. But Kakashi-senpai didn't want to wait and went ahead alone. As expected. Hearing this, Haruta nodded slightly. It really was that incident. Before heading to Hidden Sand Village, Hiruzen Sarutobi had mentioned that Kakashi would be handling the Orochimaru situation, which had already made Haruta suspicious. Now, despite his own meddling, the event was still happening as scheduled. Wait, I remember Kakashi's interactions with Root didn't go well. Suddenly, Haruta recalled something, which immediately piqued his interest. This was a rare opportunity. Let's move quickly. The Hokage is gathering the others, but we should go reinforce Kakashi-senpai first. Yujao didn't know what Haruta was thinking. She grabbed his hand and started running forward, unable to hold back her curiosity. Also, what's Root like, exactly? Root, huh? Haruta instinctively tightened his grip on Yujao's soft hand, momentarily lost in thought, before shaking his head and answering. It's an elite training base for Anbu, but also an extremely terrible place. The strictest management, the most brutal training, and the bloodiest missions. Kakashi-senpai is in trouble going there alone, even with the Hokage's authorization. Hidden Leaf Village has a place that even the Hokage doesn't control? Yujao seemed taken aback. She knew Denzo was the Hokage's advisor and held a high position. But even so, shouldn't he still be under the Hokage's authority? Who knows? Haruta shrugged. Denzo had even tried to assassinate Hiruzen Sarutobi and got away with it. Of course, that might have had something to do with Hiruzen's lingering sentimentality. And now, thanks to Nagato's rampage wiping out a chunk of Root, Denzo had been lying low. Otherwise, with his past behavior, he might not even acknowledge Sarutobi as Hokage. New mission acquired, reinforce Kakashi. Glancing at his task list, Haruta nodded in satisfaction, then tightened his grip on Yujao's small hand. Let's speed up. Kakashi-senpai is likely in a fight already. Stay ready for combat at any time. Understood. Yujao nodded seriously, but her gaze drifted to her hand being held. She couldn't help but feel. Wasn't Haruta gripping a bit too tightly? Kakashi, I didn't expect you to come here uninvited. At the Root base, Denzo glared at Kakashi, who had just rescued A, his eyes full of hatred. After dealing with Haruta, he had gone to handle the issue with A. The boy's ability to use wood style and his emergence of self-awareness were things Denzo absolutely could not tolerate. But what he hadn't expected was that Kakashi had come with an official decree from Hiruzen Sarutobi, clearly intending to take away. Denzo had already harbored a deep grudge against Kakashi for interfering with his assassination attempt on Sarutobi. And now, this bastard had the audacity to waltz into Root and steal his most valuable asset. New and old grievances stacked together, and Denzo couldn't hold back his rage. You dare trespass into Root's domain and attempt to take my shinobi? Don't think I'll let you go. Kakashi scanned his surroundings cautiously. He had already noticed that the entire area was surrounded by Root ninja. All of them had drawn their weapons, and from the way they stood ready, it was clear that at Denzo's command, they would strike instantly. Denzo-sama, Kakashi, he realized the severity of the situation and immediately tried to speak up, but Denzo cut him off roughly. Shut up. You won't get off easy either. Without further delay, Denzo waved his hand, signaling the Root shinobi to attack. He didn't want to waste time arguing with Kakashi and A. He knew Kakashi's document was legitimate, and there was no telling when Hiruzen Sarutobi might arrive. The best course of action was to eliminate the problem now. Perhaps even securing Kakashi's Sharingan for himself. Stay alert. Kakashi immediately warned while preparing for battle. But at that moment, he suddenly froze and looked up. Wind style, vacuum bullet. At that instant, a powerful wind style jutsu exploded from above, sending several Root shinobi flying. Who's there? Denzo panicked for a moment. He was always wary of his old friend showing up, even though he hated calling him Hokage. But when he looked up, he was instantly furious. Even with the mask, he could tell. It was Haruta. Had this brat turned against him? Was he actually attacking Root? But Haruta paid no attention to Denzo's reaction. Moving like a flash of lightning, he led Yujao forward, swiftly taking down Root ninja while closing in on Kakashi. With his level 7 physical abilities and chakra reserves, he was experiencing an entirely new level of combat prowess. Moreover, thanks to Denzo's orders, all the root shinobi had been focused on Kakashi and A, completely unaware of an ambush from behind. As a result, Haruta was cutting through them like a god of war. Completely unstoppable. Boom. 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 A punch, a kick, swift dodges, and rapid counterattacks. It was all seamless, effortless, and utterly infuriating to Denzo. Kill them all. Without hesitation, Denzo gave the order, and a squad of root ninja immediately turned their attention to Haruta. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. Haruta quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hands together. In an instant, the ground transformed into a swamp, catching several root ninja off guard and dragging them into the sinking mud. However, many managed to react in time, leaping away while launching a barrage of jutsu and projectiles toward Haruta and Yujao. "Senpai, lend me your sword." As Haruta dodged an incoming attack, he casually reached out and took Yujao's blade. He murmured something to himself as he swung it. Clang. 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 The sword danced in Haruta's hands, deflecting kunai and senbon with dazzling precision. Within moments, he and Yujao had successfully reached Kakashi and A. Damn it. Denzo clenched his fists, seething. He couldn't understand what Haruta was trying to pull, but his fury had already reached its peak. Fine. Fine. His voice was low and menacing, but then he suddenly roared. In that case, none of you are leaving here alive. You think you can decide that, Denzo? A sudden voice interrupted him. Denzo froze, then quickly looked up. Only to see that the entire root base was now surrounded by Anbu. The sight sent a cold chill through his body. And standing among the Anbu was Hiruzen Sarutobe himself. At that moment, Denzo felt his blood run cold. Was this an attack on root? Chapter 30, The Masked Man's Gaze. Denzo felt a chill run down his spine as he watched his root headquarters completely surrounded by the Anbu. He knew very well that there were many contradictions between himself and his old friend. Especially since he had even tried to assassinate him. For a moment, he genuinely wondered if his old friend was using this incident as an excuse to eliminate him once and for all. Denzo, I know you hate Kakashi, but you've gone too far this time. Hiruzen Sarutobe didn't descend but instead looked down at Denzo from above. I do not wish for bloodshed between fellow villagers. You should understand that. Damn it. Talking as if you're so righteous. Have you forgotten what the root exists for? Denzo couldn't help but curse inwardly. But he knew this was something he could never say out loud, nor could he acknowledge Hiruzen's words. What are you talking about, Hiruzen? I have no prejudice against Kakashi. He was the one who invaded the root space without permission. Without permission? Hiruzen shook his head and spoke in a deep voice. I summoned you, but I heard you pretended not to be here. That's why he had to come in and look for you himself, isn't that right? Denzo remained silent. He couldn't tell what exactly his old friend was pressuring him for. However, as he glanced at a standing nearby and then at Haruta, who was positioned in front of Kakashi's group, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that Hiruzen was intentionally forcing him to hand over for Haruta to see? That kid had performed exceptionally well during the Hidden Sand Village mission. It seems there was a miscommunication in delivering the orders. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. Despite his thoughts running wild, Denzo still refused to admit fault. In that case, let's set aside Kakashi's matter for now. I summoned you for something else. Hiruzen had no intention of letting Denzo off the hook so easily. He pondered for a moment before continuing. You should know that wood style is a power the village has long dreamed of obtaining. We once conducted high-risk experiments just to acquire this ability. Yet, you've been hiding this power within the root. Can you tell me why? Denzo's heart skipped a beat. So it's finally come to this. At this point, he could no longer maintain his composure and immediately started explaining. I was protecting and nurturing it. I had no intention of hiding it, and besides, this wasn't something that required a formal report, was it? But, Denzo. The third Hokage lightly touched the brim of his hat, his tone calm yet irrefutable. The Jinchuriki is about to start attending the academy, and the sealing techniques of wood style are becoming increasingly crucial to the village. Denzo was left speechless. Once the Jinchuriki was involved, the situation became entirely different. After all, what could be more important than a Jinchuriki? However, with Oda and his wood style, how would he control the Jinchuriki in the future? So this was all planned. To force me into submission before the Hokage while also taking a? Denzo clenched his fists tightly. The only reason he was being pushed into this situation was because he wasn't the Hokage. If he were, who would dare to treat him this way? So, Denzo, I will be assigning him to the Anbu. The route was originally meant to be a training ground for Anbu, wasn't it? Hiruzen ignored Denzo's internal struggle and continued in his steady voice. You've already provided Anbu with many excellent talents. Haruta, for example. I hope you can be just as magnanimous this time. However, as a token of appreciation for your contribution, I am willing to let bygones be bygones regarding everything that happened today. I can also grant your previous request. His previous request. Denzo instantly realized Hiruzen was referring to Haruta's interactions with Naruto. But after losing was this supposed to be some kind of compensation? Denzo was furious. He raised his head, glaring at Hiruzen in anger. Fine. We'll do as you say. Ultimately, Denzo had no choice but to back down. The Anbu had completely surrounded the route, and who knew what other arrangements Hiruzen had made outside. He was genuinely worried that his old friend might take this opportunity to dismantle the route entirely. However, I want to have a private word with him. After all, he was trained under me. Denzo extended his hand and pointed at Haruta. Fine. Seeing that things were mostly settled, Hiruzen had no objections. However, he still gave a firm reminder. We will be waiting for him outside. After all, he is now a member of the Anbu. With that, he decisively ordered the Anbu to withdraw, leaving behind a grim-faced Denzo. They really were taking him away. Haruta. Uchiha looked worried. This was her first time witnessing such a high-level political struggle, and she was completely unsure of Denzo's intentions toward Haruta. Don't worry. Wait for me outside. Haruta gently patted Uchiha's shoulder before striding over to Denzo without hesitation. What exactly do you think you're doing? The moment everyone else had left, Denzo finally lost his composure. Are you planning to betray me like I did? Don't forget, your orphanage director is still waiting for funds, and more importantly, you cannot remove the cursed seal on your body. Yeah, right. Nano Yakushi is in Hidden Stones Village, and I already removed the damn seal ages ago. Haruta scoffed internally but knew he had to put on a convincing act. So, he removed his mask, his expression solemn. Denzo-sama, I haven't forgotten. I was merely testing things just now. Testing? Denzo almost laughed out of sheer anger. Helping Kakashi take away counts as a test? That's right. A test. Haruta nodded seriously. Denzo-sama, your goal is to become Hokage. That has always been my goal as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have worked to establish alliances in Hidden Sand Village on your behalf, giving you an opportunity to control them. Denzo was momentarily speechless. Haruta's past actions did seem to align with his interests. But to become Hokage, you need competent guards. Haruta looked up, staring intently at Denzo before scanning the route members around them. His gaze lingered on those who were still battered and covered in filth after crawling out of the swamp of the underworld. He shook his head and said in a low voice, but I'm disappointed. If they couldn't even withstand my attacks, how can they protect you from future threats? What? Hearing this, Abure Murayama, who was standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. If others heard that, Haruta might not make it out of here alive. Denzo, too, was momentarily stunned. He injured his own comrades, practically handed over and now he's giving me this explanation? But upon closer thought, it actually made sense. Haruta wasn't from a noble clan. He was someone Denzo had personally placed in Anbu as a sleeper agent. Yet, despite that, he had managed to single-handedly overpower the route's elite forces. Even if it was through surprise attacks, the route's overall performance had been disgraceful. Could it be that this kid is actually the most loyal one? I see. After a long pause, Denzo finally nodded. After all, he still had leverage over Haruta. Nano Yakushi was Haruta's greatest weakness, just like Kabuto. As long as he held that card, Haruta would remain under his control. It seems I misunderstood you. You've done well. Indeed, the route's forces are still lacking. They need even harsher training. Haruta nodded, but deep down, he felt sorry for these poor route members. Most likely, Denzo would now push them to the brink of physical collapse in training. But that was fine. When he took over the route in the future, he'd have a stronger force at his disposal. Denzo could go ahead and leave behind some good assets for him. Alright, you may go. Don't keep the others waiting. Though still irritated, Denzo spoke with a stoic expression. And remember who you truly are. Understood? Denzo-sama, I have always acted in accordance with your will. For the sake of Hidden Leaf Village's route. Haruta answered smoothly, making Denzo feel a bit better. Today had been far too frustrating. Meanwhile, in a certain dimensional space above them, a masked man silently observed everything. So, this kid is Shizue Uchiha's teammate. Chapter 31, A Buried Uchiha. Obito, why are you interested in that kid? Under the silver moonlight, inside a dimensional space atop the Hokage Rock in Hidden Leaf Village. A half-white face emerging from a Venus flytrap-like plant stared at Obito in curiosity. He didn't really understand the reasoning behind Obito's actions, but he didn't care much either. After all, Even that black entity didn't fully grasp Obito's intentions. I'm not interested in him. He's just a slightly more capable ordinary person. Obito shook his head. Although White Zetsu was a bit of an idiot, these guys had accompanied him through his darkest times. Because of that, he didn't mind talking to them. What interests me is his teammate, Shizue Uchiha. And a new toy I've found. Didn't you say last time that he was a seed? White Zetsu looked puzzled but quickly waved his hand with a grin when he saw Obito's glance. Alright. Whether he's a toy or a seed, it doesn't really matter. Obito withdrew his gaze and gave a small nod. Then, the black half of the Venus flytrap entity spoke up. You plan to use that brat to influence Shizue Uchiha. Maybe even Itachi Uchiha. That's part of the plan. Obito didn't deny it and spoke directly. With my help, Itachi Uchiha has already awakened his Sharingan. But that's not his limit. Meanwhile, Shizue Uchiha should have already unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan. Since that's the case, it would be foolish not to try something. Whether it's figuring out the abilities of Shizue's eyes, getting my hands on them, convincing him to leave Hidden Leaf Village, or pushing Itachi Uchiha further down his path. All of it is worth attempting. The Venus flytrap entity nodded. It was a sound plan, but there was something he was curious about. Good idea. But how do you intend to do it? That question made Obito fall silent. Because even he hadn't fully thought it through yet. He often acted on impulse, after all. Like how he happened to overhear Kakashi mention that Kushina was the previous Jinchuriki, and that led to the Ninetales incident. Looks like I was being too hasty. The black half of the Venus flytrap entity understood Obito well. Though the silence was deafening, he quickly patched things up. We don't know much about this kid yet. We should gather more intel on him before making any concrete plans. Yeah. Let's do that. Aku. At a yakiniku restaurant in Hidden Leaf Village, Haruta suddenly sneezed, prompting Yujao to glance at him with concern. What's wrong? Are you catching a cold? No idea. Haruta shook his head, then grinned. Maybe someone's talking behind my back. Yujao couldn't help but chuckle. Who would be so bored as to gossip about him? I was just joking. Here, try some of my grilled meat. Haruta didn't wait for her to refuse and placed a piece of perfectly grilled meat into her bowl. Yujao hesitated slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. I can do it myself. People are watching. So, does that mean if no one's around? Don't talk nonsense. Seeing Yujao's slightly flushed face, Haruta simply smiled without saying more. See? Sometimes, you just have to be shameless. He and Kabuto often joked, without indulgence, life is dull. That wasn't just a joke. It was a philosophy. Of course, he wouldn't take things too far, but since he was already in this world, wouldn't it be a waste not to marry a few wives? That said, Haruta knew how to prioritize. His top goal right now was still inheriting Denzo's legacy. But that didn't mean he couldn't start making some early preparations for himself. Besides, Hidden Leaf Village has so many unique flavors. It'd be a shame not to try them all. And technically, I'm just spreading goodwill, right? Haruta mentally gave himself a thumbs up before shifting his attention to the others at the gathering. Originally, this was supposed to be a simple get-together for their three-man squad. However, for some reason, Shizue still hadn't arrived. And after today's Kakashi incident, they had two extra guests. Kakashi had come personally to express his gratitude, bringing along Tenzo, who had just been freed from Root and abandoned his old codename, A. Tenzo seemed a bit reserved, though he was clearly more comfortable around Haruta. After all, they used to be colleagues in the Root, even if they had barely interacted back then. Haruta-kun, I really appreciate what you did this afternoon. Kakashi, completely ignoring Haruta's subtle flirtations with Yujao, smiled as he addressed him. Yeah, thanks a lot, Owl. Haruta. If it weren't for you, I doubt I could have gotten out so easily. Tenzo quickly added, though he still instinctively used Haruta's old Root codename. No need to thank me. It was the Hokage's orders. And don't call me that anymore. Also, congratulations on finally leaving that place. Haruta nodded at them with a smile while continuing to place food into Yujao's bowl. But after a moment, he glanced at her and asked, by the way, isn't it strange that Shizue-senpai isn't here yet? He's usually the fastest when it comes to meetups. Why is he late today? Oh, you don't know? Yujao, momentarily distracted by Haruta's gestures, pursed her lips but chose to ignore it. Instead, she softly replied, after we disbanded, he mentioned that since he finally had some free time, he wanted to train with his younger brother. So he might be a bit late tonight. Younger brother? Haruta's expression turned odd. Shizue's younger brother. Wasn't that the guy who would one day wipe out his entire clan? Itachi Uchiha. I heard that Shizue-senpai's younger brother is a prodigy. Yujao had no idea what Haruta was thinking and continued with a smile. He graduated from the academy at a very young age. Almost broke Kakashi-senpai's record, actually. And I heard he's about to take the Chunin exam soon. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. He hadn't expected the conversation to suddenly involve him. After a moment's thought, he spoke up. Honestly, I don't think graduating early is always a good thing. The academy is a place where you can make lifelong friends. He spoke from personal experience. His childhood had been rough, and at times, he had even considered giving up on himself. But in the end, it was the very friends he once looked down on who had pulled him back from the edge. Well, it depends on the person. This is the Uchiha we're talking about. Haruta shrugged. The Uchiha clan members were known for their extreme personalities. And Itachi had been sticking with Shizue since childhood. Using shadow clones to attend class while training with Shizue in secret. It was clear that his peers meant nothing to him. And even if Itachi wanted to stay in the academy longer, his crazy father wouldn't have allowed it. After all, this was the same man who, despite having the power to resist, chose to do nothing as his own son massacred their clan. As a normal person, Haruta couldn't even begin to understand what went through the guy's head. But speaking of the Uchiha. Suddenly, Haruta seemed to recall something. I remember there was a particularly strong Uchiha. Who ended up buried underground, wasn't there? Talent was important. And Haruta valued talent greatly. Maybe, in the future, he could go and dig him up. Just as he was lost in thought, there was a sudden knock on the door of their private dining room. Chapter 32, The Concept of Wood-Style Sorry. I'm late. Inside the private room, Shizue looked at everyone with an apologetic smile. I didn't expect you to be here too, Kakashi-senpai. And this is. We ran into something quite unusual this afternoon, senpai. Haruta smirked mischievously as he responded. I'd rather keep the details classified, but let's just say it was an interesting event. Interesting? That was an understatement. For the Uchiha, today's events were nothing short of a major shakeup. Who was the one scheming to wipe out the Uchiha? Denzo. And today, they had stormed Denzo's stronghold and fought inside his own base. In a way, wasn't that a form of early revenge? Too bad Shizue had missed the chance. What a pity. Is that so? Shizue clearly had no idea what Haruta was thinking. But since Haruta mentioned it was classified, he figured it was best not to ask. However, he hadn't actually spent the evening with Itachi, as he had told Yujao earlier. Instead, he had been meeting with the Uchiha clan elders. The Uchiha faction was quite complicated. Before the Nine-Tails incident, there had been three main factions within the clan: the Radicals, who upheld Uchiha Setsuna's ideology and believed in using force to make the Uchiha great again. The Moderates, including Shizue, who sought a peaceful way for the Uchiha to fully integrate into Hidden Leaf Village. The neutral faction, the so-called opportunists, who didn't care who won, as long as they backed the victor. But after the Nine-Tails attack, the entire Uchiha clan was forcibly relocated to the outskirts of the village. On top of that, rumors and slander spread through Hidden Leaf Village, painting the Uchiha in a terrible light. Under this pressure, many from the neutral faction began siding with the Radicals, leaving the moderates in an increasingly difficult position. Joining the Anbu was Shizue's way of earning the Hokage's trust, but that alone wasn't enough. More Uchiha needed to be recognized and trusted by Hidden Leaf Village as leadership. But for that to happen, they needed allies. Haruta's actions during today's mission had deeply impressed Shizue. At the same time, the third Hokage's handling of the situation had also left a lasting impression. That's why today, Shizue had brought up Haruta during his discussion with the elders. Of course, he couldn't disclose Anbu missions, but he tried to subtly highlight Haruta's value. Unfortunately, his elders still preferred to trust their own clan members. Alright, let's drop this topic. Haruta shook his head and raised his cup of fruit juice with a grin. It's our break time, so let's not talk about missions. Too bad we can't drink alcohol. Otherwise, we wouldn't stop until we were completely wasted. Come on, we're ninja. We can't just drink recklessly. Yujao rolled her eyes. Besides, don't forget about the 3 prohibitions of a ninja. But I heard some interesting stories about Jiraiya-sama. Haruta blinked playfully and turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, Jiraiya-sama didn't seem to care about the 3 prohibitions, yet he was still a powerful ninja, right? Cough. 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 Kakashi choked awkwardly. How was he supposed to answer that? Was he supposed to say, different people have different constitutions? That would be absolute nonsense. I think. Since we're still young ninja, alcohol would just make us drowsy and unfocused. It's better to stay away from it. Tenzo, being the honest guy he was, scratched his head and looked at Haruta. We've all had missions where we waited for the target to get drunk. And then assassinated them. Yuzhou and Shizue fell silent. Weren't we supposed to be avoiding work-related topics? But Haruta actually nodded thoughtfully. That's true. Drunk targets are the easiest to handle. It's also the easiest way to stage an accidental death. Like slipping off a rooftop. But considering how many people we've already killed. Having a few drinks. Enough. That's enough. Yuzhou couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed Haruta's shoulder firmly. You two need to cut it out. Senpai, you have a Sharingan too. Maybe we should exchange some insights. Shizue, looking a bit embarrassed, quickly turned to Kakashi with a smile. Kakashi's Sharingan had once sparked a huge controversy within the Uchiha clan. But for some reason, the Uchiha patriarch had personally put an end to the dispute. Shizue never understood why, but since it had already been settled, there was no point in dwelling on it. And he had to admit. Kakashi, despite not being an Uchiha, wielded the Sharingan with remarkable proficiency. They had never really had a chance to discuss it before, so now was a perfect opportunity. Sure. Kakashi didn't refuse, and the two quickly started their own conversation. Meanwhile, Haruta turned his gaze toward Tenzo. Wood style had always fascinated him. It was a power he desperately wanted to get his hands on. Even though his physical stats were incredibly high, he wasn't confident that he could survive implanting Hashirama cells. Even white Zetsu cells were risky, let alone pure Hashirama cells. After all, I'm not like Tenzo. I don't have a Sharingan to balance it out. In Haruta's eyes, Hashirama was the most unique reincarnation of Ashura. Forget his chakra reserves, which were absurdly massive. Even greater than Naruto's with half of Kurama inside him. Even his approach to battle was completely different from other Ashura reincarnations. Throughout history, Ashura reincarnations always emphasized unity and teamwork. But Hashirama? He still believed in unity. But he never actually needed anyone's help. He just soloed Madara. So, in the end, I need to rely on myself. Haruta stroked his chin. He had always believed that wood style wasn't a Kekkei Genkai. It was actually a Kekkei Toda. Tenzo's wood style. Even if Haruta didn't know the exact ratio. Was clearly a fusion of earth and water style. But that version of wood style wasn't known for its destructive power. Its greatest contribution? Revolutionizing Hidden Leaf Village's home construction industry. The real key to wood style is the control of yang release. Only by infusing the right amount of yang chakra could one create true wood style techniques. Haruta silently mulled over his theory. It was about time he started working toward making it a reality. Yes, he was a powerhouse. But he was well aware of the dangers ahead. Especially since he planned to inherit Denzo's legacy. If he wasn't strong enough, how could he even compete for it? What's wrong? Are you upset? Just as Haruta was deep in thought, Yuzhou's hesitant voice reached his ears. Sorry. I just thought that kind of talk wasn't appropriate for this moment. Don't overthink it, senpai. I'm not that petty. Haruta interrupted her with a smile and a shake of his head. Besides, it was my fault. Seeing an old colleague from Root made me slip up. In fact, I should be thanking you for stopping me. Really? Yuzhou blinked. Haruta nodded. Of course. I hope you'll always look out for me, senpai. Can I count on you? I told you, just call me Yuzhou. She rolled her eyes at him, then nodded seriously. Don't worry. I'll always look out for you. But as soon as she said it, she froze. Wait. How long does always mean? Chapter 33, The Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Hidden Leaf Village sure is peaceful. Under the silver moonlight, Haruta and Yuzhou walked side by side through the residential district of Hidden Leaf Village. After the gathering, Haruta had insisted on being a gentleman and offering to walk Yuzhou home, which left her both amused and exasperated. Sure, she was a woman, but she was also a shinobi. Still, she didn't refuse, and so the two of them ended up heading off together. Looking at the peaceful streets before her, Yuzhou couldn't help but sigh. It was such a stark contrast to the disaster that had been Hidden Sand Village. Dangerous enemies, harsh conditions, and constant pursuit. By the way, Haruta, what's your dream for the future? Tilting her head slightly, Yuzhou suddenly looked at Haruta with curiosity. Me? Haruta gave her a strange look, pretending to think deeply before grinning. To become as strong as Jiraiya-sama. And if possible, I want to be the man who becomes Hokage. Yuzhou was momentarily speechless. Something about that statement felt off. Jiraiya was incredibly powerful, but hadn't they just been joking about him ignoring the 3 shinobi prohibitions earlier? Did Haruta mean to follow in his footsteps in every way? And while aiming to be Hokage wasn't wrong, something about the way Haruta said it felt weird. Good luck. I believe you can do it. After a long pause, Yujao finally responded with a sigh. Haruta simply nodded. Thanks, senpai. I'll work hard. If he had known what Yujao was thinking, he would have nodded confidently and given her a thumbs up. He was a transmigrator in a world of supernatural abilities. Things like age differences were irrelevant. The real issue was whether he looked good or not. And driving a big car? Well, big headlights were useful too. I told you, just call me Yujao. Yujao pursed her lips. She had the feeling this junior of hers wasn't as obedient as she had expected. But before she could say more, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and instinctively reached out to tug on Haruta's sleeve. Haruta, look over there. Isn't that Naruto? Huh? Haruta looked up in confusion. Sure enough, he spotted Naruto, wandering alone near a few shops, looking downcast. It wasn't hard to guess what had happened. He was probably hungry again. Seeing this, Haruta thought for a moment before walking over. Last time, nothing had happened when he interacted with Naruto, so why should he worry now? Especially since he was never alone when talking to him. He always had company. Kid, what's wrong this time? With Yujao following beside him, Haruta quickly approached Naruto, whose shoulders stiffened at the sound of his voice. Big bro. Big sis. It's you guys. Naruto turned around excitedly, his blue eyes lighting up. He still remembered how these two had treated him to ramen last time. He had wanted to ask for their names back then, but he never got the chance. Now that he had run into them again, how could he not be happy? But just as he opened his mouth to speak, Gr. His stomach growled loudly, causing him to freeze in embarrassment. Haven't eaten again? Haruta raised an eyebrow. This kid's situation was way too tragic. I overslept. And Ikiraku ramen was already closed. Naruto looked toward the now dark and empty ramen shop with a frustrated expression. Haruta and Yujao exchanged glances. At this hour, barely any shops were still open. Why didn't you come earlier? Yujao frowned. This kid didn't seem too bright. Because I feel like most people don't like me. So I usually come out when there aren't a lot of people around. Naruto's words made Yujao freeze. With an awkward laugh, he continued, the only people who don't hate me are Tukiya-san, the old man Hokage, and you two. Too bad Ikiraku is closed. Otherwise, I'd have treated you guys to ramen. Naruto had already received his monthly allowance, and he had even said before that he wanted to treat them sometime. But now that they had met again, well, it was a bit ironic. You little brat. Yujao sighed, thinking for a moment before saying, Haruta, stay here with him. At this hour, most places are closed, but I'll go to a convenience store and grab him something. Huh? Big sis. Naruto quickly tried to stop her, but Haruta grabbed him by the collar. Relax. Just wait here. Instant ramen will do the job just fine. But Naruto wanted to say something, but Haruta cut him off. Instant ramen is already a luxury. Back when I was on missions, I had to eat things like cockroaches and rats. Was that really the point of this conversation? Naruto's brain short-circuited. He had wanted to say he could pay for his own food, but how had the conversation suddenly shifted to disgusting things? Still, he was curious. He hesitantly asked, do all ninja have to eat stuff like that? Of course. When you're on a mission, you eat whatever you can find. Haruta bullshitted without hesitation. He had seen other people eat that kind of stuff, but he sure as hell never did it himself. That didn't stop him from messing with the kid, though. Cough. Just as Haruta was spinning his tail, a deliberate cough interrupted him. Hokage Gigi. Naruto immediately beamed with joy when he saw the old man approaching. His pipe in his mouth as always. Well, Naruto. Haven't eaten again? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke before shifting his gaze to Haruta. After a moment, he spoke. Haruta, you're here too. How was your gathering tonight? Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. Everything went smoothly. Haruta nodded politely. Considering Shizui, Tenzo, and Kakashi had all been present, and all of them were Aunt Boo, there was no way the third Hokage wouldn't have heard about it. Good, good. Hiruzen smiled and nodded before suddenly shaking his head. But after such a nice gathering, why are you telling the kid things like that? Ninja don't always eat like that. You'll scare him. Was there a problem with Hidden Leaf Village's logistics? Was Hidden Leaf Village so broke that Shinobi couldn't afford proper food? Cockroaches? Rats? That sounded like something Denzo's people would do. Not normal Hidden Leaf Village ninja. Even Anbu didn't have it that bad. Haruta let out a dry laugh but didn't argue. Fine, fine. You're the Hokage. Whatever you say goes. But speaking of which, you've completed quite a few missions, haven't you? And I don't think I've given you a proper reward yet. Hiruzen suddenly changed the subject, smiling at him. Huh? A reward? Naruto's eyes lit up. As someone who aspired to be Hokage, he was naturally curious about everything related to ninja. That's right. A reward. Hiruzen gently patted Naruto's head before turning back to Haruta. Haruta is a genius. He has completed many incredible missions, so of course, he deserves a reward. I've been thinking for a while about what to give you. But now, I've made up my mind. I want you to try learning this. With that, he pulled out a scroll and handed it over. Haruta immediately caught it, and as he looked at it, he already knew what it was. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Glancing at the ecstatic Naruto beside him, Haruta sighed internally. Yes, Hokage-sama. Chapter 34, Itachi Uchiha. This wasn't some random encounter. There's no way. It had to be intentional. Sitting in his home, Haruta looked at the scroll in his hand, recalling the events with Naruto and Uchiha earlier that night. He couldn't help but shake his head and mutter to himself. Running into the old man had been way too coincidental. It felt like Naruto's appearance was an accident, but the third Hokage had clearly come to give him something. Naruto just happened to be there, and Haruta got dragged into a little performance for the kid's sake. Not that it really mattered. Haruta had no reason to complain. Whatever. If I'm just playing a background role, fine. But as long as I get my reward, I don't care. He glanced at the scroll in his hand, then at the room he was living in, finally nodding in satisfaction. Anbu was different from Root. Root had no employee benefits. Everything, including food and shelter, was provided inside the Root base. Anbu, on the other hand, only required operatives to be on standby during missions. They were free to live outside if they wanted. Of course, some still chose to stay in Anbu's facilities, but Haruta wasn't one of them. The apartment he had now was assigned by Anbu, so in a way, this was also a job perk. It wasn't huge, but it was way better than sleeping on the floor in a Root barracks. Plus, Anbu paid pretty well. Just earlier, Uchiha had covered the whole dinner bill and even bought Naruto a ton of food. If the salary wasn't decent, she definitely would have felt that in her wallet. Alright, let's check out this Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Haruta set aside his thoughts and unrolled the scroll. He knew that once a scroll like this was opened, there was a time limit before it would self-destruct. That meant he had to memorize everything quickly. Besides, he had always been fascinated by Flying Thunder God. One of the few true space-time techniques in the ninja world. From what Haruta remembered, space-time jutsu were mostly exclusive to the Otsutsuki clan. Among humans, only Obito's Kamui had achieved true dimensional travel. Other techniques, like Hidden Cloud's Village's Heavenly Transfer Jutsu and Summoning Jutsu, technically counted, but they weren't useful for combat. Flying Thunder God, however, was different. It was one of the only jutsu that fully integrated space-time manipulation with battle. An hour later, watching the last remnants of the Burning Scroll, Haruta rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So this is how Flying Thunder God works. The technique wasn't as complex as he had imagined. Its structure wasn't overly complicated. But calling it easy would be a massive understatement. There were too many intricate components that had to be mastered simultaneously, making it extremely difficult for the average ninja. The three key factors are physical conditioning, sealing techniques, and summoning principles. Physical conditioning was critical. Traveling through space-time put an immense strain on the body, and intense disorientation was something most people couldn't handle. Sealing techniques were the foundation. The Flying Thunder God markers were essentially a variant of a sealing jutsu. At a basic level, the marks had to be pre-etched onto kunai or surfaces. But to fully master the technique, one had to be able to place marks instantly, in combat. Finally, there was the summoning aspect. This was the core of Flying Thunder God's teleportation mechanism. On top of that, chakra control and reserves also played a crucial role. All in all, it was one of the most difficult techniques in existence. However, aside from summoning, I already have everything else. Haruta's eyes lit up. He already had exceptional physical abilities and high-level chakra control and reserves. And thanks to his paranoia about Denzo, he had even trained himself up to level 5 in sealing jutsu. Everything was lining up perfectly. Except for summoning, which might be a minor hurdle. But then, new jutsu detected. Theoretical structure, complete and valid, ability Shinobi Scholar activated. Would you like to proceed? Meanwhile, at the Root base. You worthless trash. Train harder. Denzo's furious gaze swept across the Root Shinobi, who were undergoing brutal drills. Today had been a disaster for him. Not only had Anbu completely surrounded Root, but worse. The elite soldiers he had trained so meticulously had been beaten to a pulp by Haruta. The humiliation and frustration made it impossible for him to sit still. So instead of waiting until the next day, he had ordered immediate, intensified training to restore his pride. As he watched his subordinates push themselves to exhaustion, He felt a little better and finally turned to walk back to his office. Seeing their boss in such a terrible mood, Aburame didn't dare say a word. But he still faithfully delivered the daily intelligence reports. Denzo-sama, here is today's report. Denzo took the scroll, but for once, he didn't open it right away. His mind was still occupied with something else. Haruta Shigaru. There was no direct evidence, but today's mission had caused too much of a stir. And based on his own report, Haruta had deliberately concealed key details from his conversation with Ebizo. Still, just the fact that he had successfully pressured Hidden Sand Village and secured a stronger alliance for Hidden Leaf Village was already a major achievement. Denzo couldn't shake the feeling that Hiruzen was planning to steal Haruta away from him. After all, today had felt like a message. Even who follows me now. Even Denzo listens to me. So, Haruta. You should know who to obey, right? Damn it. Why am I not Hokage? The thought made Denzo's blood pressure spike, but he quickly calmed himself down. In hindsight, he felt a little afraid. He always criticized Hiruzen for being too soft, but now, he was grateful for that softness. Because if Hiruzen had been even slightly more ruthless today, it wouldn't have been just an Anbu blockade. It would have been Root's complete annihilation. TCH. Denzo let out a long sigh. He needed to find a way to strike back, but without drawing too much attention from Hiruzen. And if he could somehow make Hiruzen lose faith in Haruta at the same time? That would be ideal. Shaking his head, he decided to distract himself with work and unrolled the scroll. After all, work was the one thing that still gave him control. But then... His eyes narrowed as he scanned a particular section of the report. Uchiha. Itachi? Hidden Leaf Village's most dangerous prodigy factory had yet again produced a new problem child. And Itachi had already made a name for himself en route. At the age of 8, he had humiliated Root's elite operatives in combat. That wasn't just a defeat. It was a direct slap to Denzo's face. This brat is taking the Chunin exams? Denzo knew that Hiruzen had high hopes for Itachi. The boy was already an exceptional Sharingan user, and Hiruzen had even described him as a genius with the mindset of a Hokage. And he's close with Shisui. Which means, in the future. Denzo's expression darkened. Dealing with Shisui was already a headache. And now another one was emerging? Wait. Denzo suddenly had an idea. Itachi was strong for his age, but so was Haruta. What if Haruta were the one to put Itachi in his place? At the same time, in a dimensional space, a masked man also nodded to himself. It seemed like he had come to the same conclusion. Chapter 35, I am the Hokage. Denzo was the kind of man who acted the moment he had an idea. The very next morning, he barged straight into the Hokage's office to confront his old friend. Before coming, he had mentally prepared himself. An argument was inevitable. He might not win, but at least he could vent some frustration. Because he had had enough. Bam. Without knocking, Denzo shoved the door open. The hidden Anbu in the shadows didn't dare say anything, but Hiruzen Sarutobi nearly jumped in surprise. Quickly, he turned off the crystal ball on his desk, then asked, Denzo. What are you doing here? I need to talk to you. Denzo glanced at the desk and instantly knew what his old friend had been up to. That made him even angrier. No wonder Jiraiya turned out the way he did. This was the ninjutsu professor he had lost to. His teacher, he had been too slow to stop from making the wrong choice. His mind was filled with resentment, but his face remained expressionless as he said, this is about the Chunin exams. The Chunin exams? Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately thought of Itachi Uchiha, but kept his face neutral. Since when do you care about that? Don't play dumb, Hiruzen. Denzo wasn't in the mood for games. He got straight to the point. Itachi Uchiha is taking the exam, isn't he? So that's what this is about. Hiruzen sighed. He knew very well how much Denzo distrusted the Uchiha. Truthfully, even Hiruzen found the Uchiha clan troublesome at times, but he still wanted to integrate them into Hidden Leaf Village. Yes. Shaking his head, Hiruzen admitted, Itachi is an exceptional talent. Both his age and skill level meet the qualifications for the Chunin exams. But his teammates are dead. Denzo's voice was cold. He has no full squad, and forming a temporary team isn't ideal. He does not meet the exam requirements. Rules are made by people. Hiruzen sighed again, rubbing his temples. This is an internal Hidden Leaf Village exam. Even if he takes it alone, it's not a problem. That makes it even worse. Denzo immediately pounced on the argument. Yes, rules are made by people. But we can't change the rules just for one person. That's unfair to the others. And don't forget. He's an Uchiha. He's strong, but his clan is unstable. If he takes the exam alone and passes, it'll cause an uproar and embolden the Uchiha. The Uchiha are part of Hidden Leaf Village too. Hiruzen's patience finally cracked. Unfair? And you think what you do is fair? Denzo had the nerve to lecture him about fairness? Ridiculous. I know you dislike them, but the Uchiha can change. Don't forget Kagami Uchiha. Kagami was an exception. After he died, the Uchiha only produced more radicals like Uchiha Setsuna. Denzo shot back immediately. He knew Hiruzen was getting angry, but he didn't care. Because he came here to argue. And he wasn't wrong. Under his own influence, the Uchiha had become more extreme than ever. Uchiha Setsuna's ideology had spread through the entire clan. And Setsuna himself had been a dangerous lunatic. He had attempted to assassinate their teacher, was labeled an extremist, and had been thrown in prison. If it weren't for the war forcing Hidden Leaf Village to rely on Uchiha manpower, Setsuna would have rotted in that cell until he killed himself. We should have followed our teacher's will and wiped them out completely, not hesitated like you have. You've crossed the line, Denzo. Hiruzen's face turned ice cold. I'm just stating facts. Denzo remained stone-faced. Enough. I am the Hokage. For a moment, Denzo wanted to curse him out. Using his title to shut down the argument? That was cheap. He even considered storming out of the office. But then he remembered. He hadn't accomplished his goal yet. So, gritting his teeth, he held back his temper and said, "You'll regret this one day." Then that's my regret to bear. Hiruzen exhaled slowly, calming himself down. He knew his old friend's personality. Denzo was vindictive and petty. So he softened his tone. As Hokage, it's my duty to unite the village. If there's even the slightest chance of peace, I have to pursue it. Humphrey. Denzo snorted, but he knew it was time to offer his deal. Fine. Let Itachi participate. But I have one condition. Oh? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. So this is what you were after. Go on. I want a specific proctor assigned to him. Denzo didn't beat around the bush. This kid is far from ordinary. At 8 years old, he defeated one of my root operatives. A regular exam proctor won't be able to properly test his limits. And who do you have in mind? I'm not recommending someone. I'm assigning someone. I want Haruta Shigaru to be Itachi Uchiha's proctor. Hiruzen stared at Denzo silently. This wasn't about testing Itachi. This was blatant retaliation. Yes, Itachi was exceptionally talented. Awakening the Sharingan at a young age and defeating a root operative at only 8. But Haruta was no ordinary ninja either. He infiltrated Hidden Sand Village, stirred up chaos, and escaped unharmed. If he proctored Itachi's exam, Hiruzen had no doubt it would be a brutal challenge. This decision. But after a moment of thought, Hiruzen realized. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Denzo knew him too well. He did want to recruit Itachi into Anbu. Itachi was highly intelligent, closely tied to Shisui, and, most importantly, the son of Fugaku Uchiha. If Shishui's influence could sway Itachi, it would benefit both Hidden Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan. And Haruta was Shishui's teammate. If he subtly hinted at this to Shisui, then maybe. Alright. Itachi's skills are exceptional, and it would be hard to find a proper challenger. Haruta is a strong candidate for the role. Plus, he's Anbu, so his schedule can be adjusted easily. Denzo's face remained blank, but inside, he was annoyed. Did you have to mention that he's Anbu? He was seriously regretting sending Haruta there. But at least he had achieved his goal. So this trip hadn't been wasted. Since you think so highly of him. Denzo's eyes gleamed with cold amusement. Then I'll make sure he suffers a humiliating defeat. Even if Itachi passes, he won't walk away unscathed. Chapter 36, Denzo's Fate. We control it. Whoosh. Inside a Hidden Leaf Village training ground. Kabuto stood frozen in place. Behind him, Haruta's figure had suddenly appeared, a kunai infused with wind style pressed against his throat. Kabuto's mind went blank. He knew he wasn't Haruta's match. He had learned that the hard way back in Root's training grounds, where Haruta had beaten him so badly he questioned life itself. But to lose in an instant? That was beyond his imagination. You lost. Haruta withdrew his kunai, smiling at Kabuto. Honestly, this is disappointing. You're weaker than I expected. What if you get exposed while infiltrating a village? How do you expect to survive? Kabuto was silent for a moment before taking a deep breath and shaking his head. Against Flying Thunder God, even stronger shinobi wouldn't last long. But when did you even learn it? At this point, Kabuto was numb. And he had every reason to be. Just like he said. Even elite shinobi would struggle against the Flying Thunder God jutsu. But what baffled him was how Haruta had suddenly mastered it. Oh, this was my reward from the Hidden Sand Village mission. I spent months studying it before I finally got the hang of it. Haruta shrugged, grinning as he spoke. Of course, that was a complete lie. In reality, he had mastered it in less than a second. The cost? Burning a one-time use of his ninjutsu professor ability. But Haruta didn't regret it at all. Now that he had Flying Thunder God, he had a reliable escape plan in case of real danger. You can always build up strength over time. But you only get one life. Especially in a world where a single kunai to the back could kill you. That said, Haruta had been careful. Even after learning the technique, he didn't use it immediately. Since he wasn't on missions recently, he had intentionally practiced it in front of Shishui and Yujao, making it seem like he was still training. Now, he figured it was safe to reveal. After all, the Chunin exams were approaching. But still, Flying Thunder God isn't as invincible as you think. There are people who can react to it, and some who'd even risk taking you down with them. You learned it in just a few months, and you're telling me it's not that great? Kabuto was speechless. And besides, who could possibly keep up with that speed? Haruta glanced at him. Clearly, Kabuto still didn't understand this world well enough. Forget Obito, who could use Kamyu to dodge it completely. There were people in Hidden Cloud's village who could actually keep up with it. Flying Thunder God's flaw was that it required pre-placed markers. As long as an opponent avoided those, they had a chance. Even Killer B, when facing Minato's sneak attack, had managed to position his blade against Minato's gut before the attack landed. Of course, Minato also had a kunai against B's throat, but still. That was proof it wasn't unbeatable. Alright, enough of this. How's everything going on your end? Haruta changed the topic. How's Root doing? And did you find any leads at the orphanage? Root? Things are rough. The moment Kabuto mentioned Root, he winced slightly. He glared at Haruta for a moment but then sighed. Recently, Root's training had become insane. To the point where Kabuto suspected Denzo was trying to kill them off. The sheer brutality of the regimen was beyond reason. And the one responsible for all this suffering was sitting right in front of him, casually chatting. This bastard. Shaking his head, Kabuto decided to skip that topic and got straight to business. As for the orphanage, I did some investigating. The director has indeed been gone for years. So my worst fear might be true. Haruta nodded. He had sent Kabuto to check on it secretly. In the original timeline, Kabuto never questioned anything. Because he trusted Denzo. But now, that trust was gone. Denzo hasn't given you any new assignments yet? Like infiltrating another village? There's been talk of it, but nothing specific yet. Kabuto sighed. Then, he looked at Haruta seriously and asked, You never finished your thought last time. What exactly are you planning to do? My plan? Haruta glanced around to make sure they weren't being overheard. Then, he smirked. It's simple. We're going to make sure Denzo's name echoes throughout the entire shinobi world. Kabuto's expression stiffened. But he was smart. He thought for a moment and realized what Haruta meant. You're saying, like what you did in the Land of Wind? See? You're getting it. Haruta patted Kabuto's shoulder, grinning. Denzo dreams of becoming Hokage. That gives us an opportunity. In the Land of Wind, everything you did technically benefited Hidden Leaf Village. But all of the backlash fell on Denzo. Kabuto picked up where Haruta left off. No matter what happens next, Hidden Sand Village will forever resent him. That might even affect Hidden Leaf Village Hidden Sand Village relations. And the more Denzo's fame grows, the more arrogant he'll become. Which means, inside Hidden Leaf Village, even Hiruzen wouldn't tolerate something that goes too far. Haruta finished the thought. It was hard to predict exactly what would happen, but even Denzo wasn't untouchable. For example, after the Uchiha massacre, Root's power was temporarily restricted. And even though Hiruzen ignored a lot, there was no way he was truly clueless. At the very least, Haruta would make sure he wasn't. So we need to give Denzo more weight to carry. Haruta chuckled, patting Kabuto's shoulder again. We're Root members, after all. It's only right that we work hard for Denzo-sama's future. You're terrifying. Kabuto muttered under his breath. Which frankly pissed Haruta off. You? Calling me terrifying? You. The guy who spent his life digging up corpses and squeezing out every last drop of value from them. You. The guy who should have been hung from a street lamp for crimes against humanity? And I'm the terrifying one? What about the orphanage director? Kabuto asked after a moment. First, we confirm where she actually is. Haruta answered immediately. But I still think that'll be your next mission location. I see. Kabuto nodded. Haruta had already predicted that Denzo would send Kabuto there. And honestly, Kabuto wasn't opposed to it. Between Haruta's promises, their shared past, and the betrayal of their orphanage, his loyalty to Denzo was already crumbling. Especially when it came to their director. That had sealed the deal. Don't worry. Seeing Kabuto still tense, Haruta reassured him. Denzo's fate. One day, it will be in our hands. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, took a deep breath. Then let out a small chuckle. That's nice and all, but for now, our fates are still in his hands. And the Chunin exams are starting soon. Aren't you the proctor for Itachi's test? Haruta paused, then smirked. Yeah. Guess I'll be getting some practice. For when you leave Root someday. And I become your exam proctor. Kabuto froze. And then, after thinking about it. Shit. That could actually happen. So if you don't want to stay a Genin forever. Alright, I get it. Now do you understand? Yes, power is important. I got it. Chapter 37, the exam begins. The Chunin exams arrived on schedule, but for the first month, participants only went through preliminary assessments. Although this was an internal exam with no outside villages invited, the testing format remained the same. But in the end, what truly mattered was the final exam. And that final stage attracted a significant audience. There were no grand ceremonies, and they weren't using a large stadium like the Chunin exams in the original story. Instead, the event took place inside a barrier-protected training ground. But that didn't stop people from gathering. After all, ninja loved a good fight. And many came to cheer on their friends and family. Nissan. Over here. In the crowd, Sasuke Uchiha excitedly waved toward his older brother, Itachi, who was waiting in the preparation area. His big brother was competing. There was no way he'd miss this. Not only that, but a large number of Uchiha clan members had come to watch. They easily had the biggest cheering section in the entire audience. Alright, Sasuke. Don't distract your brother. Fugaku Uchiha glanced at his youngest son before turning to his eldest, who smiled and nodded back at him. Keeping his face expressionless, Fugaku said, he needs to stay focused for the challenging exam ahead. Yes, father. Sasuke pouted but didn't dare argue. Seeing Sasuke quiet down, Fugaku shifted his gaze to a nearby figure. Shizue Uchiha. Dressed in casual attire, Shizue stood off to the side, blending into the crowd. Shizue, Fugaku said. I heard the proctor for this exam is your friend. What's he like? Friend? Beside them, Izumi Uchiha raised an eyebrow, glancing curiously at Shizue. She had came to cheer for Itachi, but now she was interested in this mysterious proctor. Yeah, we're friends. Shizue nodded. More than that. We're actually teammates. And he's incredibly strong. His abilities are frighteningly well-rounded. So for Itachi. As long as he puts on a good performance, that's all that matters. Shizue wasn't stupid. He knew exactly why Fugaku had asked this question. The Uchiha patriarch wanted to know if Itachi had a chance of winning. Itachi was definitely talented. He had even defeated a root operative at a young age. But his opponent today was Haruta. As Haruta's teammate, Shizue knew all too well how monstrous his combat ability was. Even now, he still vividly remembered that stone dragon from their mission in Hidden Sand Village. Is your friend really that difficult to deal with? Fugaku frowned. And what about you? How would you fare against him? That's... Shizue wasn't sure. But he believed he'd have a better chance. Especially since he had the Mangekyo Sharingan. Alright, enough. Before the conversation could continue, Mikoto Uchiha interrupted with a gentle smile. She patted Sasuke's head, then said, they're friends. There's no need to compare them. And besides, we're here to support Itachi, aren't we? Fine. I understand. Fugaku let it go. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained confident in his big brother. Clenching his fists, he declared, Nissan is definitely going to win. Shizue couldn't help but chuckle at that. But then, his gaze shifted to the exam area, and he silently thought to himself. Itachi won't get hurt. I made sure of that. After all, Shizue knew how his teammate operated. To avoid any accidents, the moment he learned Haruta was Itachi's proctor, he had gone all out bribing him. His only request. Just don't injure Itachi. Meanwhile, in the proctor's area, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood in front of Haruta, speaking in a calm tone. Haruta, do you know why I agreed to let you be the proctor? Haruta blinked. The exam was about to start, and now the Hokage wanted to talk about this. He'd had a whole month to bring it up. Why now? Still, Haruta shook his head and answered honestly. I don't know, Hokage-sama. You were raised in Root. Your thought process is different from Mother Ninja. Hiruzen smiled, placing a hand on Haruta's shoulder. But you are still a Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. You've carried too much darkness on your shoulders. And for that, I am sorry. Now, more than anything, I want you to step into the light. Haruta was at a loss for words. If you really wanted that, wouldn't it be better to just shut down Root? Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to say that. Root was useful, After all. And besides, he was planning to take over Root himself. I know Denzo has probably told you a lot of negative things about the Uchiha. Seeing Haruta remain silent, Hiruzen wasn't bothered. Instead, he kept smiling as he continued, but I want you to understand. Whether it's you or the Uchiha, you are all Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. I want to see everyone coexist peacefully. Itachi is a Hidden Leaf Village prodigy, and you and Shizue are teammates. That is why I chose you as his proctor. You are no longer part of Root. I want to see a new Haruta. One who is not weighed down by darkness. Can you promise me that? Haruta was speechless. Damn it. This is just another attempt to manipulate me. It was clear now. Hiruzen was worried he might go too far in the exam. But honestly, wasn't this unnecessary? Shizue had already been talking to him for days about this. On the other hand, Denzo had also sent people to remind him of Root's humiliation. New mission acquired, defeat Itachi Uchiha. Make him understand Root's suffering, new mission acquired, ensure Itachi Uchiha remains unharmed. Looking at his new mission prompts, Haruta felt a headache coming on. Seriously? Hiruzen and Denzo really are natural-born enemies. Their missions weren't just different. They were completely opposite. I understand, Hokage-sama. But Haruta had been through the Hidden Sand Village mission. He already had plenty of experience handling conflicting objectives. I won't let you down. That's good. The wrinkles on Hiruzen's face deepened as he smiled even wider. I look forward to seeing your performance. Now, go get ready. The exam begins now.